And let you know I ain't with that bullshit. You get me wrong, I'm a boss in this bitch. His shit, your shit, dog shit. Cause all I'm trying to do is keep it real and let you really know how I feel. I'm the minute for respect. At the time, it's your kid, I'm gon' check. Bitches like me when I come through. Looking good, time here with my crew. I brush you off cause you fly, whoop you. Trying to sleep, girl, you weak. Do your thing, don't be scared. The minute I got them in you, dog, out the brain. The style I got inside you, dog, I'm up to you. Cause you the whole jealous, so you know it's true. Stop it, now you hold, don't be a bad shit. You tell that girls always worried about a bitch. You tell the girls ain't gon' never have shit. Oh, tell that girls always worried about a bitch. Them jealous girls, and you know it too. You arguing with your man, fighting about me, boo. And he home, you call him up when he's with me. And yes, he is. The coolest in the band. You break the brand, giving head, and you hating me. I'm looking good, representing why you hating me. Ain't your man, he's the dog, and he's dogging you. I'm getting mine, you decline on your mind, fool. Get it right, don't be jealous, ain't fighting on me. It's your man, he's a tip if you ain't wanting to be. With his games and his lies, got you jealous of me. Got you one right side, they nice to see. Fall downside, done blow your eyes. Got you fucking up the shit, got you wanting to fight. Him when I turn him loose, you so jealous of me. Wondering what it is I know I ain't wanting to me. Now you hold, don't be a bad shit. You tell that girls always worried about a bitch. You tell the girls ain't gon' never have shit. Oh, tell that girls always worried about a bitch. Them jealous girls. Wonder woman, wonder how I did it. How I say punch and do I'm the bad bitch. Keep mine all the time, y'all be losing your mind. Trying to find out what I'm doing, know the place is time. Get a light, dumb bitch, why you worried about me? Bitch, your own shit, bitch, I'm ain't plotting on me. My sister never got it all, never taking the fall. Half time, nothing, no bitch, I ain't worried at all. Now you hold, don't be a bad shit. You tell that girls always worried about a bitch. You tell the girls ain't gon' never have shit. Oh, tell that girls always worried about a bitch. Them tell you girls don't be a bad shit. You tell that girls always worried about a bitch. You tell the girls ain't gon' never have shit. Oh, tell that girls always worried about a bitch. Them tell the girls, fuck them jealous. Fuck them
What's up, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Of course, it is your favorite breakdown commentator, Consciouztv. You already know what the fuck to do. If you are a regular here, hit that motherfucking thumbs up button for me. This helps with YouTube's algorithm. This helps to help them lazy hoes to do what the fuck they should be doing anyway, which is sending out notifications and recommendations to all other unsuspecting YouTube patrons. If you're also new here, make sure that you go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, bitch, you're absolutely going to love it. Everybody needs to make sure that the notification bell is set to all. And if you don't go on a step further, share, motherfucking share. Now, we got quite a few things to get into. Knockout Media may be joining me in a few. He's on his way home, so he should be here within the next 10-15 minutes to grace the platform as well. I will be dropping the link because I'm just assuming some of you guys want to motherfucking sound off on the latest development happening amidst the sector merge or sector wars. Who the fuck knows these days? As you guys do all that thumbing up and do all of that good shit, okay, I'm going to go ahead and run my handy dandy intro, bitch, and we're going to go in and go off. Okay?
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So first thing first, girl, can you guys just go ahead and wish one of our favorite and regular Conscious crew members a happy motherfucking birthday? Our baby mother, Monica, is turning 18 all over, y'all. She can pop that pussy at the club now, girl. Ladies can get in free before 11 with a nasty piece of official ID, okay? She gonna be turning 18, y'all, for the next 20 motherfucking years. So please wish our Monica a happy birthday. If she's around by the time that I drop this link, honey, y'all know Miss Monica is going to jump up. But for right now, please give her a happy birthday, girl. The way that this world is turned upside down, we all need to be celebratory of surviving motherfucking Earth, bitch. Who's going to come out with surviving planet Earth, girl? Where's that motherfucking docu-series at, bitch? Surviving the motherfucking Earth, honey. Okay, so we want to wish Monica over there. Hold on. So what does that make you, Monica? You are not a Aquarius. What are you? A Capricorn? Are you a Capricorn? 20 motherfucking 2. Ooh, baby. All your best years, all your good hoeing years are ahead of your child. Yes, God. Hey, Soul Snatcher. Hey, Deborah. What's going on, Oz? Hey, Blackhearted. What's going on, Carla? Hey, Tanya. Hey, Mots. Hey, everybody in the building. Aries. Oh, that explains it. No wonder Monica is a motherfucking warhead. That makes so. You are a classic, stereotypical Aries, Monica. That explains all that fucking nuclear, atomic ass energy that your ass has. Fucking have. Shout out to the motherfucking Aries. And I don't know, I'm not close to too many Aries. I'm a Scorpio and I'm surrounded by a whole lot of other Scorpios. I'm surrounded by a lot of Capricorns and quite a few Sagittariuses. Those are like my predominant signs that kind of orbit my moon. So yes, God. What's going on, TV? Hey, Miss Green, what's going on, Chosen? Hey, FB. Now, while you guys are wishing Monica a happy birthday, I got to give some church announcements. First and foremost, I meant to tell you guys yesterday, but me and Reckless Logic will be reviewing the season of Bad Boys Los Angeles that's streaming over on Zeus Network, honey. We will be dropping our review every Friday. It will be a live review, so there might be potential for you guys to hop on and chime in as well during this review, girl. It looks like this show is going to be messy, nutty, probably going to aggravate me and stress me the fuck out. I'm probably going to end up dragging the entire season, which is perfectly fucking fine. So we will be doing that. So we'll be coming to you guys tomorrow night with an old nasty piece of Bad Boys review. I did not sign up for a profile. I used my cousin's, baby father's, mother's, husband's, second daughter's Zeus Network account, girl. So, it's a generational account, girl. It's the account that keeps on accounting. Oh, grr. So, and I pass it right on to motherfucking Reckless too, girl. We keep it all in the family, girl. Okay, I gotta look out for my peoples, bitch. So we're gonna be doing all of that. Also, I need to do an FYI regarding the panels. Yesterday was a really good panel, girl. Like, the panels are always popping. They're always filled with a lot of character. But let me put out a disclaimer. What I will not be doing is fighting through my own shows just to maintain order. So from now on, if people can't sit still and wait their turn, and this goes for everybody and anybody who ever hits the link, I will just temporarily drop you down until it's time for you to speak and for you to respond. I'm not going to be raising my voice. I'm not going to keep repeating myself like a broken fucking record. It's too much for no fucking reason. I ain't got to do it. I don't do panels to be going through the rigmarole motherfucking row. It takes away from the dialogue. It takes away from the build and the exchange. So from now on, your ass will be dropped to the backstage if you can't sit on your hands and your feet until, and I'm only going to issue out one warning per person. Okay? So that's how that's going to roll. Now, I also want to say this, bitch. I'm tired. Like, physically tired. My spirit is always willing. I did a show Sunday. I think it was Hood Chronicle show. And then y'all didn't see me until yesterday. To yesterday's show. So something interesting has happened. And we'll probably talk about this in Patreon. I have a few friends who are hoodoo specialists, okay? I have 3 of those friends are actual witch doctors. So there is a situation that one of my friends was hired to remedy, and it involves a 64-year-old woman who had a head injury that has now given her amnesia. And there ain't much that the doctors can do for her. So her family, particularly her daughters, employed one of my friends who employed me. So over the last few days, I have been astral projecting, attempting to make contact with this woman's higher self, okay? We're talking about dream surfing. We're talking about projecting into a person's subconscious mind. It's been a lot going on, and that shit is it's literally physically exhaustive. Like, when I wake up, I feel like I've never been to sleep, and I just want to sleep like beauty. So I'd be like literally dead to the world for days. Like, the work is extreme, the work is exhaustive, but we utilize astral projection when it comes to, because, well, let me start off with this. One of the spiritual beliefs in my particular coven, because I am a witch who has a coven of brothers, okay? And one of the particular beliefs that we hold is that any issue with the body is a issue between spirit and the body, the software and the hardware, okay? Typically, we make sure that people get evaluated, that there's no medical explanation for what a person is experiencing, whether it's spinal injuries, whether it's memory loss, whether they're in a coma, whatever the case may be, girl. So once we vet through all of that, then we get into some metaphysical shit. And we've had a lot of great success in terms of realigning people's health and restoring people's health through some of these alternative methods. But once again, the work is exhaustive, tiring as fuck, but it's also wild. It's wild what you find in people, like what you find, where people hide parts of themselves and what that shit looks like without the filter of a brain sometimes looks like hellish realms inside of a person's conscience. It's a girl, Patreon, we'll do it. Anyway, I just say all that, girl, to say I'm motherfucking tired, bitch. Okay? But set aside all that parapsychology shit. So we got some controversy. Now, I don't even know where to quite get started. Yes, they seen a neuropsychologist. This woman been in this state for about 3.5 years now. Her memory loss started almost immediately, but it was like a gradual decline, and she just kept losing more memory till, I mean, now it seems that there's absolutely nothing left in terms of familiarity. We'll get into it in Patreon, bitch. It's a lot. So I have had to fucking cleanse myself, baptize myself, meditate my damn energy back into place, eating all type of goddamn grass and fruit and vegetables and getting my energy back together, because I'm not trying to be looking like a damn second generation banana in the face by the time I'm goddamn 40, because I'm out here trying to save the goddamn world through goddamn X-Men powers. Now, On to this sector bullshit. So, girl, there's a lot going on. So, the latest development in Hood Chronicles is there are apparently lawsuits transpiring, girl. Breaking the Culture of Silence allegedly is going to be pursuing a lawsuit against Sector TV on the basis of sexual harassment, allegedly. Now, this done sent shockwaves throughout the goddamn sectors, girl. People are sounding off in every which way, every goddamn direction. And I have my own thoughts about all of this legal business in the sectors. You guys also know that Sector TV is pursuing a restraining order against Knockout Media. There's a lot, okay? Things are bleeding out beyond this little space here called YouTube, bitch, okay? It's getting goddamn deep. Now, everybody been asking me, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Boom, 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 boom. Now, the day that apocalypse happened, I had been asleep. I had missed the shit show. When I did wake up about 5 in the afternoon, I had a billion missed calls. People had sent me messages, emailed, all these various things. I woke up and had to do my homework, and I saw that Sector TV did about 3 videos responding to Breaking the Culture and expressing some of his grief and heartache over what he feels is betrayal from people in his own sector, women in his own sector, girl. You know, he was completely in his fifis. I woke up to a live on Breaking the Culture's platform as well, which you guys can go and check out. And I was like, goddamn, okay? Now, contrary to popular belief, girl, the internet is not my first priority. Like, YouTube and doing all of this is like a second priority to me. I do not hoverboard around YouTube. I don't keep up with everything because I don't give a damn about 95% of the shit that goes on the fucking internet, okay? I have 2 motherfucking niggas, okay? I got a motherfucking niece. I got a whole motherfucking family that depends on me. I got fucking brand deals and ambassador deals and other fucking responsibilities outside of just entertaining and talking shit and informing folk on the internet. So I have a whole fucking life. So that's why I can't be on this bitch 24 hours a day. And I can't keep up with every motherfucking upload and every goddamn battle and every goddamn war and every motherfucking issue. Bitch, I got shit to do. Okay? So I try to keep up to the best of my ability. Now, with that said, this video in question, we're going to review here tonight. Because apparently the video was fucking deleted, but of course, no such thing exists on the goddamn internet, okay? Somebody already done downloaded it. Somebody already done screen recorded it. And I did see the video initially, and this is the video in question. This is the video that has launched this thought about taking things to the courts regarding sexual harassment. We will explore this video. We will give commentary to this video. And once again, I have my own thoughts about all of this. Now, before we get to this video, thank you, Thug Medea. Thank you, love. Thank you, love. Before we get into this video, I want to straighten some narratives out, for one, because there are some people who got us really fucked up, okay? There's been this back and forth about what sector found who, okay? So what had happened was the sector who we've been communicating with, associating with, found us because we were on Let Me See Your Menus. All 3 of her goddamn necks, okay? This attracted people from other sectors who also had a similar issue with Let Me See Your Menu, okay? Because apparently this bitch just been devouring worlds, you know, all across the YouTube scape, girl. You know, she's just been gobbling whole solar system, swallowing galaxies, you know, drinking the fucking Milky Way, making a milkshake out of that motherfucker, So there's been all of that going on. So when we started putting our foot on Let Me See Your Menu's neck, after we had wrapped up her cult leader, gagged and sued and slaughtered his motherfucking ass, metaphorically speaking, okay? We were coming for the rest of the goddamn peons up under him. And Let Me See Your Goddamn Menu was one of those big ass peons, baby. Okay? I mean, these hoes could barely Photoshop a group picture without having to shrink her motherfucking ass just so that they all can be edited into the photo together, girl. You know, you just can't not notice her. Now, when I interviewed Rev G, okay, who for all of the uninformed motherfuckers in the back of the sanctuary, Rev G actually had already been a long-term supporter of mine. He had already been following and subscribed to the platform for years. Okay? That's why he was able to reach out to me and make comments that led to an interview between he and I. So while he may have predominantly belonged to another sector, the people in other sectors aren't only subscribed to the people in their sector. They don't only interact with the people in their sector. They're also out in other parts of the goddamn Ethernet. Okay? And then when that interview happened, honey, that's when we got introduced to the rest of the clan. Our sector don't need motherfucking clout. We are the motherfucking muscle. We are the bullet in the goddamn chamber. Okay? We can talk about anybody and anything and get views on topics and issues concerning them that they can't even muster their goddamn selves because there is no clout to gain. Okay? We're just a friendly people. Okay? We're not a clout chasing people. But we are a welcoming people. And we don't reduce ourselves to just a goddamn sector, you know. I think that the Black Lounge experience, I like her wording when it came to me, because I think she hit it on the nail. She said, bitch, Consciouztv is damn near a sector all by his goddamn self. That actually is the entire goddamn truth. I do all styles of commentary on this motherfucker. We talk about politics, we talk about society, we talk about sociology, we talk about psychology, we talk about spirituality, we talk about celebrity gossip, we roast, we gag, we run down on hoes, we get the motherfucker sued and dude. I mean, we do it all. You know, the platform is just a gift that keeps on motherfucking giving. So we're not able to actually construct the box because you just never know what happens tomorrow. That completely shatters what you thought was continuity within the platform, okay? The platform is like a scarlet letter. It creates itself, okay? And I'm a multifaceted bitch, so I'm into a lot of different shit. So you're going to get a bit of a mixed CD and mixed genres of topics, an array of subjects over here, okay? So that's how we were found, okay? Is we did an interview with someone who was already subscribed that other people, that informed other people about our existence, okay? And then the Great Wall of China began to come down and folk began to jump the fence and intermingle amongst one another. Now, I want to speak to some other things before we get into this whole Sector TV versus breaking the culture shit. Our boy Knockout. He was on a panel yesterday. And it was a lot going on, honey. Okay? And my name got brought up. And, you know, this is why context is so important. Now, I've been on these internet streets for almost a fucking decade. I know how this goes. I'm a very strategic bitch. I'm a very informed bitch. Okay? Which is why you won't catch me slipping. Masterclass shit, okay? With this allegation that Sector is sexually harassing, breaking the culture of silence, some people feel like this is a overkill, or it's just not fitting, and that it's selective outrage. Because some people are bringing up the fact that breaking the culture has ran down on, let me see, your menu, and has made disparaging comments about her. Things about her twiddling or diddling herself with dildos, etc. Boom, 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 boom. So some people are saying technically, according to the definition that Breaking the Culture gave, that she herself would be guilty of sexual harassment. Then a question was posed. Well, what's the difference between the claims that are trying to be made about Sector TV and CTV dragging? Let me see your menu. Because I've spoken all up and under that bitch's long ass Amish dress. I've spoken all up in between every motherfucking fold, nook, crevice, and crack of all that jello, baby. Ain't no mistake about it. I said it, bitch, and I ain't taking it motherfucking back. And I don't give a damn who like it. But let me tell you what it is. Okay? See, eventually, a heart boiled a bitch who had been talking about me for 2 years at this point. This bitch was talking about me for months before I even knew who the fuck she was. She participated in slandering me, called me everything from a prostitute, a parking lot thought, accused me of being wild and on drugs, participated in doxing, the whole nine. Got videos and videos from days. Videos she's done individually, and videos of her participating on panels, slandering the godmother bitch. Okay? And I let that hoe live, as I do all hoes. I let them live. Okay? Now I'm a long-suffering bitch, but bitch, long is not eternal. Long has an expiration date. So I finally got up on her ass. Real good. I think back in 2020? Took me all of 20 minutes to just drag her from one side of the goddamn equator to the other goddamn side of the goddamn equator. Just all of 20 minutes. Then I left the bitch alone because that's how pressed I was not. Now the bitch continued to play victim and talk her shit and do what she do, even though me and her have never had direct contact, girl. We were never friends, so I don't know how the hell I became a foe to a bitch who I don't even know and have had zero interaction with since she's been on these internet streets. Zero. Okay? Now, when I finally interviewed Rev G, this was my second time having to drag the goddamn cellulite and the diabetes stains from around the back of her motherfucking neck off her motherfucking upper torso. And there were niggas who didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. Who got the yabba dabba doing. Oh, CTV, it was too harsh. Oh, CTV, he went too far. Oh, CTV, oh, you gonna do it? Yabba dabba the fuck up. Okay? Because that same call to action about going too far wasn't there. When a bitch was attempting to dox the queen, that would be me. That same motherfucking outrage and call to action wasn't there when a bitch was calling me every type of drug addict and street whore and street walker, which are all terms I don't mind. I don't mind being called a prostitute because I have a lot of respect for sex workers. I mean, after all, what would the gentleman's club be without an old nasty piece of stripper, pop locking and motherfucking dropping? What would my youth have been like without the playlist that kept me a virgin for many of years, baby, if there weren't people out here using what they got to get what the fuck they want, baby? I need porn stars to exist, bitch. Okay, I need folk who specialize in the art of sextivities to be in the world. So I have a great deal of respect for adult entertainers. I have a great deal of respect for sex workers. So those are not necessarily things that bother me or that I would even consider or that I would even internalize in a way, girl. You know, as an insult. I know it's meant to be an insult, but it's not. Okay? When them hoes got to calling me being on drugs, etc., girl, if I put powder up my pussy hole, guess whose pussy hole it is to put powder in? Guess who this pussy belongs to? Guess whose pussy is on the body of? Guess whose intellectual property this pussy and this nose belongs to? Now, motherfuckers who actually know me know that I don't even do goddamn hookah, but because I ain't got no problem with drug addicts either, bitch. You want to shoot it, snort it, snoot it, that's your motherfucking business. And most of your politicians and your pastors go home and get high out of their motherfucking mind and run your entire motherfucking life from Congress. Okay? Whatever the fuck, whatever substances and shit people want to do, whatever altered states of consciousness and shit, girl, people want to enter into, girl, that's their business, okay? So that's not shit that would ever bother me, because I'm a very liberal person, okay? And you can't really shade a liberal bitch who believes that people should have full autonomy and full agency over their body, over every cell in their goddamn body, over their pussy, over their asshole, over their dick, honey. So these things never pressed me. But because I knew the spirit it was being said from, these things were meant to shade me. I had to gather that bitch's good cooking arm. I had to gather and rubber band and hog tie them goddamn thunder thighs, baby. And I had to take that big bitch on a motherfucking rodeo ride just for trying it with the king. Okay? So, there's a lot of reasons why you cannot insert CTV's name in a goddamn thing. Because, see, CTV responded to a bitch who had 2 years to find her something else to do and still wanted to ride my motherfucking dick. So I gave her the ride of her motherfucking life. Now the bitch got lawyers. And she'll need them. On top of that, CTV was clever and strategic enough to use, let me see your menus, own words against her. Her ass is online putting dildos on layaway. She's online talking about sucking niggas' dick and them not reciprocating, getting swallowed up in that damn hollow earth. She called the twat. Those are her words, bitch, and not mine. Okay? Now you ain't gotta like it, and you ain't gotta motherfucking love it. But I say about these hoes what these motherfucking raggedy, dusty, bum-ass niggas say about they damn self, baby. So when I have to go to defend it ever, I can run the beautiful bean footage back, baby. So on top of using a bitch's own words and boomeranging it back to their motherfucking ass, okay? It ain't my fault you got out here and said that shit. It ain't my fault you got out here and testified to that shit. It ain't my fault you got out here and confessed to that shit, bitch. Your words, not mine. So see, TV ain't got to slander nobody because I listen to these motherfuckers. And I duly noted and screen recorded and downloaded in case a silly big bitch thinks she's ever going to have a day, girl, to claim that CTV did anything to her that she didn't give me permission to do in one way or the other to her because she made those embarrassing stories. She made her sexual liberation the topic of conversation. And do you know what you're allowed to do on YouTube? Something called fair use, bitch. How many of you know what the fuck a fair use statute is? You know what you're allowed to do on YouTube when a bitch gets out here and choose to make their sex life content, choose to make their infatuation and obsession with dildos content? Do you know what happens when a bitch gets on YouTube and does that? I'm gonna help you out. Yes, God. Hold on. Let me quench my thirst, bitch. Hold on. Hold on. Do you know what happens when a bitch gets out here talking about sucking dick and niggas not wanting to reciprocate? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Oh my God. Do they know you? Hold on. Hold on. What's going on, Miss Barbara? Hey, Queen Barbara. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute, bitch. Wait a minute. Hold on. Do you know what fair use allows you to do, bitch? Oh, let me move everything out the way, honey. Girl, let me blow this on. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news, reporting, scholarship, and research. Some of these statutes even say for parody purposes. Now, bitch, I ain't make the rules. I just abide by them. So when a bitch want to get on here talking about using a big-ass, hollow-ass throat to gobble down dick and can't get a nigga to reciprocate, remember, bitch, it's fair use for me to give my commentary, my criticism, my goddamn parody of gobble, 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 bitch. I can't help if that's what you use your turkey neck for, bitch, is holding balls. When you choose to make your motherfucking personal life the content on these YouTube streets, and then YouTube double downs and says that anybody viewing gets to give criticism, parody, research, and commentary on what you do with your throat, bitch. Those are your words and not mine. Okay? So please don't go inserting my motherfucking name where the fuck it don't belong. And if I have to gallop up on any of these motherfucking niggas and bitches on this motherfucker, I will. And when I do so, I do it well. And it will fall within the lines of the lines. Because I've been doing this shit for a long time. So don't insert my motherfucking name. And guess what? I'll drag and drag and drag until the motherfucking casket closed, bitch. Because I ain't scared of none of you motherfucking hoes. And definitely none of you motherfucking bum-ass, little wiggle dick-ass niggas on this motherfucker. Okay? Any bitch can get back. Because, bitch, I ain't gonna start it. But I will finish it. Oh, yes, ma'am. What's going on, Photon DNA? I'm just clearing up my name real quick. Now, let me see your menus. Situations and scenarios with other motherfuckers may be set upon a whole different set of premises, honey. A whole different context may be going on. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just clear about why I'm dragging the calories off this big bitch. So now that we done cleared all of that, now that we done did all that, okay, we want to review Miss Stargate. Okay, now Miss Stargate hopped on Photon DNA's platform, and you know she came on drunk off the lean, bitch. She had them hit the Hennessy bottle straight to the back, bitch. She came on that motherfucker word slurring, she sliding all out of her goddamn seat, cornrows becoming undone, bitch. So in, looking like a damn so out, this drunker than the Cooter Brown girl, just talking her slurred ass shit. You get your ass knocked out from over here, and you take your clout. You got your clout ass over here, doing all this and breaking the culture, knocked out, easy makeup, wine. Yeah, I'm gonna ding. Like, put down the Family Dollar liquor, bitch. I know it's a hard 1%, girl, but it's taking you clean the fuck out, Miss Ma'am. And she really thought she was giving knock out that motherfucking business, bitch. She really thought she was giving knock out the motherfucking business, girl. You can tell she had been holding that in for a long time. Take your L, sugar mama. Okay? You can't be mad that you came over into this sector, gave us tea that near motherfucking body asked you for. You went into your text exchange with the smoke god. You decided to speak to that story in front of 400 motherfuckers. You decided to pour that tea into everybody's motherfucking cups. And you can't get mad that healthy, sane, rational, moral ass women sounded off in the goddamn chat right beside your Shamar Moore braided head ass and said that you were inappropriate for texting a man in the bewitching hours of the night. Some of those women were married their damn selves. They were speaking from experience, baby. You can't be mad, girl, that some people felt like you was out of order for contacting and interacting and calling and texting a married man doing pussy popping hours. We gotta take some responsibility here. The name of the initial video wasn't text messages between Star and the smoke god. You dropped that bomb. Okay? And then you tried to move the goalpost when Breaking the Culture had her motherfucking bloody heel in your goddamn bloody neck. Because you was the show that Breaking the Culture had been in a relationship to a married man. You were so sure, girl, that you even knew where the scene of the crime happened at, which was that prophetic college video on Dr. Larry Reed's platform, baby. And then when we ran that beautiful bean footage that you told us to find, when we ran that beautiful bean footage that you were so adamant about, baby. You know what you did? You tried to slip and motherfucking slide. You tried to slide to the left. Tried to slide to the right. Then you tried to crisscross, bitch. You tried to do the goddamn Charleston Shuffle out of that shit. Oh, no. Well, what happened to your lawsuit with Victor? Oh, well, what happened to the money you promised Larry? I rebuked the pussy popping. in the name of the Father, Son, and the daughter. No, ma'am. You don't get the Charleston Shuffle, bitch, all across the motherfucking dance floor because you can't keep up with the beat, baby. Now, Star is used to playing these sunken place games, but they only work on her. And hell, her entire sector said, bitch, this is who she is. That's why we don't fuck with her. We're just embarrassed that she done went and acted a bald-headed fool elsewhere on these goddamn YouTube streets, embarrassing us and fucking up all of the goddamn church's money. And all of a sudden, CTV becomes the bang. All of a damn sudden. All of a sudden, CTV becomes to blame. All of a sudden, breaking the culture becomes to blame because your pussy didn't pop, because your narrative didn't fit, because your facts weren't facting, because your checking wasn't checking, girl, your verifying wasn't clarifying, honey. And see, that's why I had to boot her motherfucking ass off here, because after we done ran Exhibit A through D, and a motherfucker still wanted to remain in a sunken place, I had to cannon blast her ass off into the obscurities of these Ethernet streets where she belongs. Because we don't play them sunken place games over here. Okay? We deal in facts. We deal in context. And you can't pull wool over near motherfucker's head on this side, bitch. We are the pressure, and we apply the motherfucking pressure. Okay? Now, maybe because she brands us as the goddamn church sector that she think we're naive and gullible people. Well, she got a crash course motherfucking lesson in what it's like to try to survive Afghanistan, bitch. Okay? So I had to send her back to her own war-torn country. And her own sector was here for it. Now, I felt bad for her ass. Because she had done went on a goddamn press tour, girl. She had done went on a book signing tour all across the streets, girl, whining and wailing and complaining about what had happened, and she got booted, and I got tired of her and her damn braids crying the blues. So I told her and her cornrows, look, you're welcome back. Redeem yourself. You said you got a non-receipt receipt. Your only stipulation wasn't to have your ass kicked off. I said I'll be a man of my word. I did just that. Held on to it to the end. And you know what she did? She came back and got her ass more fucked up than she did the first time. Who takes the ass whipping? A brutal one the first time around, and then comes back to fight and don't even bring a weapon when she already knows how hard the ass hits the concrete. You already know you ain't got no hands for the opponents you're going up against. So you would have thought she would have brought the weapon, aka the receipt, aka the redemption bitch. Now her sector calls her Bird. Star Smollett. They got a plethora of pigeon names for her. Because Miss Smollett has a pattern of lying and doubling down on her Twilight Zone ass delusions. And that's the kind of shit that you can't even fix with facts, baby. Certain shit, when it's broken, bitch, it's just broken, girl. No repair shop is equipped to fix certain things. So that's just who Star is. And I accepted that, which is why when I brought her back, I said, I don't have no problem keeping you around because you can't trigger me the second time around. Now that I know who you is, now that I know the spirit in question, now that I'm familiar with the spirit, bitch, you ain't got to worry about it. You can't trigger me now that I know who I'm dealing with. So I wasn't prepared. I had thought well of Star. I had put a level of IQ on her. I was rooting for her. She went out of her way to prove us all wrong. And she only has her motherfucking self to blame. Now, before we move further on into the minutia of this discussion, I want to welcome Knockout Media. What's going on, bro?
Hey, man. What's going on? Can you hear me all right?
I brought on my bewitching outfit today.
Ooh, damn.
I'm ready to cast Old Testament curses and stuff. Now, I was just talking about this photon DNA panel that you was on yesterday. What did you make of your experience? What happened?
Well, I initially got on only with the sole purpose of talking to photon DNA, and I got ambushed. I got jumped by Eyes and Star, and they were drunk and they were not letting up. And the whole thing about it was, is like, okay, so their argument was, well, CTV and Breaking the Culture of Silence drag. Let me see your transcripts. What's the difference? And it's like, the difference is
A massive difference. It's almost like a parent fucking the sun and the moon together.
It's almost like as massive as of a difference as much as Kim weighs, right? So it's like there's a clear distinction, and I mean, you just laid it out beautifully with your read, but yeah, it was confusing to me because, again, I felt like I got jumped. I was on there to flirt and I got hurt. So
oh, yeah. Knockout.
I know, but well, you know, we move on.
Maybe we can host a healing session.
I'll be down. I'm down. You know, I'm always down for that.
Oh, you're really invested.
Oh yeah.
All right. Okay. So, what did you make of them trying to compare? First of all, fuck that. Here's the thing. You were getting berated over showing up to a man's job, which, you know, some would say to private property that happened to be a property that someone else who works on that property traverses as well. It's actually community property. However, we're not going to get into semantics. You were berated for being antagonistic. And to be honest, I think to the ladies on the panel, I commended them because it sounded like they're really not just concerned for Sector TV, they're concerned for you too. Well, I'm not going to say that for Star. I'll say that for Eyes. I seem to express genuine concern for you and for Sector and not wanting to just see nothing extreme happen. Is that the way you interpreted the energy, or did you just feel like you were just being judged or belittled or emasculated, or what was your experience?
Well, I mean, to be completely honest with you, I was like, you know, the narrative is always trying to be spun. Well, what's the difference between you and Daryl and all that? And it's just, you know, just like we were talking about, there's a clear difference, just like there is between let me see your transcripts and the whole dragon situation. Look, for whatever reason, these people, they don't want to recognize or realize like what happened first. They don't want to see what instigated the response. They just want to look at the response and critique the response. So with that being said, I truly, honestly, like, I can't take anything. Like I was telling Eyes, you know, last night, that she didn't know what she was talking about because she was coming from a place of of ignorance, not knowing what the situation was that took place or what provoked those actions or whatever. Um, I mean, everybody that supports me or is subscribed to me or CTV, y'all know the situation behind that, and that it wasn't just straight up somebody just showing up. It was way more that took place. So yeah. Um, but yeah, I was really, really just
Perplexed.
strange, yeah. And I don't know really, like, the only takeaway I have from it is that there was just a oh god, there was just a
Up give, nigga. Up give.
man. Yeah, I was about to say if we had a panel, we a real panel. But look, the thing is, it's hard to take away anything from it because I just felt like they were trying to protect. Let me see your transcripts because Eyes has a allegiance with her or whatever. So yeah, I don't think it was really true or like sincere from anything. I just think it was straight up like them trying to take up for other people in the sector that we have exposed in a way.
So something that stood out to me about the argument that was being made is taking things beyond YouTube was the running thing on the panel. Taking things past YouTube. It was being argued that you should have never came to the parking lot and should have never asked to have a one-on-one discussion. And then there was this whole thing about how S3xual has the right then, if you want to bring things outside of YouTube, to also take things out of YouTube, which is to pursue his restraining order. Fine. But my issue was, why wasn't that same heat given to Let Me See Your Transcript, who, after she got dragged and toe tagged in that interview with Rev Dree, decided to get lawyers involved? Because I's whole plight was, if you can't take the heat on the internet, then just stay the fuck out the kitchen. So shouldn't that apply to her homegirl? Because when her homegirl couldn't take the heat, when her homegirl couldn't be on the receiving end of the roasting and the gagging, all of a sudden she was doing lives about how her lawyers, she had to get lawyers, and her family told her to stay off the internet, and she's going to be taking things up with her lawyer. That would be deviating outside of YouTube, because to Oz it's logic, and I agree. It's the internet. If you can dish it, you should be motherfucking equipped to take it. So why was Let Me See Your Menu not B-rated? For being on the receiving end of a roast and then trying to use all her motherfucking lunch money to fake consult and retain a lawyer. After she done spent years on this motherfucker, dragging motherfuckers who was trying not to even look at her widescreen bad body built ass. Is it just me, Knockout?
Oh no, and to make it very clear for you guys, they're not spending their YouTube checks on lawyers. They're not making enough through YouTube to spend anything on lawyers. They're trying to fundraise and trying to cash app fund their attorneys and lawyers and legal team, and it's just not happening. Allegedly, Let Me See Your Transcripts done took $1,000 out of a legal fund that was meant for her team, and
wait a minute, and that's according to her teammate Roxanne, the mustache wearing man.
Right. And text messages that we have seen and have shown, receipts that we have shown on the show. $1,000 has been used for, I guess, lunch money. And there's this thing where, oh look, somebody said that she's on suspension from her job. Do you know about that, Conscious?
I do.
Okay, so
why? So that's go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, I was gonna say, why would let me see your transcripts be getting suspended from her job and having to go through all these different things if she's so innocent? If she didn't do anything to deserve it, why? You know, well, let me just go ahead and ask you, Conscious. I'm gonna give it off to you, and let you explain that.
Oh, let me see. Your menu is a public servant, and there are certain codes of ethics that her, along with every other public servant, whether you are a lawyer, whether you are a police officer, whether you are an educator, it goes for all public servants. There's codes of ethics that have to be abided by. And if there's too much of an indiscretion between your conduct outside of your career field and your career field, there can be a plethora of consequences and repercussions that can be rendered against you. Now, let me see. Your menu had gotten completely fired from a previous part-time job a year ago because she was a educator for some type of a nonprofit something, and they specialize in educating people on civil rights and like people who are a protected class and Black Lives Matter and all of those things. Well, because she was out here talking big shit and she had made a plethora of enemies, people decided to contact her employer and send them the links of her disparaging LGBT people, aka me, because I fall under a protected class. Woohoo! I fall under a protected class. And people sent her employer all her shit, all of her salaciousness, all of her doxiness. They sent her all of the clips and things of her with Fupa, who brandishing weapons in his fraternity colors and fraternity clothes and everything, and all these disparaging remarks she was making about an openly gay man. And guess what? That bitch didn't have her part-time job in 4 days.
Dang.
It's like, here's my thing. People who got something to lose, the burden of them acting right and not losing that shit is on them, not on the public. You the one who got to remember that you got something to lose. You the one who got to remember that you got shit you want to protect that ain't worth losing over this bullshit over here. You have no one to blame when your real life is fucked up because you don't know the ethical lines between your outside workplace behavior and your in-office behavior.
Ooh.
You should know those things and be properly abiding by those boundaries. These people be claiming they have this and that to lose and then get out here and be on a bald-headed hoe shit. And then be mad when people hold them accountable. So, and it doesn't really matter whether people are holding you accountable based upon frivolous arguing or not. If you put people in a position to fuck you up, you don't get to hoop and holler about getting fucked up.
So that's even if you're a therapist and you're trying to be, oh, well, I'm so professional, I've got everything to lose. Now YouTube turns into real life. Like, how do you go from, okay, well, everything is fake when I'm talking shit, and then once everything turns real, now all of a sudden, oh, I was just playing a character, it was just a persona. So it's like, are you conscious? I mean, it's not like we're the YouTube judges or police or anything like that, but it's like when you get on YouTube as a professional, there's just certain things that you have to consider more than the average person. And that's what I'm hearing from you right now. Even as a professional, whatever space that you're in, if you hold a license, you need to be mindful about how you carry yourself because it can get snatched at any point in time.
That's what I would do. I mean, you know, obviously there are people who don't do that, but I'm just making the argument that if you are a person who has something to lose, the burden of not losing that, you are 100% responsible for not losing it. And if you choose not to, if you choose to be a sloppy ass maneuvering person, if you choose to get out here and try to injure people's reputations and all of that shit, and then you think that people are going to play fair game, especially people who live like, it's kind of one thing when it's mutual combat, but when one person is being preyed upon and not even giving you a reason to fuck with them to begin with, and you're just choosing to be that word predatorial, which is what Let Me See Your Transcript has been to plenty of people. Now, I know that bitch has an insatiable appetite, and apparently she has a hunger for a lot more things than just food. She likes to devour people's reputation. She likes to devour people's good names. She likes to eat and feast on human beings. So when she went wailing and crying to Fupa after she had got that sad phone call that her services were no longer needed, she went wailing and crying to Fupa, and Fupa had to get online. Talking about, let me see your menu. You're going through some things. We can pray for her. Somebody fucking with her. No, she fucked with herself. She fucked with herself. Because it's justified. Like, if you got a just reason to be fucking with a bitch, you got a just reason. The problem with people like Let Me See Your Menu is she don't have to know you. She don't have to have an issue. She just, for whatever reason, maybe she thinks because you're weak, maybe because I don't know what her motives are. But she's been in a losing battle since she's been on these Ethernet streets. And these people forget. There are people who love us. I don't even have to fight these battles myself. I'll sit back and drag a bitch and then launch off a whole goddamn war. And then when a whole think they're going to come from me, they get snatched and bodied. That's how that works.
Yes.
And then I'm just told about the end result. Very satisfying. So I don't know what to say, Knockout, other than like, you know, people, I mean, it's like I mean, I've said this to Sector. I've said it every which way, that you cannot make assumptions that people are going to play with you the way you are playing with them.
Yep. Well, first of all, hey Reckless, what's going on?
Reckless.
And second, I don't know why they don't look at the A team and Daryl as, Fupa as a example. You know what I'm saying? It seems blaringly obvious to me that, like, if you look at who we've dealt with in the past and where they ended up in the gutter, then why would you be pressing the issue is my whole thing. And it's not just him, it's like a whole sector of people who would rather challenge people rather than joining. And I mean, let me bring that up to you, Conscious. So with all this beef and all the ghetto and all that, would you rather join forces, or do you Ukraine takeover? Would you, like, how do you feel about the situation?
I have no desire. I mean, I'm going to see TV, the shit. So, you know, I don't have a motive. I'm not here to merge. I'm not here to take over. I'm here to do CTV. And however that falls in place is how it falls in place, because my audience is already a mixed audience from various sectors. You know, like, in that way, there's no such thing as sectors, because everyone belongs elsewhere. Even I belong elsewhere. You know, I'm in a little bit of everything. most of our viewers are a little bit into everything. They are also other people's supporters. They are also other people's subscribers. They also mod and have ranches on other people's platforms. So, you know, I don't have an agenda. What I do know is that I'm friendly. I'm willing to play fair. I'm willing to be communal. I'm willing to be supportive. I'm willing to make content. I'm willing to do collaborations. I'm willing to help content creators get monetized. I'm willing to help other content creators to make money. I'm willing to be a team player and to be the godmother. You know, I don't have a reputation for being a dictator and for being somebody who incites war and drama every fucking where. I'm known and have a reputation for being solution oriented. And everybody who I've ever had conflict with are people who had my name and they fucking dick sucker for no reason at all. Literally, bitches are just pressed because I exist. Is there a reason for having my dick in their mouth?
Yes, dick
Literally,
sucker.
people have to come tell me that some bitch I don't know, didn't know exists, never laid eyes upon, is running a cock blower. So these are the type of scallywags I have to get into formation. Okay? The same thing with Sector TV, which is why we had to make up. I came on because he was talking about the things going on in our sector. He was requesting our presence. Breaking the Culture sent me the link, said he was live. He was talking about us. We didn't know who the fuck this was. We clicked the link, had a great exchange. A few weeks later, everybody's like, Sector's dragging you and talking about you. I'm shook because I ain't seen Sector since I've been on his platform because I've been too busy on my shit making content. I don't really watch other content creators like that. I don't have time. Clearly, if I'm on my own shit for 5 and 10 hours and I'm generating content, long-winded content at that on my own platform, clearly I don't have time to be hovering around other people's platforms. So you only gonna have a problem with me because you want a problem. It ain't gonna be because I'm the actual problem. It ain't gonna be because I've given you a problem. It's gonna be because you simply have justified having a problem. Because I don't move around making motherfucking problems. For what? Bitch, I'm actually motherfucking talented. I don't have to talk about no dusty motherfucker on this motherfucker. Because just like last night, my platform is largely predicated upon actually covering events and pop culture and adding perspective and creating a group discussion around those things. See,
There is no
beefing is what some other people have to do. Because they have to deal in the low-hanging fruit area of content creating. And that's why I make a distinction between content creators and YouTube uploaders. Some of these motherfuckers on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook are just uploaders. I wouldn't call them per se content creators.
Clout chasers.
The uploaders can fall into the realm of clout chasers, of agents of chaos. You know, there are various, contexts for those who fall into the area of just being an uploader. Uploaders don't have any particular direction, any particular strategy. And once again, they only know how to draw attention to themselves by running them up. And the issue with running them up and leading from being a messy ass motherfucker is that you will never see growth in yourself because you will appear as a liability to other people who actually have something to lose in their online careers. So lots of people are, yes, taking the vehicle of beefing as a vehicle towards success, not realizing that they're also setting themselves up as a liability that nobody want to touch. Because nobody wants to merge with fucking trash. Nobody. So it will make it more difficult for a person trying to brand and use chaos and drama as a means to an end, and the end being clicks and views and subscribers. It will stunt their growth profoundly. They will never be able to get quality content creators and influencers to really gel with them. They'll never be able to get those cosigns because, for one, they haven't proven a talent for what they're doing, and they're using drama, which hurts people's brands as a mean to establish their own selves. Just doesn't work. So you actually have to bring something to the table if you want to grow.
Well, Conscious, let me play a devil's advocate. If I'm getting 10 people that like me beefing with other people, and you know, there is somebody, say there's a bigger figure, somebody who's bankrolling people to keep beefing because that's just what they feel is entertaining for them. Is there like any incentive for that, or do you just feel like the money is going to be worth beefing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that makes any sense.
That's another thing. That's another difference between uploaders and content creators. Uploaders can be manipulated with money. Money is like a witchcraft on these streets. It's a spell. Because you got the bottom feeders who just looking for $1 and looking for some attention. And they fall into the uploader category. That shit don't work on content creators. Content creators are not stunted by immediate money because they know if they commit in the long run to really branding themselves and sustaining the quality of what they bring to whatever platform they're utilizing, that they'll make more money in the long run just by being on the straight and narrow and cultivating a platform that has a purpose versus taking immediate money just to be weaponized against someone else. That shit is short-lived. And once again, it degrades your reputation. And it, once again, makes you a liability.
Right.
And so when you want to get in front of other larger content creators and you want to gel and you want to collaborate and you wonder why you can't get no hits and you wonder why your shit ain't sticking like grits.
Yes, grits.
It's because when they done Googled your ass and seen that everything that everybody got to say about you is completely horrendous and fucking horrible, there's no gain from them fucking with you. At all. None. You already don't have, there already isn't anything to gain because you ain't got the numbers, you don't got the clicks, you don't got the views, you don't got the subscribers, and then on top of that, you have a horrible fucking reputation. So where's the redemptive quality for a larger content creator to fuck with you? There isn't.
So just like in life,
your biggest selling point is going to have to be your actual talent, whatever that is. Whatever that is. But if it's drama, yeah, you're going to have them same 10 people in your stream that was there 4 years ago.
Damn. Okay, so with that, it's just like anything in life. If you try to base it around money, it's not going to work out. So,
well,
I mean, no, go ahead.
In the short term, yes. If you a short term kind of a bitch and you need a water bill paid now, sure, take all the fast money you can get. If you need a new motherfucking tire and a new goddamn muffler on the bike, bitch, do what you pop your motherfucking internet pussy accordingly.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, but if we're talking about the difference between uploaders and content creators, the difference is content creators want an actual career and they want long-term sustainable fruitfulness. The issue with beefing is that you have to keep starting shit to make whatever fucking money you're making. But the thing about just leading from your actual talent is that I can get on this motherfucker and just beef. And I don't have to have no gimmick. I don't have to have no villain in my script. I don't have to have no bad guy to war with. I can get on this motherfucker and make CTV the content and garner the fucking support of my supporters who PayPal and Cash at me every motherfucking time that I'm live, who sign up to and renew their Patreon subscription monthly. I would rather have cultivated what I have cultivated, which is being great at CTV, than having to rely on some short-lived, fast, quick scheme to success that has you working harder on these motherfucking streets and smarter. It's just not worth it.
So being an organic person is what's gonna get you the dub at the end of the day. And I think that's why I can't vibe with that sector, is because I feel like a lot of them are not being themselves, and they're not, because they're playing personas, they're playing characters. They're getting on YouTube and thinking that, you know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna act for tonight, and it's like, yeah, I'm not acting when I get on YouTube. I'm not acting. Like, it's just, I don't know. For me, I can't get on here and
How
act.
How is it that the homosexual nigga is the top dog nigga in this whole shit? The nigga in the pink hair. These niggas out here trying to be like, they out here trying to out nigga each other. They out here running behind pussy. They out here scoring each other up on the goofiest shit. And it's a nigga in a pink wig, thick ass, give him whiplash.
Girl.
Who got the thing that they all dick slanging to get. How is it that the gay nigga is the top nigga in the situation? The godmother. All you gotta do is look and observe. All you need is authenticity, and you just need to be good at whatever the fuck you're good at. See, the problem with me is that, bitch, I'm good at everything. I'm good at hair. I'm good at being cute.
Being a slut.
Bitch. I ain't got time to talk. Just high and by, bitch. Like, you just gotta be good. Like, this is not rocket science, and it's weird that people have made it rocket science, because it's not. Just be yourself and be really fucking good at it. But when you do, when you're producing from your ego, and you're producing from your pain body, and you're producing from envy and jealousy, like, a lot of these motherfuckers were the lonely, out of shape, felines wearing kids with the brown paper bag lunches in the cafeteria when they were younger.
Not felines.
So this is their time to be picked on the internet.
Okay.
Which is why everybody needs to be clicked up. Nobody can stand as an individual. You gotta pick sides, and they're willing to pussy pop for any level of acceptance or coin. You can put a price tag on that. And that goes for uploaders in general. Now, as it relates to the sector, I like people in the sector. And honestly, I don't really give a damn if they want to rip each other's heads off. I don't have a problem with nobody. I don't want a problem with nobody, because there just ain't no problem to be had. I'm not even invested in their damn drama and who don't like who and who ain't fucking with who. It does not matter to me. I don't give a damn. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't want nothing to do with it. And I'm just doing what I do, which is just getting to know people for who they are. Now, if you fuck that up, you fuck that up. It is what it is. But I'm just here, I'm just here to dance for y'all, Junior.
Okay, Anthony.
I'm just here to dance for y'all, Junior.
That's it.
That's it, baby. That's all I came to do, bitch.
I came to dance, and that's it.
I just came to dance, girl. I just came to dance, Junior. That's it. Oh, shit. So, bringing it on back, because, we got to get into some more things. is I just think there should be, if D-Darrell is going to be criticized for pursuing a restraining order, or if you're going to be criticized, knockout, for going to a parking lot, if breaking the culture is going to be criticized for pursuing a lawsuit, then that's same criticism need to be directed toward let me see your fucking menu, who also retained lawyers because she couldn't deal with being gagged and roasted.
And
just don't have no selective outrage on this motherfucker.
But Conscious, let's be real about the situation. The allegations or the accusations against D-Darrell are serious, right? A restraining order can be fought and all that, like,
and ultimately it's going to be resolved. Like most restraining orders are only granted
right.
for 3 to 6 months. I mean, restraining orders are really like, they're honestly stupid to pursue. They're not even like a lifetime injunction. They literally have the shortest life shelf, and the shit you have to go through. Like Sector is already talking about all the paperwork he got to fucking fill out just to even submit the shit. Like restraining orders are just not worth it. Like unless you truly feel afraid for your motherfucking life, then have at it. But I mean, if you don't really feel that way, it's honestly just not even fucking worth it.
And let's use your friend and her boyfriend that lives a floor under her as an example. That to me would be grounds for sure get a PTO, for sure get a restraining order. But I've never heard of a man taking out a restraining order on another man, especially one that he was threatening. But that's neither here nor there. The other thing about this is breaking the culture of silence has every single right to protect herself. Because I mean, why are we trying to shield a man who's obviously been going around and saying like disgusting things? People have seen the videos, so I don't understand why it's a question. Like breaking the culture of silence. Do you think that people haven't seen the videos that before they were deleted, or do you think that everybody saw them before?
Which video?
Hey to everybody first. Hi guys. First knockout, I wanted to say thank you because I did see you last night in a couple chats. I won't say necessarily taking up for me because I don't want to put it out like that because that's how people were perceiving it. You were taking up for the fact that you saw something that was happening that wasn't appropriate. It had gone too far and you stood 10 toes down in that. And you and I don't even talk right now. So I will definitely say 110%. I did appreciate you going to bat for me because even when they were coming hard at you, you were just like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I support breaking the culture on this. So thank you for that because you didn't have to do that. Secondly, I will say, I can't say if everybody saw that video that D-Darrell did because he pulled it down midstream. He pulled it down immediately. When he heard my live, he dropped it. Like he just started scrubbing. So a lot of people might not have seen it. I did send it to CTV, I believe. But I personally didn't want to be the one to replay it because I am going to take him to court. But if CTV wants to play it, I don't have a problem with you playing it. But I didn't want to be the one to play it because I can't obviously distribute something that I'm going to take you to court for. But I actually am going to pursue that simply off of the fact that it wasn't even about him. Like people were trying to make it seem like, oh, you know, she's coming for him because he said she's not cute and she's skinny. And I'm like, well, hold on. I've actually heard that from other people too. Like there have been other people that have said like, oh, she's not pretty, she's skinny, she's ugly, whatever. On her best day, she's ugly, whatever. It's like, fine. And I never went after them, but it was the grotesque things that he then went into saying, and it had been going on for months. And it was unwarranted. Like I didn't do anything to provoke him. And to say like she's a throat goat, she's spreading her legs, she's pussy popping, and she's this and it's that. And it's like, as a man, for you to just start attacking me like this, and you've been doing it for months unprovoked, it's not okay. And you're a therapist. If you would do this to me and you don't even fucking know me, and I didn't do anything to you, could you imagine one of his clients upsetting him? Could you imagine him like stalking them and to just start sexually harassing them?
Well,
that's
guys,
not okay.
Check this out. Look at this question. reckless logic and conscious. In breaking the culture, but reckless logic and conscious. I want y'all to really listen to this question. Okay, do you think that a therapist or that somebody that considers themselves professional, right? Especially, but let's talk about somebody who is a therapist at this point in time, right? And they deal specifically with victims of domestic abuse, uh sexual assault, all these different things, that umbrella under their services. Do y'all really think there can be a distinction between, okay, like that's just work, and then after work you forget about it and it's just whatever? Do you really think that somebody can have that much of a separation between work and life, or do you think that they carry that with them in their opinions and their normal rhetoric when they go about
I
their
want to
day
answer
in
that
life?
first. I want to answer that first. I mean, to be honest, yes. Like, most people are completely dualistic, and most people have like one face they show for their family, one face they show for the church, one face they show professionally, one face they show like that's most people in general. So certainly, you can be compartmentalized in that way. Most human beings are.
But so you think you can deal with somebody who's dealing with verbal abuse, let's say from a spouse, or just even the like, and then come back on YouTube and dish that same thing out? Do you feel like there's something to be reported about that? Because I feel like that's extremely contradictory. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's somebody who's not really professional, because how could you believe in what you're doing if you're perpetuating that same thing?
Well,
I
some
think. Oh, okay. So I
go
think
ahead.
I will agree with Conscious that yes, we are multifaceted. We do show different faces for different things. But however, I will say, this is also, because keep in mind too, this is not something that people just said. This is stuff that also has been recorded. So it will tarnish, I don't want to say your brand because I don't know what he is, but I will say it would kind of go against your credit, as in people being like, okay, you're good at your job, but then when they see that, it's gonna make people like kind of have like a double take. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. I'm like, girl.
Okay. Well, breaking the culture
and
side.
and, and I was going to say this before you get to breaking the culture knockout. Um, this is another thing about like careers and jobs is you don't have to believe in what you do for a living. You just have to be qualified to do the job. So that's why you have like a lot of terrible teachers. You have a lot of like terrible police officers. Like technically they passed the exams and went through the academy and can technically do the job, but clearly if they act out of order and out of accordance, then there's something else at work. But my motto is the same. I just feel like for those who have something to lose, if you work in a field where your personal life can be weaponized against you, against your professional career, like you have to be mindful of that. You cannot expect people you're fucking with to show you grace and mercy, because out here in these YouTube streets, it's a wild, wild motherfucking West. Like people are going to get at you in whatever way they can, because while you may think it's cute to destroy somebody's reputation, which is not, especially in the day and age where a lot of companies, a lot of institutions are even vetting their employees. They are vetting the talent they want to book by utilizing the internet to research people. Like, you may take that lightly because it's not your reputation being slammed. And so somebody may not also think that they should have to consider your livelihood then, because our reputations are a part of our livelihood. So when you get out here and discredit people and you tarnish people's fucking names, and that shit is findable because the internet is a public square, then you damn right people are going to return the goddamn favor. They're going to launch those missiles back and they're going to injure you. Now, for me,
That's bisexual behavior, knockout. Stop it.
I yield the floor to Breaking the Culture.
I will say that personally, knowing that he is trying to become a licensed, or he's trying to basically get a clearance to work with men who have dealt with, incarceration or rehabilitation from abuse. What he did to me and the things that I've heard, like the rap that he did of Carrie Ann, the things he said about AAS was disgusting. Like the things he even said about Knockout, like sexual harassment isn't just for women. Like Knockout was sexually harassed. CTV was sexually harassed. Like there's
Ooh.
no way around it. I mean, in all
I
actuality,
don't even want to put myself in. I don't even want to say none
well,
of
I'm
that.
just saying it in general, though. Like, people think that sexual harassment is only man to woman, and that's not true. Like, it can be man to man, it could be woman to man. Like, I could sexually harass you, I could sexually harass Knockout. You know what I mean? Just like it can be done. And my whole thing is just when you're in these spaces and you're doing these things, like, I don't personally think that this person should be allowed to deal with people of domestic violence, because what if I had been dealing with domestic violence in my personal life, and then I have this person online saying these type of things? He don't know where my emotional state is. He doesn't know where my mental state is. He doesn't know where he could have pushed me from the things he said. He didn't just say like, oh, she's not pretty, she's skinny. No, you actually literally, you went OD, and you've been doing it for months, and you thought it was okay because I wasn't saying anything. Just like I wanted to touch on how people, because I noticed Knockout, you got the question last night, and I felt bad because when you got the question, I was watching your stream. I didn't even realize that I'm thinking that everyone was on your stream, not that you were streaming another show with your ass. I'm like, how you streaming this man's show on this man's show? So I was confused, but you did get the question. And I felt bad because you did kind of pause because you didn't know. But they had asked you, like, well, wouldn't Andrea be considered a hypocrite because she sexualized Photon, and then
Yeah,
she
can you
sexualized.
speak? Can you
Yes, I
speak?
actually want to speak to that. Yes, and you sexualized. Let me see your transcripts. I was like, all right, cool. Like, and Knockout didn't really know what to say, but when it came to Photon, it's like people like to spin narratives. Let's tell what really went down. You called me a whore. You called me a slut, and then I said, so you got little dick energy. So that's not me harassing you. Sexually harassing you, or harassing you in general, is unwanted contact, and that's me harassing you. It's me keep contacting you, me keep making content about you. That's not what I did to him. He called me a whore. He kept calling me a slut. And I said, you got a little dick energy. What you want from me? That's what I said. But of course, Star, being Stargate, took the shit out of context and tried to make it seem like I just came for Photon and just started sexually harassing him. Let me see your transcripts. That bitch will never be a victim. She could never be a victim. I don't care what nobody say. I did say what I said, and I meant what I said. When I said that she probably sits in the basement and has pictures and probably twiddles herself to me, I meant what I said. That woman sexually harassed me, and she berated me, spoke on my womb, talked about my sexual organs with men. On top of that, on a panel for 2 years. And when I finally bite back and call her fat and say that she twiddles herself to me, that's not me sexually harassing her.
Okay, breaking the culture of silence. Thank you for bringing that up. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but these people are coming from a place of not knowing that there was 2 years of abuse that you and Conscious TV and amongst others had put up with. So they're thinking that it's like, oh, well, breaking the culture of silence is just coming out of nowhere and attacking let me see your transcripts, or that we are just attacking let me see your transcripts. And it's like, it's not even at all like that. Like, y'all are missing a whole novel of
Well, and
you.
she did that tonight. She was actually in the chat on a panel that I was in, and she tried to play dumb, like she didn't know what I was talking about, because I called her out on it. I'm like, you're not going to sit up here and try to portray this woman like she's a victim. Like, absolutely not. This woman literally sat on a panel for 2 years and harassed me. She harassed me, and she physically stalked me, like actually stalked me and my family and my minor children. She talked about my womb. She talked about who I sleep with. She talked about my body shape. She talked about my hair. She talked about my skin tone. So that's not me harassing her. Harassing her would be me keep contacting her, keep fucking with her, and it's unwanted and unwarranted. She will never be a victim. And I
And
said
then
what I said.
let's not even forget that Daryl had a lot. Well, I'm
Oh,
sorry,
God.
sorry,
Prison
Fupa had a live last night explaining that he did a 12-part series, which really it was like a 50-part series on you. You know, a
Mm-hmm.
while ago, that he's gonna send all of that information over to a certain somebody, so that way they have it and they can use it against you, which I guess would fall under some kind of like extortion or blackmail type of thing. Because yeah,
Well, I
Before,
talked about that in
hold
my
on,
video because
hold on. Before you speak to that breaking the culture, I just want to say, wow, there are a lot of people who are uninformed and don't know, to knock out media's point. I don't really give a fuck what people don't know, because unless you are somebody who can actually do something about the shit I've endured, I don't give a fuck about what you know, what you think you know, but the fuck you don't know. I don't give a fuck what research you haven't done. I don't give a fuck if you have not maintained continuity. I don't give a damn if you just jumping in, because you ain't no motherfucker who have authority to move the circumstances and variables around in my situation anyway. So I don't even get into explaining myself to a bunch of uninformed, deftone ass motherfuckers who are irrelevant to begin with. The bitch who's already getting dragged is irrelevant. The uninformed motherfuckers behind her are even more motherfucking irrelevant. So I wouldn't even waste my motherfucking breath giving a flying fuck. And that's why when I dragged that bitch in the Rev G interview, and dusty chap lip ass niggas went to sounding off, I sat back and ate my motherfucking popcorn and feasted, because them hoes thought that sounding off was gonna keep me off that bitch's neck, and I went on to roast her several more times after that, and will do so until the Black Holy Ghost tell me that this bitch's case has been rested. So I don't really honestly think we should even do a lot of explaining.
okay, so
Unless it's before a judge or some goddamn official. These motherfuckers.
but see, this is the thing. We're getting into the victim shaming, and that's extremely sensitive at this point in time. So it's like you can go ahead and keep victim shaming somebody, but you're gonna get your little hip hop channel canceled. And that was what I was trying to tell somebody. You just because you cover Roddy Ricch getting shot or whatever does not make you some extraordinary YouTube guru. You've never seen a woman so pressed to be a starving victim. I'm
But that's
confused.
the thing, though. Like, knockout. The thing that I have learned is that some people will be trolls. Some people are going to say what they say. At the end of the day, these men are upset that I'm speaking out about another man. Not all men are like you. Not all men. Just hear me out. Not all men are like you. Not all men are like some of the. Because there were people in that sector that actually was like, hey, what he did wasn't right. Like, there were men that did stand up over there just like you did. But then there are men that are mad, obviously, that a woman is coming for a man, and they're going to obviously victim shame me. It just gives me Harvey Weinstein vibes all day. And that's okay. And I'm cool with them victim shaming me. I've been through victim shaming for what, 3 years now, Conscious, I would say. And that's real. It's been going on for 3 years, from the whole my situation with Victor to now. And it's like, it doesn't bother me, because at the end of the day, I know that I didn't do anything to derail. I know that I didn't do anything to let me see a transcript. And I know I didn't do anything to star. And can't none of them ever prove that I did. Because if they could, they would have done it by now. So with that being said, they could feel how they want. They could say what they want. It's not going to change my mind on derail. It's not going to make me not do what I need to do to press the gas on him. And that's that. When it comes to Photon, honestly, I like Photon's content. I actually listen to him. He's so New York. He's cool. You know, he said some bad things about me, but Photon didn't do what Derail did. He didn't sexually harass me. He just called, you know, she's a bitch, she's a whore, whatever, she's a dominatrix. And then he kept going. And he did say those things. But there's a difference.
I feel like anybody who got to go out of their way to talk about how they're not attracted to you is the person who's the most attracted to you in the room.
Hey,
No, that's a fact.
You have to go down a laundry list of why somebody is not your type. Is because they in fact are your type, and you feel inferior to their asses because your type is the type that's out of your motherfucking league.
And then check this out. That same person that's trying to victim shame you right now was on Derail's platform talking about, hey, she looks good. Breaking the culture is hard. Yeah, she looks real good. Yeah. And then, like, you know, they're over there having like a locker room talk or whatever about you on their channel, and it's like strange. It's
I
very
just take
strange.
it with a grain of salt because that's what these people do. They troll. But I will say, even though Poetic Flacco is in the comment section low key trolling, he's actually stood up for me before. He's just riding with his boy, and I get it. And I don't take it personal because I actually watch all their content. I be seeing
Everybody got it.
I be
Even
seeing
Trump got supporters.
you know what I mean? Poetic be ladies and gentlemen of the culture gather around. Like I be here for it. I watch the content. I look at the stuff. I don't take it all to heart. I don't take everything to heart. But what D Darrell did, he crossed the line, and I stand by that. But as far as them going in the chat trying to victim shame me, it's like at this day and age, it's the norm. It's why victims don't come forward, because this is what happens. The victim then becomes put on trial. That's what they tried to do to me today. Oh, well, she said this about, let me see your transcripts. Listen, I'm gonna stand down. I'm gonna double down on what I see it. I see it what I see it. And if she really feels some type of way, you pay for her for a lawyer and tell that hoe to take me to court. It's that simple. And I told a couple people that if y'all really feel I sexually harassed this woman, get you a GoFundMe, build this bitch a case, and holler at me. Matter of fact, I will meet you downstairs just so you can serve me. I'll meet you at the front door, bitch. But I do hear exactly what you're saying, because victim shaming is wrong. And at the end of the day, if you're wrong, you're wrong. The man was wrong. But if you want to play it, you could play it, CTV, because some people didn't hear it and they really do believe.
I'm down.
Because D Darrell tried to say that he didn't really say anything. He just said that I wasn't attractive. That's what they tried to downplay it as.
Before we play it, I will say that there were definitely me and D Darrell ended up on Binary's panel, and I was telling him I don't understand how this beef started. Like, I don't understand when there was a breaking the culture versus D Darrell, or D Darrell versus breaking the culture, and everybody was like, there is no beef. He just jumped into a female fight. He just jumped into a situation between two women. And I'm like, that has to be what happened, because I don't understand what possible, because you haven't spoken to him since we were initially on his platform, like I was before.
I never had a conversation with him outside of that one live that you and I jumped on that panel and ran old girl off. I haven't spoken to him, and
So
the video started like what, 2 days later? I think the video started.
You mean to tell me breaking the culture, he's been harassing you and you haven't said anything at all about him other than that one time? Oh, wow. And you weren't even saying anything about him. You're on his panel answering questions, just having a conversation. So unwarranted. But yeah, you can.
Even if you don't think it qualifies poetic, the whole thing is you're not the judge and neither am I. So only the judge can decide. If you believe that it doesn't qualify as criminal sexual harassment, I'm cool with that. You have a right to believe what you want to believe. I'm still going to be gathering around to, rate our beautiful women, ladies of the culture. I will be over there. But that's that. Like, you don't have to agree with what I'm doing. I'm pressing the gas. I have a right to press the gas. And that's just that. It doesn't matter how anybody feels about it. I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
See, this is interesting. I just find it interesting because when Sector TV was talking about pursuing a restraining order, everybody's like, do what you have to do. So what's good for the goose has to be good for the gander.
But he's a man, and that's the difference.
It means, yeah. Well, no. It simply means that if D Darrell has a right to take a situation that's happening and do what he feels is in his best interest, which is getting a restraining order, that means that other people who are feeling and being attacked by him have the same right. Now, of course, it never feels good when the rabbit has the goddamn gun, ever. It never does. It never does. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And to Reckless's point, if the car can go forward, the car can go backwards. The street goes both ways. So to be fair, if it's fair for Sector TV to apply paperwork, then it's fair for BTCOS to apply paperwork.
I have a question. Am I clear? Like, do I sound clear? I am.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you put that comment back on the screen, please? Yes, ma'am.
Which comment?
The one talking about fair.
Poetic Flacco, if you want to hit the link, you can hit the link too, sir.
He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that.
He's actually telling the truth though. He really did defend me. That's why I said when it comes to this, I can't really be too tight with him because he did defend me.
He's been on the panel. He's been on the panel where Jarrell's been talking about you. So I don't understand where all this.
Well, see, I didn't hear all that. I can just say I just know from one panel that I personally saw Poetic on. Somebody was coming for me, and Poetic did stand up for me because he was like, "Y'all don't even know her, and y'all coming for her like that. Like she didn't do nothing to you." He really did stand up for me, but I don't know. I only follow his, I follow his community wall because I like, looking at beautiful women. That's what I do on my free time, I guess. But anyhow,
now
I can say for me personally, I did see him defend me once. This is the only other time that I've ever actually interacted with Poetic outside of that one time that he did defend me where where D-Darrell came for me and he was like, "You really don't know her. Why are you coming for her?"
Here's another thing. What somebody should have told the rest of the sectors about the church sector, aka the sweet sector, is that we're also the lawsuit and drag your ass into court sector.
Yes, come on, Snake.
That part. I mean, that's only a part of our reputation as a people. Is we get it popping in a white man's court sector.
Okay, I have a question. That Poetic, right? Isn't that the same
Poetic
person?
is here.
Okay.
He's on a panel now, so you can ask him directly anything you need to ask him.
Okay, because I was trying to see the whole thing about the fair and stuff. Is it the same person that was taken up for black men yesterday? That was taken up for black men yesterday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's it.
You was dragging me, Flacco? You was dragging me again?
No, right. So, right. So, like, I think like we were talking about like Jada and like Lil Baby, right? But right. So here, right. So for example, right. So like 2 days ago, I think or like the day after, like that night that he dropped the video on Andrea, right? And he went live, and during that live, again, people heard me and everybody heard me say, "Listen, man, like I think you calling her ugly like that, bro. That's cap. That's not true, right?" So I actually can say, "Yo, listen, like the comments were inappropriate." Right, but he's a black man who has a family to feed, who's also a therapist, right?
And so do I, but I'm a black woman that have a family to feed, and you're putting out horrible content on the internet about me, and my career is based around the internet. I am a actual professional model. I actually am a actual content creator on other platforms. And as Conscious said, when people look to book us, they look all over the internet. So when you're hashtagging my name and when you're tagging my breaking the culture of silence to horrible, horrendous things, you're affecting my livelihood. And whether you believe that it affects my livelihood or not, it does. I get paid to be on the internet. So when people were pulling me and CTV had a whole conversation about this. When people were pulling me, they're pulling this stuff up. So if he can affect my livelihood, why can't I affect his? Especially when I didn't do anything to him. It'd be one thing if I had done something to this man. It'd be one thing if I had been making content, berating him, putting him down. No, he just started attacking me and dragging me across the internet for no reason. And he was using my government name when he was doing it. That affects my pocket. So why can't I go for his too?
Can I like ask though? Because again, like I only seen like that like one video. How long has this been going on for?
He has made multiple videos. There were he made at least 3 that were specifically labeled to me, and he has mentioned my name in at least 6 or 7 videos. And every time it's I'm a whore, I spread my legs for married men, I'm a slut, I take it in the ass, I'm a throat goat. Like, I mean, he has said some pretty fucking horrendous things about me, and this is my reputation.
On her. Bishop's running,
and he threatens me. Yes, says that people are running trains on me. He has threatened me. He has threatened my livelihood, all types of things. So it's like, it's not like I just came out cap because he said one thing about me and said I wasn't cute or I'm skinny. Bitch, I know I'm cute. I may not have the body that you like, but bitch, I'm never ugly. I get paid to look the way I look, so I'm not pressed one way or another. And the man that I love loves my ass. So
Andrea, was your mother a prostitute?
No, my mother was not a prostitute. And to even speak on my mother who is deceased, it's horrible. Like, why are you speaking on my dead mother? What is wrong with you? I'm not speaking on your family. So it's just the whole point of This wasn't just no one incident and I just screamed file. This man has been fucking with me for over 4 months and I asked him to stop and it just got worse and led up to now I'm about to come for that ass because you're fucking with my money. Now I'm going to fuck with yours. You want to harass me and I'm not bothering you. And I can prove to the courts that I have not done anything to this man. And I can prove harassment because there are over 5 videos.
Yo, I will say this though, man. If it's been 4 months, then I want to personally apologize, right? Because I didn't know, I guess, like how extensive, like you guys, like, like back and forth or, beef was, right? So that I didn't know, right?
That's the whole thing. There was never a back and forth. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This man literally harassed me. I never responded to D-Darrell. Never. So he harassed me. It wasn't no back and forth. It wasn't no beef. I don't even want some G shit. I can't even tell you what his beef is with me because I never did nothing to this man. And everybody on this panel outside of Reckless would know that I really didn't do anything to this man.
I'm just trying to figure out, why would he talk about your mom and assume anything about her without knowing you or ever having a conversation with you?
But that's I mean, hell, Star did it. Star said I sleep with married men and then stood down 10 toes. And then she said that Victor was married. And then when we proved it, the bitch, Conscious literally gave her the shit. He slapped her in the face, up and down, dragged her all up and down the hallway with the evidence. And she still lied. That's what they do.
And then when did that ever classify as roasting or getting the best of you verbally?
Well, that's different. Roasting me is saying, oh, she's not cute. Oh, she's, she's skinny, or oh, she's flat chested. That's roasting me. You actually saying that people are running trains on me and that my mom's a crackhead and that all this horrible stuff. It's like, who the fuck, like, how dare, that is harassment.
Do y'all think though, like somebody told him those things, or like he just made it up? Because I don't think like Godfather would just like.
It doesn't matter. He's a grown ass man.
Yeah, it don't matter how it happened. The point is, he did it, and he didn't even have the decency. When I asked him to stop, this is my thing. When he did what he did, he ended up deleting the video. He deleted that and other videos. He didn't just delete that one video. He deleted multiple videos, but luckily we had them already. But when he realized that I was serious about what he was doing, he couldn't even be a man and be like, you know what, breaking up. He could have even reached out to me privately if he had wanted to. My email been all over my page. He could have reached out privately, like, you know what, break. If he didn't want to do it publicly, break it. I'm sorry. Or whatever. I won't, I'll back off. I apologize he didn't even have the decency to do that. Instead, he doubled down just like Star and then continued to victimize me. That's not okay.
Well,
and he said it himself that he went too far. He said it on Binary Code. I actually have the clip where he said himself that he went too far and he don't give a fuck. And he's always went too far and no one's ever checked him. And that's why he does what he does. I have the audio.
Ooh.
And he said that on Binary Channel. And I have the audio.
Girl.
So, Flacco, I have a question because you have ended up in your fair share of controversy on these streets.
Sure.
What do you feel is the proper etiquette? Because I know, you a lot like me. Like, sometimes we'll lose our motherfucking minds all together on this motherfucker. So, so is that still your approach? Is like anything kind of goes, or do you think there should be boundaries?
Nah, so check it out though, right? So when I first came into the whole YouTube space thing, I was 21, right? I'm 23 right now, man. So the last 2 years have been a great life lesson. You feel me, man? So again, for me it's like this, right? If they take off the gloves first, then all things go. However, all things go if you don't value your YouTube channel, right? You feel me? So if you're just trying to be him aggressive, cool. But for me personally, right, I do feel like if we're all, let's say, in a sector, there has to be parameters, right? And we even try to have a sector council, right, where both sides come together and say, okay, here's the rules. And if any content creator cross this, they get excommunicated and canceled and banned from all panels, right? We tried doing that, but both sides couldn't get along, right? So again, when I first came into the quote unquote sector, it was all thing goes, fuck that, let's go, right? But right now, bro, I do think, man, certain things like moms, dead moms, stuff like that, bro, is off the limits, right? And then also too, man, just outright lies and slander, like, to me,
Why do you
it's too
enable
far.
it? Why are you enabling it?
How do I enable
What do you mean
it?
you don't enable it? Do you not get on your Godfather
I'm asking how.
and say, "Hey, Godfather, what?" and encourage him? Have you not done that?
I say, hey, Godfather, and like ask questions. Yeah.
And you ask questions that enable him to keep up with the behavior. You never check him on anything. You know that, right?
I do check him on. Yeah,
No,
of
you
course.
don't. No, you don't, because you're
Yeah,
afraid
of
of losing
course.
your cash apps.
I was about to ask that. Is it true that D Real got all y'all on payroll? Because it's going around that all y'all on payroll.
Sis.
Well, not
again,
all,
right?
but it's a lot of
Yeah.
y'all. They saying that it's on payroll.
Nah, right? So, okay, right? So, like, here's where, like, that thing kind of, like, it came from, right? So, when I first got into the sector, I got here because anti-Afro Svengali, right, was calling the city of Chicago and telling her like audience, right, to call the city and lie on a black-owned business just to get them shut down. Why, right? Because she was upset and like pissed off that black-owned business refused to get intimidated by them and still let Umar Johnson have his book signing. So anti-Afro and them told their supporters to leave bad reviews, right, to ruin them folks' business and to call the city of Chicago. So then I came in, bombs away, just to defend that black-owned business, right? So I did some things I wasn't proud of. Now, while my live chats was going on, the Real will come and donate $100 here, $200 here, et cetera, right? So they seen it as, yo, like, this kid is like 21 years old, doxing, doing things that are kind of illegal, and you're out here donating. So like, they seen it as bankrolling, but I just seen it as him showing love.
Flocko, legitimate question. Was this before your big 44,000 subs? Is this before your YouTube, you found your niche or whatever?
Yes.
This is before 15K a month.
Yes.
Okay. So you're telling me when you were 20, 21, whatever, when you were just on YouTube, that you weren't accepting money to dox or to pass around this information is so that way they can get at people and roast them better.
No.
You weren't doing that.
Never did. No.
Flocko, come on.
No, facts, bro. I personally have never taken cash to like dox somebody. No.
Well, you know that's a narrative around your name, though, right?
Right. And like, why though, right? It's because, again, right, is those people couldn't understand. Yo, hold up now, like, why didn't you just let us attack black-owned businesses? Why didn't you let us just harass people? I personally came in trying to be somebody who stick up for black-owned business, right? Because, again, man, y'all really don't know who anti-Afro is, man. She's manipulative. She's vindictive. She's an evil son
But
of a
this
you know
isn't
what.
about anti, though. This is about.
And in what
this
way?
isn't about
what
her.
way are you talking about other than what D Real does? If he's bankrolling people to do his bidding, if y'all claim that anti-Afro does that, then why are y'all? How is that? Because y'all are hypocrites. Because D Real is doing the same thing. Whoever else in that sector who's passing around money for people to give them information or whatever the case, why are y'all trying to cast anti-Afro as a boogeyman if everybody is doing the same thing?
Question though. So like, when you say like, and he's bankrolling, why do you take their word as a fact that he's bankrolling people to dox and stuff like that?
I don't even have to take their word because I see him. I see there. It's obvious on y'all's platform. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna send you a little something, or he sends binary something after he gets into it with everybody on CTV's live. It's obvious, bro. It's not like he's doing it behind the scenes. He's doing it right there in front of everybody. So we know that y'all get money. It's not like it's
would you say right like that is like positive reinforcement, or does bankrolling?
It's bankrolling, especially when you're sending $200-$300 a piece, and you're committing the behavior. Like, yeah, for sure.
I will say this though, right? Like, Darrell has never like hit somebody up like be like behind the scenes and say, yo, listen, here's like $200 here, dox that person, call their business, leave bad reviews. He never did that, right? Now, if he's taking great and extreme joy and some other content creators attacking his enemies that he's donating just to piss them off, that's a little bit different than, yo, he's bankrolling this shit just to be messy.
Well, since you're talking about Anti is in the comments. She said that you threatened her with sexual torture. You threatened her with sexual torture?
Oh, yeah, let's talk about it, right? Oh yes, listen,
She
perfect.
also just said,
Perfect.
Flacco, that you better stop talking about her or she will be contacting the FBI again on your ass.
Let's talk about it, guys, right? Right.
Oh, that's ghetto.
Right. Listen, though, right? Listen, right? Look, listen, man. First off, right? She's batshit crazy. Listen, right? And her emails leaked where, yo, like, she's legit telling somebody, yo, I just created a fake Shock and Ryle account and left some gay comments in like Couch Potato chat so he could go ahead and attack Shock and Ryle. So first off, she's batshit crazy. Now, second of all, right? And here's what she called, quote unquote, sexual torture, right? So somebody asked, right, who would you fuck? Like, would you fuck, let me see your like transcript or anti-Afro? I said, listen, if I had to choose, I will fuck anti-Afro, right? Because one, I just hate the bitch, right? So fucking the shit out of her would be easy, right? So,
wow.
Right, yeah, right, boom, right? So she took like those words as like, oh my God, and he said he would sexually torture me and rape me. Listen, right?
Well,
So
she's kind of not wrong though, Flacco. I mean, that's kind of, yeah, that's kind of bad. I'm not gonna hold you. I mean, you got to call out bad behavior. That's pretty
fucking the shit
vile.
out of a woman isn't really like torture though, right? Like it's like,
if you say that you're going to F the S out of me, I promise you I'm pressing charges on you. That is sexual assault. That's verbal sexual assault. Look it up. It is.
Your boyfriend never told you that shit?
That's my boyfriend though. That's a difference.
Yeah,
if you were dragging her because you hated her and said that you would fuck her because you hated her, that's some other shit. I would be scared, but that's just me.
No, right, somebody asked me, right, would I choose between her or let me see your like transcript, right? I said I would choose her because of this. And yo, it was like one comment once, right?
She said you said that you would F her to hurt her inside. Is that what you said?
Nah, like that's bullshit. Right?
But the okay, continue.
Check it out though, right? Now, right? Her whole little like big little play is, oh look, I'm gonna call the FBI. Fam. She called the fucking hotline, right? And them folks was like, yeah, oh, okay, right? And rush that old sorry bitch off the line, bro. Like, listen up, bro. Again, man, like, she has no power. She's broke as shit, right? Again, these are old motherfucking hags, bro. Listen, man, like, I'll tell you right now, bro, she is batshit crazy, man. Like, she just lies for no reason. And then three, yo.
But she didn't lie about this, though. You literally just admitted that you were angry with her, and you said that you would fuck her because you was angry with her. I'm just saying, I'm calling out that. That's pretty vile.
No. Listen, right, but she called, right, like and said that I will rape and torture her. That's not. Come on, bro. Again, right?
Christ.
Right. You feel me? Right. So, right. It's a furthest thing from that, right? And like that's like my big like issue though, right? Is folks don't know how to just like tell the facts, right? She could have called and said, yo, and he made a very inappropriate comment about me. Cool. But folks in this sector like to gas some shit. Called and said, oh my God, he said he would rape and torture me. What the fuck?
But maybe that's how she perceived what you said to her. Because I ain't gonna hold you. If you was angry with me, I'm just keeping it G. If as a woman, and I'm just saying this for me, like for me, the men up here, CTV and Knockout, no, I'm not really rah-rah with dudes. That's just not my thing. I'll get rah-rah with a shorty in a whole minute because we equals. But men, I look at y'all a little bit different. I don't really rock with y'all, like fight with y'all like that, because I know I can't beat y'all. If y'all came to smack the shit out of me, you would fuck my world up. I understand that. I'm not a dumb bitch. But as a woman, if you were angry with me and you got on your panel and you were talking about fucking the shit out of me because you're angry with me, I'm not going to hold you. I would be very offended. I would dead ass press charges on you too, because that's crazy. Like that's kind of like you could have said a lot of things, but to go to the sexual, that's a lot.
So breaking the culture and conscious and everybody, you see what I'm talking about? Where these people don't think it's wrong what D Darrell was doing because they participate in some kind of like. And Flacco, this is no shot at you. I mean, maybe you just don't know any better because you're 23, but you don't say that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
She could have said, right, again, a very inappropriate comment. But again, right, we was asked who will we fuck, her or you know.
But that's the thing. Why is that even a conversation? Why are you guys even on a panel sexualizing the women in your chat to where you're holding panels about fucking them? Like you don't think that that's
again, that's a
wrong?
whole different conversation, though, right? While we're having that and like rape and torture are two different things.
So being a creep is okay, but rape and torture is
no, right? I'm saying, right? Right. She could have easily like said like that without gassing it, right? Again, right? So again, when she says rape and torture, to me, that's an outright lie.
I'm gonna say this because I have been listening. I think the whole thing is that when you said, you know, you guys are having like a panel, you guys asked a genuine question, and you said that you would fuck her, but however you'll fuck the shit out of her because you know you already hate her, so it'd be easy. Like the thing is that we're saying is that what they're trying to say is that you have to be careful with stuff like that because because you don't know how she could have perceived it differently. Obviously, what your intention was, it was just like, oh, okay, I was about to shit out of her. But however, she could have perceived it as the R word. But however, in the same token, you have to be careful and protect yourself only because what happened if she's able to use that to her advantage? So that's all that we're saying, that you have to be careful of the things that you say. Because yes, even if she probably doesn't, I'm not saying that she doesn't, y'all. But even if she doesn't, it truly in her heart would have felt that way, that was ammunition for her to use. You get what I'm saying? To where she can at least manipulate if that was the case. So you just have to be careful.
Though, right? Mm-hmm. And those boys like laughed her off the fucking phone. Listen, yo, like, y'all should please listen to like her quote unquote FBI call, man. She called a fucking call center and them boys laughed her off the phone, right? So when she says like, I'm calling, you know, quote unquote FBI, she's talking to call center fucking employees, man. Like the bitch is batshit crazy.
But Flacco, are you from here?
Me, no.
You're from Haiti?
No.
Where are you from?
West Africa.
Okay. So do you think that her making her reports is gonna get you deported?
I'm a U.S. citizen.
You have your green card?
I'm a U.S. citizen. Like,
yo, you passed the citizenship test. Listen, I helped somebody study for that bitch. That is not easy. I failed that whole like 10 times.
But you have your citizenship.
Yeah.
How? Like, do you have a green card?
I'm past the green card stage, bro.
Basically, he's saying he took the citizenship test and he is a legal citizen.
Okay, and then Conscious, real quick, can I?
So if he passed that legal, I'm telling y'all now, if this man passed that test, he's not dumb, which means that he knows what he said about AAS is true. Well, not AAS is true, it's wrong.
From West Africa, they scam. Okay, Conscious, do you have
scam?
Can I smoke?
Don't we all scam though?
Conscious. Can I smoke?
Oh, I thought you was already speaking. Yeah.
No, can I smoke?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
I mean, smoking is okay on here, right?
Smoke my CBD.
Smoking is okay on here, right?
Yeah, I was pretty sure. That's why I was asking. I was like, I don't know, because on my platform, I'd be chiefing. But okay, so Flacco,
where get these wigs from?
Yo,
where to get my wigs from?
At first you over here giving Marilyn Monroe, and next thing I know, I look up, you over here giving Ice Cube. So I don't know what the hell be going on, bitch.
I'm gonna start getting Conscious to send me some because I like to put them on, and that's not Flacco. How's that bisexual behavior?
Oh Lord, I knew he was talking about
that. Well, again, right, like, I mean personally, right. I never said that this right here is bisexual behavior. However, your right, However, man, the way you talk and act sometimes and move, you know, and gestures and mannerism comes off as if you're gay. However, some folks probably grew up around, you know, a bunch of females, right, and just acquired those things. So I don't know how.
Okay,
Wait, so you think that knockout comes across as gay?
As super feminine, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't really get that vibe from him. I'm kind of shook at. Like, I mean, I laugh at the wigs because the
Flacco
wigs
is
are
capping.
funny, but
Don't even.
I was about to
serious.
say
Flacco
knockout giving
is
Big
capping.
D
Stop
energy.
entertaining Flacco. Flacco is capping. He's trolling right now.
No, listen, man. I support people for their community. For me, right? Like, trust me, man. Like,
You do realize the host is,
huh?
like, what do you mean you do support people?
Yeah.
The host and
I have no issues like with people from that community. Like, I love them, right? But like, you do come off as that way sometimes.
what are gay mannerisms? Can you explain those to me?
Feminine, you feel me? Right? You just like, you know, again, you just move feminine.
Oh, bitch.
What is moving feminine?
Is that, my brother, is moving feminine?
I need you to expound a little more.
You speak feminine, you talk right. Again, bro. Like, you speak feminine, you like talk feminine. Your hand gestures, how you, your whole being, bro. It's just feminine, right? Again, man. I don't know why you do it. You just do it, bro.
So do you feel like you exude masculine behavior? You feel like you're the epitome of a man?
Me? Yeah, of course.
For real?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So with that being said, I need you to explain again, how does it fall into bisexual behavior? Because you're saying mannerisms and that I look gay, but I don't know how you look gay or how you move gay. How do you do that?
Again, my brothers, what I said was you act feminine. And traditionally, right, that is attributed to gay men, right? So again, my whole thing is you act feminine, so hence I just assumed you were gay, right? Now I think somebody said on like one panel, like you came out as like bisexual. Again, I said, cool. And kept it pushing because, yo, I never cared.
Huh. Okay. Okay, Flacco, do you think that men in your sector are attracted to CTV?
What?
Do you think that men in your sector are attracted to CTV?
Watch this.
I would say probably, again, like, do you count as being like in my sector or no?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Okay, cool. So cool. So like, if Knockout Media was in like my sector, then I would say probably just him. But like, since he's not, then nobody.
You don't think that D Durrell, you don't think that D Durrell and binary are attracted to CTV?
I don't think, nah, bro. Again, right?
You attracted to CTV?
Binary has been married now for like what? Like, he's been married like twice to a woman, right? So
that doesn't matter. He likes to cheat. He likes to touch on people. So
has binary showed you any qualities though? Like,
are you attracted to CTV?
No.
Are you sure?
Am I sure? Yes, my nigga, positive.
What makes you attracted to a woman? Tell me what the qualities are in a woman that attracts.
What?
What qualities in a woman attract you? What attracts you to a woman? You don't know?
Again, right? Like, my personal type is a big ass, big tits, you know, and like smooth skin, very, very, very feminine, very submissive, you know, like nice plump lips, you know, like that's my type for a woman.
CTV, how do you explain yourself? Thick, right?
Pink with thick ass, give them whiplash.
Would you say your skin is smooth? Do you show your skin a lot?
I think it's fleeky. I think it's
so. Let's see. Like the other questions. So
a question for you, Knockout. Would you call Consciouztv thick?
I haven't seen Conscious TV in person, so I wouldn't know.
I say slim thick.
All right.
Slim thick.
I'm
Do
thick.
you think that he's cute? Knockout Media?
I think he's handsome.
Oh man.
It's gay for another man to call another man handsome.
Only a man
Who said it was gay?
in his sexuality, Flacco, could have the confidence to acknowledge that another man is attractive. It doesn't mean that you are sexually attracted to another man, but it's
I
mean
never
that
said
you
that.
have eyeballs and you can see that another man is clearly attractive.
Nah, I just asked him a question. You feel me? If so, you was cute.
It was the other behind the scenes sounds that you made that led us that led us to that conclusion. But also too, it took Conscious point is that another thing about heterosexual men, you guys also know when a motherfucker ugly as well. You're like, bitch, you ugly as fuck. So
I think I'm slim thick.
girl, take that out the damn screen.
I think I'm slim thick. I mean, I think it's giving. I think it's giving pink with thick ass, giving whiplash. I mean, if I must say so myself, I mean, there's a reason why the milkshake brings all the niggas to the yard. But I'm not on stand today. Okay, my pussy and the way that I captivate niggas ain't on the stand today. But you know, they know what it gives.
Flacco, you wouldn't take CTV's number after you seen that picture, or would you?
You're gonna make these men go back to their sector and drag me because you got them.
No, right, nah.
Okay.
Listen, right, so like knockout, right? I guess you're trying to be like funny or listen, look, bro. Trust me, bro. Like I'm super like confident in who I am, right? So like that really don't, right? You know, right? So like this really don't like bother me, bro. You feel me?
You're positive about that? Go put on a wig.
What?
Go find a wig. Put on a wig.
I don't own or have access to any wigs near me, bro. I'm not you, my nigga.
You don't have a girlfriend
like, you got all the wigs, my nigga. Purple, blonde.
Does your girlfriend wear wigs or not?
What?
Does your girlfriend wear wigs?
She don't live with me. The fuck you talking about?
You make $15K a month and your girlfriend doesn't live with you?
No, bro. We're not married. The fuck you talking about?
That's strange. Okay, all right.
It's strange. Wait. Sorry. So knockout, and you're saying that it's strange to not live with a woman you're not married to?
Are you courting her, or are you just trying to mess around with her? What are you doing with her?
That's my girlfriend, but like we are not married, so that we can live together.
So you know,
that's what happens when the female comes from a really strong rooted family who cares about her and have morals and principles, right?
Is she black? Is she black?
Yes.
Where is she from?
She was born here.
Where here?
I'm not doxing my girl, bro. Right?
Why is that doxing her? Just, I mean,
nah, she was.
They were region of the U.S., I guess. I don't know.
Right. But again, though, she has strong principles. She has a great family.
So if she has strong principles, do you think she would agree with you saying that a woman who is a victim of sexual assault is just capping and trying to play around? And
who's a victim of sexual assault?
You don't believe Breaking the Culture of Science is a victim of sexual assault after all she just told you right now?
And she told me that Darrell has sexually harassed her. That's so like sexual harassment and sexual assault now are not the same thing?
No.
They're both just as bad. They're pretty much the same. I mean,
you see, bro.
You're trying to make a discrepancy between sexual assault and sexual harassment as if one is lighter than the other. They're both major.
You talk decent, bro, but you're not that smart, bro.
I am very intelligent, guy.
You just said that sexual assault and sexual harassment are the same thing.
Okay,
even Consciouztv said, "Nah, nigga, like you wrong. That's fuck."
I didn't say I was wrong. I just said there is a difference.
There's a difference. There's a difference, but are you saying that one is lighter than the other?
Again, man, like you personally asked like me, right? What do I feel about a female being sexually assaulted? And then I said, who was sexually assaulted? And you said, based on what Breaking Culture of Silence just told you Darrell did, and I said, hold up. and she told me that she was sexually harassed, right? Right. So again, like that question was again, brother, respectfully though, that question was just dumb as hell.
Okay, so if she was being sexually harassed by D. Durrell, okay, let's make that discrepancy, I guess. What is your opinion on that?
Again, if she was being sexually harassed by like Darrell, again, right? If Darrell sexually harassed her, then that's wrong.
Why wouldn't you call him out if that was the case? Have you looked at it at all?
Right, perfect, right? So again, right? And you asked me if he sexually harassed her, what would my thoughts be on it? And I said that it would be wrong. Now, I personally haven't dived like deep and listened to like every video that Darrell did on Breaking Culture of Silence.
Do you think that that's also a part of the problem is that a lot of people go to speak without being fully informed about what they're speaking on? Because I know that happens a lot too. Like people don't see everything and have a lot to say about what all they didn't see.
Right. And I will say this though, right? Especially with like Darrell in Breaking Culture Silence, right? Now there's like two sectors, right? Like y'all are over here and we are over there, right? Now I've like heard about like her like claiming sexual harassment from like other women inside, you know, of like our sector, right? So if I'm hearing Darrell's side of, yo, listen, man, like she's saying this, right? Because of this video here, and because I said this, I don't know the 4-month-long history. You feel me, going off of, you know, what Darrell told me, right? Which again, like that video was really inappropriate, right? But just based off that one video, it don't quite qualify yet as sexual harassment. But again, I haven't watched all of their like interactions over the last 4 months.
But you do know that one word and one gesture can be penalized as sexual harassment. It's not predicated upon a plethora of sexual assault or a plethora of sexual harassment. It can be one gesture that gets your ass Me Too. It could be one sentence that gets your ass fired or suspended from your job regarding sexual harassment. It doesn't have to be comma. It could be one single act. It's still sexual harassment.
Not facts, right? But again, like from what I heard in that video, again, man.
Yeah, no, I'm not even talking about
the
video. I'm just speaking in general.
Facts.
Sexual harassment is not predicated on a bunch of sexual harassment to make it sexual harassment.
Nah, right? I definitely agree, bro. You feel me? Again, even just like one, right? Instance to me is like wrong enough. I just haven't seen what Darrell said has rise to that level of, oh my God, this man is a sexual deviant. You feel me? I just haven't seen that yet, you know?
Well, we have the video.
Hey, play it, man.
Because I haven't quite seen it. I haven't seen it in its entirety.
I am so down, it's not even funny. I'm ready to fall face first on my fucking face.
You guys are a mess. So, in the court of public opinion, we're going to run that beautiful bean footage. All right. Well, let's give copyright disclaimer under Section 8107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips to balance in favor of fair use. And hold on, my man is on DMMA. Hold on.
This bitch.
Hold on. Let me text Daddy back.
Girl. You know, that's so played out to me. That's so overrated.
What? The daddy thing?
Yeah. It makes
Girl,
me
it's,
think.
it's only
Say that.
daddyless whores who feel that way. Okay.
Bitch, the lies you tell yourself, bitch. I know my father.
Look, I remember my roommate, my last roommate, whatever, my ex roommate. He told me one time, he's like, that's so cringy to me. He's like, I don't want to fucking be your dad, but he was like into all types of other shit, and I was like, yeah, it's kind of strange, but I guess I think it's an old school thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how like older women, like way older women, would be like, they just call their man daddy out of nowhere, and you'll be like, whoa. But like that's just that's how she talks to her husband, like around the house and everything. So it's like, damn.
Mm-hmm. Some hoes be jelly, honey. They be and they feed.
Like, bitch, like if daddy ever come out and next thing I know, bitch, everything dries up for me. Bitch, get off me.
Question for y'all though, would y'all qualify in us again, right? Because folks in our sectors, it says that like it's the same thing, right? Is calling D the real Godfather the like same thing as that D word?
It's definitely the same as calling him daddy. What are you talking about?
The D word.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be daddy, but calling another man the Godfather every time you address him is the exact same thing as calling him daddy, for sure.
Daddy.
That is actually, I wouldn't be doing that. That's humiliating to me, but I guess. And he's sending people cash apps. Yeah, it doesn't really look too good, but
So let's run this footage that is so in question.
How long is it?
I guess this is the deleted live. And we're gonna run it. So you guys, I can't control the volume, so put on your headphones. I don't know what this is gonna sound like sharing it. So make it do what it do.
You think you really looking good right now. Bitch, your pictures on your best day are all fucked up.
Hold on.
Can we observe the bitch and the damn? You know what I mean? First 5 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm in the chat talking about some motherfucking harassment. If you can't take the verbal lashing that D Darrell got to give, you get your ass out the kitchen because it's gonna get worse. I'm letting it be known right now. Breaking the culture of hoeing. You no shape fucking pencil fucking shape looking bitch. I don't give a fuck that niggas like that you got your little high yellow ass, rusty ass skin and straight, stringy ass, fucking scasy ass hair. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, he going down.
It's like it's bad in the first 58 seconds of the video.
But see, Conscious, look.
This shit.
This,
by the way, though,
so far, would you consider any of this sexual?
I'm gonna reserve my comments to the
way though.
Rocco, what would you consider it?
One of those like men, right, and he's talking about who is infatuated and love her high yellowness, right? But again, though, past that part, now this to me, like the breaking culture of whoring line to me, man. I would prefer that he don't say it right, but so far saying bitch this and bitch that and ugly this, man, that's not really like crossing the line yet into like just direct sexual harassment. It's definitely
he's talking about a female who's never talked about him.
Well, hey, yeah.
Are y'all ready? Because it's only 9 minutes.
Fucking don't impress me. That's for niggas who like that. But I'm a nigga that don't like that. I'm not. I didn't fuck many light-skinned women. That ain't shit. Women lighter than you. I'm supposed to be like, oh, like these niggas in the church, these niggas in the sector. You ain't that cute, baby. You're not that cute. Your best pictures are average at best. And it ain't coming from KS. They're coming from D Darrell, motherfucking Godfather. You see, that little shit you pulled the other night, you see, you did that in a situation where people did not control the setting. They didn't control what was going on. Yeah, there were some other things that were self-inflicted, but that's beyond the point. You see, you want to come after somebody for having a motherfucking phone call.
Okay, so I guess like this is the motive for the video is he didn't appreciate the way Breaking the Culture handled Stargate, so he's coming in and caping for her.
Yes, you better come in with your cape.
You want to come after somebody for somebody they never met before. You want to come after somebody because they engage with some shit at a certain particular time of the motherfucking night or the morning. You want to engage with somebody based on some, whether they showed or didn't show some goddamn records. But let's talk about the shit you got done that I got motherfucking receipts on. Bitch, you should be the last one to talk about anybody. You should shut your motherfucking mouth. You are the biggest hoe on motherfucking YouTube.
Oh God, have mercy.
Girl, you going down.
When I had spoke to Sector on binary, like when I had initially saw some of this video, I was like, clearly something personal happened because it was like too hardcore to just be coming to the defense of someone else. So I just knew that something had actually happened, like that there had been like something had just transferred. But when I found out this was just on behalf of someone else, I was like, it really didn't make sense to me.
But right now, Conscious, right? Would you give him credit though for just trying his hardest to protect a black woman that he somehow attacked another black woman? Like, do we at least say, you know what, yo, listen, man, and he was trying again, not just trying to do something noble. He was trying to do something, that was just in his eyes.
Hold on, I'm gonna answer to that. The gag is why try for someone who had two opportunities to redeem themselves and came on here and made a total fool of herself willfully. It wasn't even like Star put up a fight for her damn self. I mean, she just threw herself out of the window into hell's fire below, like, and it was Star's responsibility to vindicate herself. She didn't even have the receipt that she sent to Binary. She didn't even think it was rational to bring it over here. Like it literally didn't make any sense. So, like, I know the L was really hardcore and brutal, but it's like when you see somebody set them own selves up for failure, not one time, but two times, like repetitiously, sometimes the best thing to do is like let them actually just take the damn L, because you can't save them. And clearly Stargate didn't want to be saved, or else she would have performed much better than what she did. She had two opportunities.
Conscious.
Hey,
right, so
Flaco,
sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have a question.
Sure.
What if hypothetically, what if Anti-Afro is black?
What if she's black?
Yeah.
Hold on. And before you answer that, I want to say that, I mean, you can't cape for another woman while disparaging another woman all in the same breath. Like, you cancel out. You cancel out the caping. Like, you can't cape for another woman at the expense of another woman. And he could have attacked the argument. He could have attacked the logic. He could have dealt with where he thought Stargate was making valid points, but this was all personal. This was all about what's between her legs and what she does with other men, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It had nothing to do with anything.
Right, Conscious, right? So let me just say this though, right? Just to kind of put this like into context, right? Mm-hmm. So I've seen Godfather D just pissed off one other time. And that was when Binary did a live on black women, and Godfather D felt as if Binary didn't represent like black women well. And he came on his live. I'm talking about blood steaming going off, right? Because again, man, like we all have our views of Godfather D, man, but he loves black women and he loves to protect black women, right? And he really cherishes black women, right? So when he's seen, man, Star made herself look bad, but he felt like Star was being attacked again, rather right or wrong. He felt as if Star was in
how does
need.
he love black women when he's just making videos like this? He's been making videos like this, bro.
He made this video to defend the black women, right?
He's made many videos like this in the past 3-4.
You name some though?
What?
Can you like name some, like give like a timestamp, a date, or no?
Do you really want me to do that?
Yeah, sure.
Can we not just like? Can we not just? Is it not enough that this man, that he jumped into a fight between two women, and one of those women is not even a woman that deals with him, or that knows him, or that's even in his sector, or have any relationship to him?
This is bad.
And he came down on her like she was an ex-flame or an ex-girlfriend.
It's definitely bad, but I just want
like,
to put things in
Star
context.
embarrassed herself and pissed me off on the panel too, and I simply booted her ass off. That wasn't followed by a string of Star is A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. I even threw Star bones and said that I don't even believe she was trying to even break up or even sleep with the smoke god. Like, we're trying to figure out, this response was a false equivalency to the circumstance. What warranted this reaction?
He was 100% wrong. Like, that's clear. But I just want us to give like nuance to it, saying like, yo, like this man was trying to protect another black woman and he just took a wrong turn. Just like he did with Binary, right? Where, yo, I'm talking about, bro, he offloaded and unloaded on Binary so hard, bro. Binary tried to, like go down the, like similar path that, Andrea is, right? So he has a history of trying to protect black women. Even if he goes too far,
but breaking the culture is a black
trying.
woman, Flacco.
Sorry?
I said, but breaking the culture is a black woman too.
That's like true, right? But like he really, again, like from what like I've heard him like kind of like describe her, he really don't even like consider her, as a black woman. Now,
so because he doesn't consider her a black woman.
But why did a man feel like he needed to come to the defense of a woman in a woman fight? This was a one-on-one fight between two women. We can see and even argue other women jumping in to Star's defense, but what was necessary about a man jumping in to a one-on-one fight between two females?
Man, yo.
I'm fucking gay and I didn't even jump in. I let them camera this shit out.
He's a lover, Conscious. Like, he's a lover, man. Like, yeah.
Flacco, this is why they think you are a tampon for Sector TV.
Nah, listen, man. I know that man's character, Conscious. I'm telling you, man, he's a lover. He's compassionate. Man, when he seen like Star, again, yo, your body Star, yo, right? Y'all really like, like.
I don't like the term y'all because literally, like, Star, like, self-imploded on her. Like,
Star took that out.
We didn't ask her about the smoke god shit. She introduced that all on her own. Like, she like walked in, like she set it up and then walked into all the her own punches, and she just did it here because like I don't even know Star to like.
She looked bad to leave your
or body her. Like, she's been on the panel. Her and I have been on Knockout Media's panel with Binary. Like, I've had a positive exchange up until she tried to vacuum me into the sucking place over the past few days. Like,
wait,
there was nothing to set up. Like, there was nothing to body. Like, she manifested something that just did not work out in her favor twice.
Wait, hold up.
And then the second time, she don't even have the excuse because she knew she was coming back. And she did not utilize any of that time to get her head right, to get her psychology right, to get her talking points right, to get her receipts right. She didn't do any of that and actually had time the second time. The first time, she can claim she didn't, you know, she misspoke and then it got carried away and she got dragged. But this time, like, she actually knew what the stakes were. I told her literally, like, she knew her sector was done with her. And I'm like, if you want to come back and clean this up and fix this, you're more than welcome to. If your only stipulation is I won't kick you off the panel, I can be a man of my word and I do that. The rest is up to you. So she body bagged herself. And I feel like if Sector had anything to say, he should have gave all this heat to her. All Breaking the Culture did was her job in that debacle between her and Stargate.
Yo, Conscious.
And what I loved about your sector of Flacco is that a lot of y'all were honest enough to actually hold Star accountable for embarrassing herself.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was super fucking mature for y'all to be like, hell no, like Star ain't even got, like, y'all actually held her accountable for the L. Y'all didn't project onto us. Y'all didn't project onto Breaking. Like, largely your sector maturely held Star accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And Sector could have did the same thing. Instead of getting his fees about the L and taking the L personal and then projecting that onto Breaking the Culture. It was a fair fight. And Breaking the Culture, she won up in both rounds. You can't, like, you gotta be like, you gotta be a integral loser. Like, you gotta be a good sport in sports. You lose some, you win some. You come back to fight another day, in the words of Craig's daddy.
And Godfather D2.
Gary.
Yo, listen though, I want to personally say this. So Breaking Culture of Silence just said she's Nigerian. So whatever and I'm doing on this panel right here is blasphemy. Madam, I did not know. Again, Madam, I'm very sorry, Madam. I did not know she was Nigerian. You feel me? She's one of my own, right? So, sis, yo, listen up, man. I would personally try to,
You said
like,
blasphemy?
Well, like me, like coming here, and like speaking like against her, like it's wrong, right? Because she's one of my own. You feel me? Right? That's like treason. You feel me? Right? So, I did not know she was Nigerian. You feel me? So,
Flacco, do you read?
I have a
Do you
question.
read on your off time, Flacco?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So it changes because she's Nigerian?
Yeah. Facts.
Why?
I can't publicly
Okay.
Attack one of my own. You feel me?
Flacco, when's the last time you read a book?
My last book. Let me see, man. I would say probably around Christmas, man.
Okay. What if I send you a book? Will you read it?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Can you read it out loud? Can we do a read challenge?
Yeah.
Can you read challenge? All right.
Okay.
Cool. We'll do that.
I want to get through the rest of this.
Okay, let's do that. Please. Yeah, please.
But before we do so, to your speaking points, Flacco, like Virgo Love just made a very like sound statement. Like, how can you defend another Black woman by using colorism as your launching point to defend one Black woman against another Black woman? Like the comments about her ugly skin and all of that, and how.
Yeah. Right. Cool. Right. So, and he thought that she wasn't Black. Right now, now she does come off as really racially ambiguous. Now, Godfather has a real picture, I think, of anti-Afro, and he looks at her and says she's high yellow too. She's not really Black, so he never really considered her Black. Now, I don't know if he knew that she was Nigerian and Sicilian, but he just thought of her as as like a racially ambiguous Caucasian.
No, he knew that she was Black, which is why he was talking about her light-skinnedness, which is like he wasn't talking about her as some other race of woman. He specifically targeted light-skinnedness, which is a term that we largely use within our community as it relates to dark skin, brown skin, light skinned. So it seemed like there was an acknowledgement indirectly about her being a biracial woman, aka a black woman.
Yeah.
And trying to belittle her because in somewhere in himself maybe he feels inferior.
Yeah. Godfather, right? Listen, right? Godfather said that binary is not black. So he he has a different definition of what he, classifies as black.
Well, he might want to get these definitions in order now because
see, Conscious, this is why, the discussion we were having the other day, we were saying like, what if there was a way for everybody to get together as like a pro-black sector, right? But I feel like this is the issue. Like, why are we labeling people and trying to divide everybody? Well, let's get through the video. I'm sorry. Let's get through the video.
Yeah. Okay.
Talk about shit about any woman. Who are you to talk about anybody messing with a married man when you have fucked so many men in the same motherfucking circles? You have lived a...
So I guess that's where all the slander comes in at. You have fucked so many men in the same circles.
You were birthed, and I'm gonna kid you out. I need the sect, the church to know. This woman was birthed in a culture of hoeing. She's second generation hoe. Second motherfucking generation hoe. So you want to talk about somebody, you want to act like you holier than thou, you want to go into the church, want to go and expose them motherfuckers. You see, the evil bitches do shit like that. Evil motherfuckers like you go doing some shit. But why you didn't say shit when the niggas was giving you that money, giving you that bread, when you was opening your legs and your mouth and your ass to them motherfuckers? You wasn't thinking about going to the church then. You wasn't thinking about going to the church to go and testify to everybody. You had this epiphany. I'm gonna let everybody know because he ain't want to put a motherfucking ring on him. Oh, the lies that you tell. You in no position breaking the culture of hoeing to talk about nobody.
But this is why all the sectors be calling sector out for the hypocrisy, because he's calling breaking the culture out for exposing her ex, and that's wicked and evil. And I ain't got no stake in the race when it comes to sector, because he and I still feel mended about our personal, but he was trying to do the same thing when it came to Larry. Matter of fact, he had made proclamations about starting the year off by running it down on Larry, trying to expose Larry and be unsuccessful at it the same way that his counterpart was unsuccessful at it. So it's like, it be too, like, it's the scales don't be scaling.
I'm just letting it be known. D-Darrell will be exposing. D-Darrell will be giving my position on your ass. Because you don't have the right to talk about no motherfucking body. And for the people who engage, why engage with a low-grade hoe? Why engage? For what? That's all she knows. She has no skills. She has nothing but knowing how to use her mouth and her body. That's all she knows. That's all she gonna know and will ever know. And at age, she has nothing to show for anything she has done. She can't close the motherfucking deal. She don't know how to close the deal. Now, you thought, and this is what these niggas thought.
Can we pause?
Pause
there, please.
Wait. Let me just say this real quick. Conscious, if you keep going, maybe just like another minute, he starts saying even more crazy shit. But Flacco, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Right. So I do want to say this. Now, things that he's saying here, yes, they may have been wrong. However, somebody told him that she was a dominatrix and all type of ish, right? So they've been feeding him wrong information and lies, and that's what he's going off. He's not just outright lying.
Flacco, are you what is difficult about holding Sector TV account, he still has to make the decisions, right? Like, irregardless of what somebody feeds him. Like, to be okay, you want to be honest? I got women reaching out to me right now about D Darrell, who want to use my platform to so-called expose them.
Damn.
To expose him, right? Like,
Damn.
but I get to make a choice, right? I get to decide, like, if I were to do that.
Yeah. Facts.
I wouldn't. There would be no one to blame, right? There would be no one to be accountable for my decisions but myself, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, why can't Sector be responsible for the choices he made, irregardless of what somebody fed him? He ultimately is taking those things and deciding to weaponize those things against breaking the culture. Those are his actions. If he, let's say hypothetically, he had to stand before a judge, he had to stand before a law enforcement, they also wouldn't even allow him to blame his own actions on someone else.
No, right. Okay, right. So again, man, what he said in here is 100% wrong, and he's wrong for repeating it. Now, I just wanted to put into like context right now, and he's a dude who is new to this whole new like situation, right? And like people who he befriended has been giving him some severely inaccurate, false, and slanderous information that he's taken as fact because he kind of, believes or trusts them. So like when you hear him say these things with like fact and like, like yes, he's really believing, this is true.
How can it possibly be fact that someone has been with someone else? Unless you have literally seen them in the act. What would be the facts to verify that they've popped their pussy on this one, all over the church world, all over the men in this sector? What would be the facts? Unless it would be direct footage. What else would constitute as the facts? There are no facts, because the people that informed him about breaking the culture didn't even have any facts either. They only had narratives.
Mm-hmm.
Conscious, what is it about this other sector believing that you have to choose on a side? This whole thing about I was thrusted over to to FUPA and the A team, and therefore I'm gonna trust the information that they give me just because y'all didn't accept me the way I wanted y'all to. That's
what I had spoke to Sector about too when we had made amends. I say, Sector, you weren't the only person who got heat. Like, just like you felt like you were being berated or whatever the case may be, like because you chose to focus on the content instead of the people you were getting to know, and we were focused on the people and not the necessary content that the sector had been involved in. But all the heat you caught, we had just as many people on the outside saying, don't fuck with Sector, don't fuck with him, he's this, he's that, like all the things that he has a bad reputation for. People was emailing us this, emailing us that, sending us this, sending us that, like doing the most. I never internalized any of that stuff because it had nothing to do with me. I did not meet Sector on those terms, so it didn't even matter, even if it were true, because it wasn't my story. So I was still putting myself in a position to like judge him based upon him, not what had happened previously, not what had happened between him and other people, etc. So I too, Knockout, did not understand the logic. I also didn't understand that coming from a grown man. Nobody can pressure me into shit. Nobody.
Right.
When I go to speak, this is from CTV. When I go to kick a nigga drawers up in his ass, that's CTV's foot in a nigga's ass. Like, there is no one to blame. So nobody can pressure me into anything. Me and my own audience have had it out where they've wanted me to feel this way or fuck with this person or not fuck with this person. I don't adhere to pressure. I do what is true for me to do. So I don't know how Sector, you know, he's a father, he's a business owner, he's half, you know, he is he's a mature aged man. I don't understand what in him has the capacity to still be influenced by other people. I'm only 36. I've transcended influence since I was 17 years old. This is all CTV now. It's been CTV since 18. So I don't understand it either. I don't know where the capacity to blame other people for one's behavior comes from.
And see, Flacco, this is where I'm coming from, where I'm saying that you're enabling a point, because you have questioned him, and you said even when he was trying to call me out as being bisexual or whatever, you even questioned him by saying, where did you get the picture from? Like, how did you make the correlation between these two? And he pretty much said, I don't know. But you didn't even press him on that and be like, well, why are you even, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that you're cool with the guy and that he's, you know, giving you money and shit, but it's like, just man to man, even have a conversation with him behind the scenes and be like, hey, bro, like, that wasn't a good look. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't do that, or do y'all just let people just kind of troll and do their thing? That's what I'm trying to get from you, I guess.
No. Like, for example, right? Like, for me, man, like when I see something, I call it out. Like, for example, when I took like that panel and he showed you and the other guy, I don't know where that picture is from, right? I asked the questions and he like gave the answers, right? So why would I, like, you know, press it and try to do a, you know,
because
like
it's obvious that he's lying. You knew that he was lying. His photo editor was up and everything. You knew that he was lying. So I don't want to make this about me, but like going back to the whole restraining order thing, people go to ignore that. Did you not see the video where he drove around the neighborhood trying to say like where I lived? You saw that, right?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so would you say that somebody has a legitimate case when they say, oh, this person's harassing me, when they went and drove through their neighborhood looking for them?
Was he looking for you or trying to like show off? Like, okay, cool, right? So like, and his motive was, yo, you know, and he's poor, right? So like he was trying to like show off. You see this like, you know, like these like bad houses, right? Opposed to, you know, like you pulling up and saying, yo, where you at? Right? Like it came off as you were looking for like, you know, confrontation, and he was just trying to like clown you. So I mean, that's where like the two differences.
So the main point I'm trying to get at is that it seems like a lot of people are trying to ignore what he's done in the past. Like, this is not a one-off. I feel like you're trying to come at this like, oh, well, this is just a one-off. Like, oh yeah, well, you know, it's okay. He's the Godfather, all this shit. But like, it's a history of this, you know?
Hey, man, I definitely hear you, man. Yeah.
I gotta applaud Flacco for he trying his best to like, and I get it.
He over there windmilling, bitch.
I get it.
He over there windmilling, bitch.
I get it, because he still has a relationship to that's important for him to keep intact. So saying that Sector is wrong has to be general without it feeling condemning from Flacco, because that's a relationship that he wants to reserve. And I get that, because I'm the same way with my friends. When they do bad behaving shit, I'm not going to berate them the way that maybe their open enemy will. I will call them on a fuck shit. I will still call them on a bald headed hoe shit, but I'm also going to be careful and be mindful, because this is still somebody that I appreciate, I value, etc. So I get why Flacco has to give like a general, well, he's wrong. Yeah, he shouldn't have said that. That's terrible. And but he ain't gonna roll over Sector the way that maybe everybody else will in the situation, because he actually has a relationship to Sector TV, which I get. Y'all want to press play?
Also, too, right? Naka, did you like for example, right, did you like hear, right, and us telling, hey, listen, if you said that you were gonna beat in his ass, and he pulled up, you should have probably went outside, right? Now, Speak Easy told him that, and a few members of the Good Guys told him that, right? So did you, at least hear that?
I didn't hear that. No, I didn't hear that. No.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there are two guys, out of, you talk to him, you almost punch in on his live almost all the time. So I'm just saying, with your proximity to him, why don't you ever have that conversation with him in regards to what he's doing? Why do you just kind of let it pass on by? You being especially somebody that everybody looks at being the bigger subscriber base, you like transcended that sector or whatever, and you know what to do and make money and all that. Why haven't you tried to steer him in the right way of like, okay, well, this is not the way that you should go about YouTube if you want to sincerely, try to monetize off of it and, bring sectors together and bigger people or whatever. Like, how come? I'm just saying you seem to have more wisdom than him. So why not coach him? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. Right. So right.
Shouldn't you be the godfather of the sector with you being at the status that you are?
Nah, listen, man. Godfather, again, man, like females love him. He's uber rich, right? So he kind of sees like this whole thing as just like entertainment right now. Where like things get tricky though, right? Is like people like kind of like when we like open up like this YouTube app, like we kind of like take on like a character right now, and him again. Trust me, like,
I said that. I've said that y'all look at personas and y'all think that everything is kind of like a WWE wrestling kind of thing. I see that.
You feel me, right? So like, and his persona is the mobster Godfather. You feel me, right? Where like I take no shits. You feel me, right? Et cetera, right? So. But trust me, man, like, and off the app, listen, I've talked to this guy, man. He's calm, collected, chill, very helpful, right? Gives tremendous advice. So, like, so I don't think that he needs help per se. And he just tends to, I guess, like, go after folks who is going after him. But I don't understand why he's going after Breaking Culture of Silence if she never...
I guess what I'm getting at is him being a 40 however much year old successful black man. Why isn't he coming on YouTube in the ideal of like a lead attorney, which he does have his little bit of quarrels or mess, but he's still tactful about it. Why doesn't he have that approach to it? Why does he have such a messy ass approach to YouTube and his character? Why can't the mobster type be
he tried that though, Knockout. If folks ain't watching, right? Like, for example, right? And he has like a whole different channel where like, and he talks about like psychology stuff and like stuff like that, right? But folks, don't want to be, I guess, like educated, right? But when he like does like the messy shit, now everybody comes. You feel me? So
So it is for clout. So it is for views.
I'm not sure, but he does like the like the real content too, but people really don't show up for that.
I have a question. With the Godfather, was it Sector J? Is that him or that's somebody else? Godfather.
No. Someone else.
Okay, the person we talking about, right? How many subscribers do he have? Like
400.
430.
430. Okay, so the whole thing behind it is that there's a market for everybody. So I understand the whole thing about being messy may bring in certain people or whatever, but however, the content that you produce is going to bring in a certain audience. So keep in mind too, Conscious, he does a whole bunch of content on here, but however, keep in mind, like the type of content that's on here attracts a certain demographic, as in would they come in for education, tough conversations, as in, we get rowdy over here. We say X, Y, and Z. But however, if people are too distracting or too messy, they want them off the panel. Like compared to other panels and stuff, people live for it. So you also, and I think that kind of ties into what Conscious was talking about earlier, as in sometimes if I'm not going to get into all that, but that's the whole thing with that. You're going to bring in a certain audience.
I want to say this too, that it goes back to my earlier statements that's the difference between, like, there are people on here for purpose and people on here for clout. and that's the difference. So like when you're on here with purpose and for a purpose, yes, of course, we all want to grow collectively. But when you're on purpose, your numbers are not necessarily your main focus. It's actually just about the reach and the quality of the impact you have on the audience that you do have, even if it is an audience of only 400, even if it is just an audience of only 20. But when you're on here for clout, those numbers drive you. And when you're driven more so by the numbers and the clout rather than the purpose, there's a lot of things you're probably going to do for that attention that misaligns your character and the way you actually truly are in all actuality. And so as a content creator myself, I don't do things for number. I do things because they genuinely interest me. Which is why my numbers will fluctuate, because I don't give up on any of my content, because I'm on here doing the content that I actually enjoy for one reason or another. If it was about the numbers, there's a lot of shit I can do. There's a lot of people I have access to. There's a lot of type of content I can sustain if it was just about the numbers. But it has to be about the purpose, because when you're not on here for purpose, you're going to end up selling your soul and not even realizing that you're selling your soul.
And see, that's what I'm trying to get you to see, Flacco. Is like, yeah, your channel's popping and everything, but it's like, bro, for real, if you stop talking about hip hop, like for real, what do you have to rely on as far as your content?
Who? Me not, right? So like, cool, right? So like, my audience though, right? Like, which is why like I do like the manosphere type videos, right? And like other videos, right? Like, I've gotten to a point where, bro, like, you know, like my like video like drop off isn't like that like drafts, right? So like what that like shows is folks is kind of just for my personality, right? So I definitely feel like if I stop talking about hip hop, I can probably like transition into, you know, just like a daily like vlog type shit, you know, and probably, you know, find.
Do you think that would sustain? But like, do you think your personality and you vlogging will sustain the same amount of traction that you're getting with the hip hop stuff? And I'm sorry to cut you off, Conscious. I know you're gonna say something.
At this point, no, right? But right, what I've like kind of like shown though, man, is like my like work ethic is what like sets me apart from everybody, right? For me, like for example, bro, like I stutter, I'm young, right? You know, I'm inexperienced though, right? But if those niggas and who know how to talk, can edit, can film, if them niggas got all the skill in the world and they drop like 1 or 2 videos a day and I'm dropping like 5 or 6 a day, right? I'm gonna like climb, right? So what like I've kind of shown is, bro, is like if I do like the vlog content, like this is my sheer fucking will and like work ethic, right? So like right now, it probably won't do numbers, but in let's say like 5 months or 6 months or 12 months, I'm gonna blow up. You feel me?
I think another thing too, because I don't know, because I kind of been going in and out, but because I don't know if you guys stated it, but I think the thing as well too, you have to do what you love, because the thing about it, when you do what you love, people are gonna see that through the camera. So yes, because the thing is that many times I've been listening to you talk about your videos and what you did, like different avenues of content, but the only thing that keeps coming out is numbers this, numbers that. I won't do the same numbers this, I won't do the same numbers that. And I understand if you have like a big following and stuff, because that's monetary and all the other stuff, but at the end of the day, if you doing something that you love, a passion, your purpose, as Conscious said, people are going to feel that through the camera, and the right audience is going to be with you and support you.
So Reckless, what you're saying is that when you do something that you love, you don't end up making videos talking about you're stressed out about what's going on or lawsuits or having to file paperwork and all this stuff. Like that conversation never comes up when you do content that you actually love doing.
Oh Lord Jesus.
I'm
staying out of that. I'm staying out of that.
I just want to say, if a Flacco like a Flacco has a good thing going, like because he has a specific genre that he is yielding to, which is hip hop and pop
Toxic
culture
men, yeah.
and that coverage. And there's a big sector for that, and there's a lot of potential in that. Like, look at what Joe Budden was able to do, like with his podcast and his dedication to hip hop and pop culture. Charlemagne the God, like there's a endless amount of potential in that, and it's a good direction because it's an actual legit field for blogging. Like entertainment media is like a real thing, and so the sky's the limit. And if that's what you enjoy and that's what you love, then continuing to perfect that craft is where you're going to continue to get a bang for your buck at. And that's much different than, to your point, a knockout, like people relying on beef and conflict. And because all of that energy should be going, like if you want the bigger numbers, etc., that energy has to go into just being more masterful over what you bring to the table. Like, and actually loving what you do enough to figure it out, to figure out how to make what you love work, instead of having to rely on the cheap thrills of chaos.
I mean, it goes back to what you were saying between the short term and long term. Like, what are you really getting on here for? And I mean, Flacco, it kind of goes to another question, I guess, before Conscious. I give up before you plus Prey. This is Darrell's 5th channel.
Yeah, 4th or 5th.
And he's done this before, correct?
Now his first channel got taken down because he was talking about like the LGBTQ community, and Rev G had flagged it enough time.
Protected class of people. Let me see your menu. Listen up. Let me see your menu.
Conscious, you already know that gay agenda, girl.
Well, like, wasn't even like gay agendas. They legit like took him down for like hate speech, right? So he was saying, like the F word, yeah, it's like that.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this last thing. Then I'm gonna shut the hell up. I think another thing too, Flacco, and I get it. You windmilling for your boy, but I think as well too. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like if you really have these conversations where you actually hold him accountable for what he has done wrong, whether you say it on a live screen or maybe you say it elsewhere, it wouldn't be no big issue because you told your friend this, and also you guys can establish where you have your checks and balances to be like, okay, when I'm messing up, call me out, or let
I've
me
done
know.
that, right?
Yeah. So
no, right, right. So, like, for example, man, I tell every content creator, you'll just create, like, for example, like when I first heard about Knockout, I think that was on Godfather D channel, and like I went to dude's channel and see, wait, hold up, bro, like, and he has a great camera, he has a great setup. Why is he not like like doing like a bunch of like content or some other shit? Like, why is he doing like content on like YouTubers with like 400, 500 subs, right? And at Godfather D, that was the first word where like, yo, like, why is he involved in this drama stuff instead of just making content? I tell Godfather D the exact same thing. Yo, listen, your Godfather, yo, listen, man, like your office is great, your camera is great, yo. Just make like reaction videos, do other content. I told him, listen, yo, Godfather D, yo, just leave these niggas alone, man. Do not make the beef content. But he is already rich and successful, so like he don't see like YouTube as like a career or business. He just here to to like fellowship,
Well, I mean, look, I'm not taking anything away from Flacco because Flacco obviously figured it out. Because I mean, obviously, if you're making 15K at 23 years old and you're black, I can't fault you. That's a huge accomplishment. So
clap.
we can't take away anything from you because you figured it out. And I mean, I acknowledge that. But I'm just saying that you have access to these people because you do keep coming back down to the sector, right? In a way, because you do like these people.
Yeah.
So when you do come back, it's like, why not try to send them with you? And I understand that you saying, he's already successful in another realm of life or whatever. But to me, to be honest with you, it seems like he really wants to honestly be like a YouTuber. It doesn't seem like he wants to like kind of do this as a hobby. Like with the way that he uploads and everything, if he was monetized, he would be making money. You know what I mean? And the thing is like, just like you said, okay, so I felt the same way. If I'm just making content on FUPA and the 18 for the next year, and Conscious will tell you this. I was like, I'm gonna cut it off at like 5 months. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about somebody for years on end. You know what I mean? So like, that's just what I'm trying to get at with it is, of course, like when it comes to, I guess if you're trying to talk about the YouTube game or whatever, yeah, of course, talking about somebody is not going to get it, but he has somebody who is basically a mentor in you, and that's basically that's what I'm trying to say is that you figured it out, so why not teach him the way?
And I want to before you respond to that, Flacco, I want to say to YM, and maybe this is a road opener for Sector, like, because his homeboy also came onto YouTube, wanted to play the victim, and got his asshole ripped out of the fucking frame, and destroyed all the credibility behind his platform. I mean, just it costed him the little bit that he goddamn had, which was itty bitty bit. So for Sector, I think this is a great, like, it's a tough pill, but the reality is we can all come on here saying that this is content, this is just YouTube. The reality is, what we need to remember is that we're still dealing with people. These are people on here.
Facts.
These people are not robots. These are not avatars. These are not like crash dummies. These are people with feelings and lives and thoughts. And these are sentient beings. And if you come fucking with people, whether you're doing that through the vehicle of YouTube or real life or Snapchat or Instagram, remember, you're still dealing with motherfucking human beings. And a human being will pull your whole card when you come playing the villain. The villain role can cost you a lot of unnecessary loss, a lot of unnecessary stress, a lot of unnecessary defeat. And when I saw the 3 videos that followed Sector's video after this one, it was clear that Sector was completely distressed and heartbroken. He felt the way about his Sector betraying him, another woman who he thought was cool with him, standing up to him about his behavior and antics toward breaking the culture. He was defeated. And so there's an epic penalty emotionally, financially, and sometimes professionally for playing the bad guy role. It's not actually, in fact, worth it. It's just not. Now, how much is it going to take for Sector to just rebrand himself, reapproach social media with a different strategy, a different blueprint? That'll be on him. But the universe is applying that motherfucking pressure right now. And it's giving him the opportunity to pull the reverse Uno card on everything. But it's up to him to yield. But the universe is going to be just as unyielding if he's willing to be unyielding as well.
Girl, they say he live now talking crazy.
Okay, so let's not. So we don't do no full free promotion of other people being live.
No, man, sorry. I'm sorry. That comment took me out. I'm sorry.
But I'm gonna press play.
Wait. One thing conscious, right? So, right. So like, right. So when Godfather D started like the Sector TV channel, right? And his goal was, yo, listen, man, I'm leaving all that drama behind me, and this Sector TV is me gonna like cover like different Black sectors. And then somehow down the line, the drama just tend to follow him, right? So like his goal, right? Yeah.
You make it sound like lightning just happened. Like it's not, the drama don't happen. There is like my grandma said, baby, if you find yourself amidst a lot of drama, you might gotta consider if you're the common denominator. How many times does lightning keep striking in the same place? Poetic Flacco.
Yeah. Right. But like his goal though, right?
Because I also did not start anything with Sector. Sector
Mhm.
started talking shit about me, and I didn't even know it. And I hadn't done anything to Sector. Just like I haven't done anything to you. If you were
Because your fans were vicious, man.
if you were to turn around tomorrow and start talking shit,
Yeah.
that would be out of nowhere.
No, not right. Facts, right? But listen though, I'll be like 100% honest with you though, right? So like we're like, I guess like the friction came in, man. It is like again, but your fans or subs, right? Bro, they was in that man's chat giving him hell. Now he might have like taken that as, you know, this nigga fans,
You
you
are
know,
going to get hell when you are
Yeah.
attempting to slander a man you don't know. Like, he should have expected backlash. Just like he wants the Sector to defend him. Why would Larry supporters not defend Larry? Especially against blatant and already exposed lies. By the time Sector came in trying to get into the church content, there had already been a lawsuit that had played out for 5 months, and the proof about the case and what was from what was not was written up in black and white from the courts. So to still pursue the narrative over the factuality and actuality of what was going on is why the supporters kicked his drawers up in his ass. And of course they weren't going to sit back and just let him spin those narratives at the expense of another man's reputation, just like he doesn't want these allegations costing him his career. Now it's interesting to me how Sector is directly in the shoes of Larry. He was with all of the shits initially, wanted to perpetuate the shits, and now he's the man with something to lose, and people are attempting, he feels, to strip him of that. That's how karma works. It'll sit you right in the same hot seat that you intended for someone else. And now he knows what it's like. But except in SectXTV, some of this is warranted. Because he's instigated things and he came in wrong. I didn't come into y'all sector. We heard all of the shit about everybody. I kept elbowing everything because I wanted to give Flacco a chance for myself. I wanted to give Sector a chance for myself. Like I said, me and Star had been on a few panels prior to her coming onto this panel and getting slaughtered by Breaking the Culture. I hadn't had no issues with these people. None. So, like, Sector came in wanting to choose a side. That's why ultimately he did. Because people wanted me to choose a side too, and I didn't. And then when I chose to make the proclamation, like, fuck you, nigga, that was after he had already put his middle finger up to me. So then I had a middle finger to give to him. And I just kept it pushing. But Sector came in choosing a side. You cannot blame other people for the side you chose. You chose what you chose because it's what you chose. And as adults, like, we should only be true to ourselves. We should have the capacity to deal with a lot of fucking pressure and still double down on what we really want to do in the situation, irregardless of how much heat we get, irregardless of how many motherfuckers saying, no, make a right right here, make a right right here. If you know in your heart you really want to make a left or you just want to continue to drive straight, you should do just that. Satisfy yourself. Don't satisfy other people, irregardless. And Sector felt to do that, and then he blamed that on the rest of us. He blamed it on the supporters. He blamed it on the Sector. And it's like, just like in Stargate's case, there has to be some personal accountability in the shit. It cannot all, like, I'm not willing to accept someone else made me. Like, self is the only self that's on the cross. And that's what some of these people, that's what we all have to practice to get better as humans, because we look crazy when we out here making decisions and then casting blame elsewhere. And then we're doubling down on the fact that we're so grown and we're so mature and we're the godmother and we're the godfather and we're this and we're that and we're alpha and blah, 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 blah. But yet we can be swayed to the left and swayed to the right. Where does personal accountability come into play at, Flacco?
No, again, right? Him being, you know, a professional, a therapist, right? You know, somebody who like specializes in the social sciences, right? And he definitely should hold a lot of accountability, man. My whole thing is, man, listen, man, I definitely want to like build a bridge, right, to like, you know, to like to like fix the current issue with him and breaking culture of silence, man, you know. So like again, man, if me and you could like help, you know, to like fix that issue with them, man, let's do it. For me,
how? I mean, how can that be done? I mean, I don't.
You talk to her, and I'll talk to him.
Well, I mean, Breaking the Culture has already said she's going to hold Sector accountable the way that Sector is saying he's going to hold Knockout accountable.
Yeah.
There's
no way to like, you know,
Hello? I think your signal is breaking up, Flacco.
Okay. Is that me?
Yeah,
or you?
I can hear you now.
Right. How about this though, right? If Godfather D says, yo, listen up, man, I apologize, I'm sorry, I will never again mention her name, it would never happen again. Is that something that Breaking Culture of Silence might be interested in, you know, saying, yo, you know, and he said sorry, and he said he would never mention me again. Maybe I can let it go, opposed to trying to go to the, you know, like court system and shit like that.
I mean, I can't speak for her. I don't.
She's still here?
She might be asleep. Breaking the Culture. If you're in the chat, could you respond to that? I mean, I can make mention of your words to her when I speak to her personally, but
yeah,
if you're in the chat, Breaking the Culture, can you respond to that? Because, well, so wait a minute. So if Breaking the Culture, let's say hypothetically she does have the capacity to say, okay, long as he keep my name out his motherfucking mouth, like, you know, it's water under the bridge. He stay in his corner, I stay in my corner, whatever.
Yeah.
Doesn't Sector have the capacity to also do the same for Knockout Media? Like, not pursue a restraining order? If Knockout agrees to hold his separate?
Yeah. Honestly, though, right? Like, where, like, the thing is, though, right? Like, when Knockout is, and he feels the Knockout wasn't, I guess, like, you know, apologetic, right? And that's where, right? Like, for example, right? If Knockout comes out and say, yo, you know what, yo, I'm sorry, I apologize. Now, listen, I've seen their back and forth, right? So I personally wouldn't say that either side owes anybody in, you know, a sorry, right? Because they both like said some pretty foul shit. But in his eyes, if Knockout just said sorry and, you know, beg and grovel, and he probably won't even pursue it.
I don't. Probably not gonna get a sorry. So probably not gonna get a sorry.
Damn.
I mean, you ain't getting no sorry. I'm sorry.
because it's a perception issue. Knockout came to the defense of our sector because Sector TV came in trying to perpetuate slander against one of our peers, my mentor, one of my best friends. And the case had already been vetted through the courts and all of that, so there was nothing to carry on. And all this sector did was hold Sector TV accountable. So Knockout doesn't feel he did anything wrong. He was just letting Sector know, like, the shit you doing is out of order. You don't even, like, your context is off, your continuity is off, your information is off. You feed into one narrative. Clearly, it seems to be for attention, blah, 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 blah. And then it just kept escalating because Sector didn't want to actually be corrected. I mean, to the point that he even expected LRLers and conscious crew members to sit under his channel and be okay with him misrepresenting a case that everybody knew the black and white truth about. It just wasn't realistic. And it's like, of course you're going to be, like, how can you expect not to be held accountable? Of course you're going to be accountable. Like people are not going to let you just sit there and just lie and get this all wrong in their face. It's one thing if you're getting it wrong in private, you know, this is social media. People can actually listening to you. So, you know, it just kept going down the downhill. And I don't feel like Knockout owes Sector a apology per se, because as you just said, they both engaged in the bullshit. And at this point, all they can do is just agree to walk the fuck away.
Yeah.
That's all they can really do. Like, fuck the apology, just agree to go both ways. But last time I talked to Sector, he said that, you know, he seemed pretty determined to pursue a restraining order. And Knockout has said that he's okay with Sector TV doing whatever he feels he needs to do.
Your question though, man, like, so like, where did it go wrong? Like, because like when I first like got like introduced to you guys, like you were there, you know, and like a few other people was like on the panel, and even, you know, and his views of Daryl Moore was like, God damn, only $500. You feel me? Right? Like
Umar.
Oh, okay. Who?
Fupa.
All right,
Fupa.
Right. Fupa, right. Even like in his view, and like kind of like, I guess our like general consensus was, yo, like there, Godfather D and a few other content creators never like, let me see your like transcript or whatever name, you know, y'all like got for her, right? So by association, Godfather D was kind of, you know, and on Daryl Moore ass as well, right? And we just like, now I think it was you and who told us that, like, and he went to court and like listed like his like assets are like $500 or like $1,500 a month, right? And like we said, hold up now, bro, how can a grown man be from me, right? So like we was kind of dogging Daryl Moore at the beginning, so I don't understand how like things went from, you know, the Daryl Moore dogging session to, you know, now it
went because according to Sector, the people that followed over there who was willing to support Sector and get to know him and see what he had going on, to the point that he was even liking some of the supporters and had given them he had modded them up and everything. According to him, when he started so-called covering the case, and the supporters who had already knew this case and been following this case and been following this entire situation for the past 2 years and 3 months, when he started misspeaking and misrepresenting things and speaking ignorantly, and they would go to correct him and he would push back against them correcting him about the facts. And then that led to turmoil. And then because me and Knockout we represent the church sector, he then just assumed that the backlash he was getting from the supporters who was over there, because I never watched Sector again after me and Breaking the Culture had initially went up there and met you guys, talked to you that night, talked to Sector. Like, I never went over to the platform again. So I had not even been keeping up with whatever sector was doing over there. So it wasn't until I did my interview with Rev G, and then Sector showed up in the chat, and people was like, well, why the fuck is Sector here? He was just talking shit about CTV a few days ago. And then people started sending me clips and sending me this and sending me that of his snarky comments, etc. Which I was like, well, I don't know where that came from. My last interaction with you was solid. Like, we had a good time. He even bigged up the Sector the next day. It was like, oh, the Sector is introduced to conscious and breaking the culture. And he even had a lot of positive things to say about Knockout Media. But when the supporters started holding him accountable, he didn't really want that accountable. It felt to all of us that Sector wanted the narrative to be true about my mentor. And anybody who had a alternative view and could back up their view. It wasn't even like a narrative for a narrative. It was like the facts versus the narrative. When anybody would offer him correction, when anybody would offer him feedback and say, that didn't happen like that. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Like, that's a lie. That's not actually rooted in fact. This here, you can look at this, you can look at that. I got a whole playlist, that followed the whole case. Sector just got agitated and it just began a war, and then he just felt like we turned against him because he wouldn't agree, and that wasn't the case. Yeah, we're not going to agree to anything false, for damn sure. Just like when Stargate thought she was going to come over here with a fucking narrative, and we tested and tried the goddamn spirit and wrote the beautiful being footage and put her bullshit up to the test, and then she got pressed and pissed. That's what we do. We are a sector. We're a very tight sector. We keep up with each other. You can't come over here half-stepping, half-talking, half-assing, thinking you can just speak to shit and you're not going to be corrected and we ain't going to back it up with receipts. That's what we do here. And I guess Sector wasn't really expecting that. And he thought that, I don't know, he thought that, I don't know why he thought the supporters were going to just let him misrepresent what was happening and what had already happened. It just wasn't going to happen. So he got in his feelings and he felt pressured and he felt he had to choose a side. All he had to do was play fair. All he had to do was stop listening to Fupa and what this big titty bitch is telling you. Read the case for yourself. It's in black and white. You would rather sit in front of somebody and have them talk they suck and play shit to you when there's black and white facts to back up the truth. That made no sense. Like, why would you take a nigga's narrative over the objective? It didn't make sense to anybody. But, so, it just kept going to hell. And I never came for Sector. Yes, I made my share of snarky comments in Knockout Media's chat, which I had a right to do, because anybody putting their motherfucking name on me, I'm damn sure gonna put my motherfucking mouth on you if you putting your motherfucking mouth on me.
Period.
But, I wasn't an instigator. Our supporters tried to correct him. He had an opportunity to really see for himself what was going on. We didn't need a narrative. We always had the facts. And he could have just dealt with the facts. And as a man who is a professional and who claims he's also been sued, he said he's been sued this and that many times, he will want people to take the facts over the narrative. So that's where he claims it went wrong. Our sector held him accountable for misrepresenting the situation. He didn't like it. And our supporters never backed down from him. They kept their foot on his neck. It led to a falling away. And then he felt like it was us pressuring him and making him choose a side. People did want him to choose a side. The facts is what is the side they wanted him to choose. The facts. The facts were represented all up and through the case that anybody can look up online, just like we did. That's all they wanted, was for him to side with the truth, the unadulterated truth, and not all the little pillow talk bullshit that a deranged, demented-ass middle-aged DoorDasher was filling his head up with. Not all the convoluted ass narratives that he spun on Pillow Talk night. But just stick to the facts. That's the easiest road to victory. Are the facts.
Is he a DoorDasher for real?
Yes, he's a middle-aged DoorDasher. He now claims to have transitioned into a paralegal, a para fuck off. But yeah, when y'all first got introduced to him, he was DoorDashing for a living.
Why do you think, I guess he's like 40, right? Why do you think?
Who Fupa?
Yeah, right?
No, Fupa is in his 50s.
Wow. So why do you think his life, I guess, is taking like this turn then of doing DoorDash in your 50s?
Because he spent his whole life being a hater rather than being a winner.
Yeah,
so when you commit your life to being a motherfucking hater, you end up as a 50-year-old ass motherfucking DoorDasher instead of a nigga flossing and glossing all up and through Miami with Dolce & Gabbana pajamas on like Larry Reed is at 40. When you spend your whole life being a motherfucking hater. When you spend your whole life feeling inferior to niggas who got it and niggas who made it instead of investing that same energy into making it your motherfucking self. Instead of talking all your raggedy pussy ass bullshit on a nigga's name. That's what happens when you commit your life and your calling to being a raggedy, dusty simp. Mad at other motherfuckers who took the time to cultivate and shape their craft, align themselves with their motherfucking purpose, and then prosper. And you mad about it instead of being glad about it and letting it inspire you onto your path. Because talking shit about what God got for another motherfucker ain't gonna never take what God got for a motherfucker away from a motherfucker. So it don't matter how mad you is and how bitter you is and how resentful you is and how saucy and spicy you is about what God did for another motherfucker. So you might as well just get on with it and let another motherfucker's overflowing cup inspire your cup of Kool-Aid to run it over the rim. But you can't save all these hoes, Flacco. And when you can't save these hoes, they end up delivering your Mickey D's to you in 15 minutes.
Yo, listen, man. If Fupa is watching, listen, man, just know, brother, I have no issues, man. I was just wondering, like what happened, in your life to lead you to be like DoorDashing at 50 years old, because that's kind of, like this kind of, like that's kind of bizarre, bro.
You can say it. It's pathetic. I said it for you.
Damn.
So that's what happened. So when me and Sector spoke, we couldn't agree to the history, but we just agreed to start over. And then amidst starting over, now all this hell is breaking loose with him and breaking the culture. And for the most part, I'm like, look, my whole thing with this is like, just like I told Sector, if Knockout Media gave you a case against him, he gave you a case against him. Fine. If you gave Breaking the Culture a case against you, you gave her a case against you. Now, for me personally, do I think any of these niggas are worth thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon dollars? Not near one of these motherfuckers on here will ever get that out of my pocket. That's for me and my wallet. None of these niggas will ever be worth me spending my bread on their ass when that can go toward another pink wig. When that can go toward another set of flawless bundles. None of these niggas have that level of equity and value in my consciousness. Now, like I told Breaking the Culture, because she asked me, CTV, what you think, boo? Because, clear thinking people like to consult with counsel. And I said, look, I can't tell you what to do. It's not my situation to be in. I said, whatever you do, whatever decision you make it from your heart. Just really do. Don't back off of anybody in your ear. Back off of any pressure and just sit in yourself and you think about the ins and outs. Because at the end of the day, it's not like this stuff happens in a vacuum. It's not like you just take somebody to court. This is an entire fucking process of taking time out of your life, utilizing funds that could be going toward other things. It involves getting somebody served. And ultimately, it also involves you having to make peace with moving forward in a system that also might not give you what you want, and have you reconciled that before you arrive at that possible conclusion? Have you reconciled living with taking time away from your life, your fiance, your children, taking time, taking money, putting it toward this and not getting what you want? Because that could be possible. It's that you also could not get what you want out of this. Will you regret that? Because if you don't get what you want, you know the other side is going to smear that in your face. Victory dance, have you sat down and thought through every last single one of this? Because ultimately, sector and breaking the culture don't live in the same state. These are two people who will probably never, ever see each other in life, never run into the same circles. Hell, they ain't ran into each other yet in real life. So, is it really worth it? Only she can sit inside of herself and come up with that for herself. So I didn't sway her to the left. I didn't sway her to the right. I just told her, just sit down and figure it out in yourself. And if it's something she feels she wants to do and should do, then if Sector gave her a motherfucking case against her and that case goes through, I mean, he ultimately just has to accept responsibility for his actions.
Right. Yo, listen, right, but the chat keep on saying that I'm distracted and I want the video to you know, yeah, right. So again, I'm not distracted. I was just asking questions, right? But you can play it now, you know.
All right.
Because they think that I'm distracted on purpose.
All right. There's only 4 more minutes left.
I'm gonna expose this motherfucker. You don't know how this sector work. And to all of you stupid ass trolls on our sector that was coming after people, fuck each and every one of you for coming after people in your own fucking sector to support somebody who didn't really fuck with you like that. And that's including CTV, because CTV ain't really fucking with y'all like that. CTV trying to get a motherfucking bag. Hey, brother, I ain't hating you for that.
See how my name come into this? See? Once again, we amended, and there my name go. Just,
you know,
for what? Like, for fucking what? Like,
you know what that reminded me of?
What?
That shit reminded me of
my name go. And then wonder why we can't make amends. Wonder why we can't actually end nothing. I'm the only one who can keep my motherfucking word around here.
You remember that the fucking meme, the fucking video clip? He was like, look, see how my name always getting thrown and stuff? I ain't even did nothing.
I ain't even did nothing. See how my name just...
So you goofy motherfuckers, you know who you are. They went in that chat saying all that dumb shit that you were saying. You motherfuckers took the motherfucking L. Y'all niggas took the L. Because y'all niggas created the atmosphere for all this bullshit. Yes, I said bullshit. That's right. It was bullshit. All the motherfucking together. Okay? All bullshit. But again, I ain't hating on CTV. He trying to get his bag. He saw the numbers. We ain't stupid. I saw the motherfucking numbers too.
Okay, so I just want to do something real quick. Let me stop sharing my screen because this whole thing. Oh, Knocking on Media's back. Hey man, hallelujah, y'all. I just want to do something real quick. I just want to go ahead and just you know, we just dealing facts and receipts over here. We don't need no narratives, child. I'm gonna show y'all what. I mean, maybe because Sector comes from a smaller sector, he thinks that 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 views is like numbers. That's what we average over here. That's not a That's just not a thing. That's going to be celebrated. I mean, that's an average. So this is my video catalog.
Hey Flacco, how do you feel about what if D Darrell had exposed you tomorrow? Sorry, Conscious.
Okay, just hold that thought real quick. This is my video catalog. Just like the video me and Reckless just did on an unrelated subject, Lil Baby Jada is almost at 4,000 in less than 24 hours. Our Nicki Minaj almost at 4,000. My video on Royce Reed from Basketball Wives is almost at 5,000. Jesse Smollett 5,000. Young Pharaoh 6. Lil Kim almost 5,000. Like Megan Thee Stallion almost 10,000. Fresh and Fit beat down between Tommy 11,000. Like we don't like it's not adding no numbers. These are how my numbers average out this way. Like the sector isn't giving me any more numbers than what I already had. And a lot of these people will also already subscribe to me if they have stated on their own platforms. Like, I've been following CTV. I've been subscribed to CTV for years. Like, Let me tell you what it's like when I do numbers. When Tasha K hits the platform and I'm doing 51,000 views. When Storm and Royce hits the platform and I'm doing 119,000 views. Okay, 100,000, 32,000. So these are what we call numbers. Okay, what the sector is talking about is what we average out. I just wanted to just go ahead and set that whole motherfucking record completely. I mean, the evidence be right here. I don't even know why people say certain things. Like, it's right here for you to see with your own fucking eyeballs. But let me go ahead and reshare that screen. Flacco, if you wanted to answer Knockout Media's question, then you can. I'm about to share this screen again.
Yeah, he done took the wig off.
Let me go ahead and let's press.
Well, I mean, well, while he comes up with the answer, Conscious, you see how you made amends and your name still came up. I mean, like, do you think he has a capacity to really make amends with somebody?
I don't know. I mean, this is our second run at attempting to. I can tell you this, irregardless of what sector does, I'm going to keep my word. Like, obviously, I have to give commentary about this because it involves someone from my sector and him directly. But I feel even pretty balanced in that. But I don't have a personal issue with sector. So whatever attention people are thinking that I'm going to give to them, I'm not. Like, I'm going to do exactly what I've been doing. Like, we either get along or we won't. And I continue to go on about my glory like I do. There ain't going to be no back and forth banter. There ain't going to be none of that from me. So, but let me press play on me.
I'm gonna say this: to break in the culture opponent, you're gonna be news too. You see, what goes around comes around. And when D Darrell come around, it will be made known. See, the information that I have, I had access to shit on your ass, extensive shit that I could use. It was just given to me. It was placed in my hands. I chose not to use it. I just did one video on you. But then you want to come saying somebody harassing you, this and that. You don't want lying about exposing some shit, then you fucking ghost every fucking body. What about that? This woman is the biggest fucking liar. She the biggest motherfucking throat goat that they got in the goddamn land. She the biggest hoe in the goddamn land. She taking motherfucking pictures, flipping and flashing, and ain't nothing but 5 people commenting on your shit. If you was that bad of a bitch, you'd have hundreds of thousands of people. You doing motherfucking videos and shit, you posting shit, it ain't nothing but 5 or 10 people lying to you about how you look.
And this is the thing. All of this is completely unrelated to like, you cannot be mad that Star called this woman out and was dead as completely historically, mentally, and intellectually fucking wrong. She was fucking wrong. She was fucking wrong. You can't be mad that she got it wrong. Like, all this stuff that's being said ain't got shit to do with the fact that Breaking the Culture rightfully caught her ass to the motherfucking stand because she put a claim on her that just was not fucking true. It don't matter if 20 other motherfucking things are true. That ain't motherfucking true. And Star got clocked on it, and Star had to fucking eat it.
Did you just call her a throat goat?
Yeah, a throat. He called her a throat goat.
I don't be understanding this because y'all have to prove. I don't know. Maybe I don't get it because they older and it's like y'all probably should know this stuff. But I'm younger than y'all, and I know anything that you say. You at least if you gonna say it, have proof behind it. Like that. Girl, y'all don't know what slander is.
But that's the issue here is that Sector think that a bunch of shit that another deranged middle-aged DoorDasher gave to him is proof, and he's not understanding that the shit that was given to him is also just simply slander and narratives. It's not proof. We know what Sector is talking about because it was the shit that was coughed up and regurgitated for 8 months on this DoorDasher's platform. It wasn't factual then. It was narratives upon narratives, not facts.
That's it. You fucking shape like this. No, not this. Like this. You ain't got no shape. You ain't got no titties. You ain't got no ass. Your face, okay. I'm just being frank. If I always hate niggas in the church sector that hate me, please, because if you saw me face to face, you'd be the first one taking care of the Godfather. So let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted. And you know who you are, because you always in the chat talking dumb shit too. So yes, breaking the culture of hoeing, it ain't over, baby. It ain't over. See, you thought that shit was going to make you look all great. No matter, and this is something I need you to understand, breaking the culture of hoeing. No matter how bad you try to expose somebody else, nobody's equivalent to the dumb shit you did. It does not change the shit, the bullshit that you have done. It don't change it one motherfucking bit. It don't change it at all. Your record speaks for itself regardless of what somebody else's record.
But I don't understand how Sector thinks that Breaking the Culture's record speaks for itself, but he literally hated all over the YouTube street. So his own credibility is shot to that same point.
Well, you shocked about that. I'm shocked that he talking about shape and talking about looks.
No. I'm not shocked. I said to his own point, his own credibility is shot. He's arguing that Breaking the Culture has no credibility, but he's also known as a self-professed villain, and I haven't really met anyone who likes him aside from Flacco.
Oh my God.
Everybody else is dragging the fuck out of him, including people from his own sector. So to his point, if Breaking the Culture don't have any credibility, why does he believe he has any? He's known and being called out for his bad behavior all up and through. I mean, he even, I think, said in this video that his name ring bells all across the sectors, and yeah, for all the motherfucking wrong reasons.
So it's shot.
Understand that. See, what you should do is sit your little pencil-shaped ass down somewhere and be quiet, and do some content on some other shit not related to this shit. But no, you'll miss your ass like they told me I'm poking the fucking bear or some fucking pea-brain ass Negro in South Houston. You know, you doing the same thing. So you keep poking at motherfuckers, knowing your fucking life has been exposed and people can use the motherfucking receipts. And be real, I plan to use some motherfucking receipts. So I'm letting it be known. I'm letting it be known. You're not gonna come after and do some shit to people in this sector and don't think that motherfucking Godfather ain't gonna fucking come back at you, or you losing your motherfucking.
And this is the lack of accountability. Come and do something. Did Star choose or not choose to hit the link herself? Did she choose also or did not choose to bring her motherfucking ass back for round 2 of a beatdown? Nobody did anything to Star. This is the issue of there's no account of fucking ability ever. Somebody else did it to somebody else. What somebody else did. This shit is like literally Sunken place shit.
A long time. I've known this person longer than any motherfucker just about in this sector. Are you motherfucking kidding me? You gonna understand why I'm the motherfucking godfather. And last but not least, if I'm not talking about your motherfucking ass, and I know this one nigga in Houston want me to talk about you, that mean your ass ain't worth fucking talking about. Peace.
And the Godfather sounds the fuck off.
Godfather. Yeah.
What the flying fuck?
Any motherfucking words?
What
Let's
the
get on
flying
with it.
Whoa.
That, yo, listen, man, that definitely was tough to watch. Both sides, I have great love for. Just finding out that she's Nigerian. You feel me? I have love for like both sides, man. My only wish, man, is again, man, that man has a family, kids to feed. You feel me, man? Like a few businesses to run. I don't think that paperwork on a black man should be our first go-to.
Flacco, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one, because at the end of the day, yes, he may have a family, but that's his responsibility to think about that. Yes, he understands he has businesses, but that's his responsibility to think about that. Yes, he has things that he needs to get done, but however, that's not the concern of breaking the culture of silence. That's not her concern. So he has to think about that, and that's where the accountability comes in at. Because you can't go ahead talking crazy to people and think that everybody's gonna walk away, especially when you already reinforced and said out of your own mouth is that the reason why you say what you say and you do what you do is because no one ever held you accountable. So now that's like the extra stamp on the letter that's about to be given up to the good Lord. And that's a good authorization and verification code for your karma that's about to be delivered.
I mean, he just said everything I need to say.
Whose responsibility is it supposed to be, Flacco?
No, definitely, it's definitely his, right? But I'm just saying, like, maybe we should, probably, well, not us, since like we don't have control, but maybe breaking cultural silence, if she sees it in her
Only just thing to
heart.
do, Flacco, if breaking that culture was willing to back down, that absolutely justifies sector backing down from this restraining order as well. Take all the paperwork off the table, because all these people are black people in the situation.
Exactly.
All these people got a livelihood and got a family.
I agree, man.
It's quite the fucking deal, but it's the only fair one is to take it all off the table.
As black folks, right? Like we should be like policing in ourselves, man. Right? Like if we come and on this app, right? We engage in each other, but again, though, and to her credit, she says that they never engaged. Right? The attacks was one-sided. So, right. So, like my example, is kind of different, right? But like, if let's say like Knockout in Godfather D, right? Like went back and forth, things was said, right? Like both sides was agitated, and then something happens, and then we call the police.
See, Flacco, let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
Why does it always have to get to something happens? Why can't two black men have a conversation outside?
Right. But like, and
that's all I'm getting at is why can't two black men have a conversation without it escalating to violence? Do you believe that can happen? Do you believe that's possible?
Yeah. Facts.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going. I'm sorry.
It's definitely no. Like, it's definitely possible, right? But from like his side though, and he's seen it as something that was like a threat, right?
That's subjective though.
Yeah.
But objectively looking at it, if somebody's saying, "Hey, I want to interview with you. I want to talk with you," why can't two black men talk or have an interview? What is so wrong with that?
Now, to be fair though, Knockout, like like for example, right? If you was in Terrell's shoes, right, and Terrell came to like your job and says, "Come out, knockout. I'm trying to interview you."
I'm coming
Would you
outside.
take that as yo, and he trying to interview me, or yo, and he's on some bullshit?
I'm gonna come outside because I'm
Yeah.
a man at the end of the day.
I'm gonna come
So
outside too, to be honest.
I'm coming outside. I mean, I'm not gonna let somebody just come up
Yes.
on me, bro. I'm coming outside.
I know that's
So
right, bitch. Oh, sorry.
whatever happens, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm not looking for immediate violence, but I'm gonna come outside. Straight up.
I mean, it was his right to not come outside, but I mean, some of us would have chose to come outside.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Shit.
individual thing, but you know, everybody's built like that.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm very mature, so I never would have came outside.
I love to come outside because I love putting a nigga's manhood to the test.
Let me stop, bitch. I would have came
I
outside.
love giving a nigga the opportunity to actually be a man of his word.
And see, conscious, this is a thing that not everybody's understanding. When you're antagonizing somebody and you're putting things out there, and then somebody comes to hold you accountable for those things, and you don't come outside, there's only a few things that I can gather about you, and they're not good. But I would have came outside, just me.
I have a question. Flacco, I have a question. All
Well,
right, so even if Breaking the Culture decides that she doesn't want to go through with paperwork and all the extra, do you think that he actually learned his lesson, or do you think that he just learns his lesson as to not to do it to her?
nah, man. I definitely feel like Godfather have learned his lesson, man. Like, I don't think you will hear that side of Godfather, like the like the off the wall, just going in. Nah, man. Like, cause it wasn't just her, right? A few content creators, female content creators in our sector, they've made videos, right? They've made like live streams, right? So the backlash have came from our sector as well, right? So if he's seen that women who actually used to like rock with him and fuck with him, right, and like patronize him, if they've reacted that way and stood in like solidarity, you feel me? Like, nah, man, I don't see him going back to it, man. Now, the better question though is, did he learn that it was wrong, or did he learn not to do it in public? Right? And now that, I don't know, right? If he learned, whether or not it, it's like wrong or not, right? But he definitely learned not to do it in public no longer.
Yeah. Shout out to Chosen on the comment. That shit is amazing.
To be honest, with the war and the price of gas and food being high as knockout media on the panel, nah, I ain't talking. I'm going home because people are acting crazy and short temper. Pulling a trigger is easy for some.
Yeah, man.
And that might have been to I's point, is that she is aware that Black men are already very militant in the way that they deal with each other. And then couple that with everything that everybody has been through with this fucking pandemic, and just how our world is changing and people are a bit more out of their goddamn head. Like these days, she might have been like, knockout, don't rock the cradle, because in this situation with either one of y'all, it could go left, depending on how y'all both engage each other.
And it also depends on how y'all woke up.
And would you have had the capacity to back down if he would have knucked and bucked against you, and vice versa? And she was like, the only way to not know is for both y'all to stay in y'all corners. Because sometimes people just trying to have a simple conversation still leads to somebody being left in a pool of their own blood.
Right. I guess, I let my ego get the best of me. I can admit that.
Don't worry, you're not alone.
And the thing is, with Black people, it seems like, especially with Black men, And I'll go back to this point, and it's not an excuse, but it's just in reality, we you know, as black men, it's like we have to prove something to each other. So you know, at the end of the day, it can come out in several different ways, and sometimes those ways can be rather intimidating, I guess, towards others. But the thing is, you can't be talking to, like, all this game as if you're about it, though. That's my whole thing. It's not like it came from nowhere. It wasn't unprovoked, you know, and that's my whole thing. So yeah, but I understand. I definitely do understand where Eyes is coming from with that, because yeah, sure, for sure, somebody, he could have came outside and been like, "Oh shit, he's trying to kill me," and then upped his gun and, you know, bow. That's it. And I was just trying to have a conversation, or, you know, vice versa. But still, um, nobody would know.
And she
But yeah,
think you too cute to be gone this soon. She don't want to take no chances.
she wants to flirt some more. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
she don't, you know, she don't want to take no chances when you getting up out of here quick like that. Yeah, you know, she's trying to ensure the flirtation of it all, the long-term sustainability of the flirtation.
Ooh.
Flirtations. Ooh.
Yeah. So to Flacco's point, I mean, if you feel you can have a conversation with Sector, I mean, if anybody could probably, like, if there is anybody close enough to Sector, you know, to maybe encourage him to maybe consider some alternative approaches to all this. I mean, I'm willing to continue to I mean, help and straighten all this out. I mean, I know deep down we all know that this is like internet shit. It's internet shit.
Now,
I ain't.
I'm sorry, but Flacco, I think maybe my question I got overshadowed, or maybe your answer, I didn't really get to catch your answer. But if you go and listen back at his live from tonight, there is a part where he's saying that he was going to expose CTV tomorrow, and then he's going to expose two people on the panel. And I know he's not talking about Reckless. So, how would you feel if it was no longer, like, if your relationship was no longer the same with him just because of this panel?
I mean, well, like, I personally, like, don't, like, think that he talking about me, right? But
who else would it be? Because he can't be talking about Reckless, because Reckless hasn't.
It's nothing to expose, baby. They done said everything they can say.
Yeah.
Prostitute, cokehead, drughead, I don't give a damn. But just know, whatever you do, know that there's gonna be consequences and repercussions the motherfucker follow. I ain't the one who got anything to be afraid of in the situation. We know how to wage war.
Me and Godfather, yeah, like, we have a really, like, you know, like, great, like, you know, relationship, like, you know, and off YouTube, man. So, you know, like, I can almost guarantee you, you know, and he wasn't, you know, talking about me, man. So Reckless, you know, get them gloves ready, man. If he was talking about me, though, again, man, like, I treat this as, like, YouTube, right? Like, I've learned, like, really early on, man, especially, like, in our sector, bro, like, where people are, like, so fiddle, man. Like, I've seen niggas be like best friends on Monday, and then by Wednesday, these niggas was doxing and showing each other cribs, right? So I've witnessed that in our sector, right? So,
I mean,
like,
it,
you know,
it doesn't hurt you either way, because you're already transcended past that. You're making money. You know what I'm saying? You figured out the formula. Wait, so why would it really even, like, is there something holding you with him? Like, why do you feel so driven to, like, support him?
well, cause my dog, you feel me? Like, right. So we are close, like, off YouTube, right? So, like, it's not even me, like, supporting, you know, like.
But Flacco, what if he said that y'all have never had a conversation offline?
Huh?
What if he said y'all have never had a conversation offline?
That wouldn't be true. We email all the time.
Okay. All right.
Right. Look, right. So, like me personally, right? Like, I really don't even support, like, you know, like content creators, right? And all the dudes who, like, I, like, talk to and off YouTube, you know, like D Darrell and, like, you know, Cox Potato and Red Pill, right? Like those are guys that, right, you know, like, like we we've built and off YouTube, right? So where I'm not supporting him, the content creator. I support him as the person. You feel me? If like that makes sense.
Flacco, the best thing I can do is tell you is talk to your friend, because your friend have a lot of niggas who want his motherfucking head.
Your question though.
He got no. Listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I told you earlier that I got a slew of women who done reached out to me, who want me to use my platform to expose Sector TV. I don't do a lot of exposing on my platform. We drag niggas into court. Like, that's what we do. I really don't get into online exposing folk, but the pool he's in, there is sharks swimming, and he's put himself in an interesting, precarious predicament, because probably more than any other time he's been beefing with people, he's actually done enough to give his open enemies enough to really do some things that maybe other people have been unsuccessful at doing previously. Now, I would hate to see any of those shenanigans, because we've seen it before, over and over and over again. It's really not a necessary thing, and it's not in his best interest to double down. Just like everybody's decisions from this point forward are going to count, and they're going to be met with the appropriate responses, everybody should think very carefully about those decisions.
I truly hope, man, that cooler head prevails. You feel me? Now, people are like in the chat calling me a hypocrite, saying they know my history. Wait, question though, man. Like, exactly right? Because people like, you know, when they tell like the old like sector history, they tell it in such a like exaggerated manner, right?
But no, I mean, Flacco, honestly, that story you told earlier, I mean, it's kind of sketchy. I'm not gonna lie. Not no shade. I'm not trying to like. I know, you know, we've been going back and forth or whatever, but for real,
Yeah.
like that story that you told, like for real,
It was a like, right? Like, for example, man, like me, right, bro? Like, I am big on self accountability, man. Like, folks will tell you, man, like I've called out myself, right, but like I'm just big, right, on right, like just
you said you what? You said you big on a self accountability.
Yeah, for myself, right?
Yes, but can you like put some of that off for your homeboy? Because if that was the case, then I feel like a lot of things that he's into wouldn't happen if he had that accountability.
And Reckless, right? You're Reckless. You're not coming from like our sector. You're just coming from somebody who's like on CTV's panel, just looking at this objectively, right?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Mm-hmm. And who's Randy? Question.
Randy is your friend.
Oh, Terrell.
Yeah.
Wait, what do they like call him, Randy?
You seen Monsters Inc?
I want to say to Flacco's point that even if Flacco was willing to hold Sector 100% accountable for his actions, at the end of the day, Sector is a grown-ass man. There's only but so much anybody's support system can do. It still has to come down to the individual. I do think that support systems should do their part in supporting the best course of actions in situations, but we also cannot hold people outside of the individual accountable for the behavior unless they are actively enabling it. But it comes down to the individual themselves. And there's only but so much you can say to a person. They're going to make their own decisions at the end of the day.
Now, facts. Can y'all tell me though? Right. So okay. So exactly like what did y'all like hear about me and my quote unquote past in that in that old sector?
Well, there was somebody in the stream saying that you dragged a woman and her deceased child. I don't know about that.
In fact, let me like address that, right? Because no one's crazy too, right? Is the same folks in who was calling me all type of names back then. Now they're saying, "Oh my God, yo, Flacco was right," and now they're saying the like same thing, right? So what I said was, again, right? So that woman, right? I came a binary panel, and me, binary, and Star were just talking about some like general shit. So then she like called in mad about like my like take on Umar Johnson or some shit, and started calling me broke, dusty, African, broke, blah blah blah, right? So I said, hold up now, like, yo, how am I broke? Again, I have $5,000 that I can pull for an emergency expense. You don't have $5K to buy the tombstone, right? Sorry.
Flacco, what does that got to do with anything? What does your money have to do with anything, bro?
No. Wait. Right. So she called me broke and dusty, and I said, hold up. How am I broke when I have that 5K, right? When she was having a freaking fundraiser and asking people in the sector to raise 5K for her to buy the headstone, right? So like, all I personally asked was, how are you calling me broke and dusty when you're the one who's begging for that 5K, right? And folks say, that's out of pocket, which I don't see how,
All right, so Flacco, what's been, well, I don't want to ask you what's been your most pain, but have you been hurt before in your life? Like, have you ever had like something painful happen?
I'll keep it a buck, man. Like, probably like most painful shit would probably losing like my brother, but that was like when I was like 9 years old, right? I'm 23 now, so it's been.
But okay, but see, even now, like, say somebody brings up your brother, right?
Yeah.
Does it like hit a nerve? Like, do you get upset when somebody brings that up?
I'll keep it a buck. Like now, no. Probably back then it probably would have, right? But like it's been like 14 years, It's not really like a nerve right now,
Do you love your brother?
Yeah, facts. Yeah, of course.
So I guess a rational, like normal person, I guess that's not like jaded, would still feel some type of way. Like, okay, so do you go to counseling?
Nah.
Have you ever went to counseling for that?
No.
Okay. So you don't really deal with trauma well.
Or like I've never like been like traumatized, right? It was like, like
I would say losing your brother is pretty traumatizing. I'm not gonna lie to you at any age.
Right. I agree, right? But like,
were you and your brother close in age?
Well, I was 9, he was 18, so we was like 9 years apart when he passed away.
But you knew him though.
Yeah. Put together,
Yeah, I would say that's pretty traumatizing. Losing a family member is usually pretty traumatizing. So, but you would say you've never experienced any trauma.
Yeah, right. When I think about trauma, right, like it's something that still like like deeply affects you, right? Like I don't like, for example, right, like I don't feel it, right. Again, man, like I'm trying to be sensitive, like towards people who actually feel that way, right? But like I've never like well, like now, right? I don't feel like I don't know, like sadness, depression, or right, like that's just
So I guess that's maybe why you may not understand why that's so deep. Okay, when somebody like loses somebody, right, or even if they're trying to like even if they're dealing just with death, period, right? It may not be like with their closest person, but just dealing with death or grieving. And you know, in the case they're trying to come up with the money for the tombstone, do you feel like you kind of like shitting on them with your money and saying that, oh yeah, well, all this, you know, you don't feel like that's in any way, shape, or form insensitive?
It definitely is like insensitive, right? And probably too far, right? But like at that time, right, bro, like I had like no subs, right? So like that was like the time where like we were all just, you know, like just going at it, right? So again, in like hindsight, I probably, you know, I probably should have exercised like restraint, right? But at that time, man, like my whole like mindset was, if somebody attacks me, they have no right in dictating what my reaction should be, right? So if she's calling me broke, at that point, right, I was trying to like point out like a clear hypocrisy there, right? But me trying to be like logical and point that out, I probably should have said, you know what, you know, her kid just passed away. Me saying this at this time probably, you know, probably is not the right thing to do. But then that person, though, showing her true colors a few months down the line, now everybody in the sector dislikes her, like hates her, and just like kind of drove her out the sector now. You feel me?
Okay.
She's, you know, like she's like just gone now, man, because she just pissed off like just like way too many people, you know. So, I probably shouldn't have said it, man, but like that person right there, man, was just like a, you know, just a bad person in general. This day still will do system. Yo, who's cracking? Is he like a person from this sector or our sector?
We've never
No
seen
clue.
him until
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen them in my chat.
Yeah, like we've never seen that person in our sector as well.
Well, I mean, Flocko, you got to think you have a big platform, so.
Yeah, man. Somebody says, you see, look, JJ says Flacco has grown since he first showed up on the scene, Darrell. Hey, man, I don't think that's in fact. Yeah, I didn't even. You read it out.
So I really haven't heard anything really about you aside from that, and I heard something about you and Shakim Ra having a beef at one point, and that was about it.
Yeah, man, bro. Like our sector was definitely, man. Like again, man, and it was ruthless, man. But where I kind of like hopped off, right? Like for example, man, like y'all have like a huge sector, right? Where like there's like new folks coming in every day, right? But for us is, yo, bro, like we like, so for example, right, around like August of 2020, we was talking about Umar Johnson and his school, and at the time Umar Johnson was a huge topic, right? So every day there were new people coming in because they were, you know, like they were interested in like Umar Johnson and shit like that. So like we were, you know, having some real meaningful discussions. And then shit went from Umar Johnson to now was content creator v content creator. And then once I saw, wait, hold up, bro, like when I talk about an Umar Johnson, there's mad folks and who comment. But then when, you know, we're now doing this whole like content creator versus content creator shit, at some point, man, like we're just running around in like a hamster wheel, right? Because if I have 400 subs and you have 300 subs and that nigga got 200 subs and like he got like 1,000 subs and we're only making videos about each fucking other, who's watching? You feel me? So I'm just kind of like glad though, man, that like y'all have kind of like saved and like adopted our dying sector, man, because like probably like the month before like we found y'all, man, bro. Like we were like a dying sector there.
Well,
Yeah.
it's probably because, like, okay, look, I can go and say this from our conversation tonight. I can say, like, I don't have any beef with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I can be a man and say, like, there's nothing, I don't, like, we can talk and still have a conversation and not be mad at each other. Like, there's nothing between us that's that serious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts.
So, like, for me, there's nothing, like, I can admit that if that was a fake profile, then it was.
Yeah,
But
man.
the thing is like, you got to think of the camp that you're around would make me or make anyone really like go to believe like on the side of, well, maybe, you know what I'm saying? It is. But, you know, if you're saying that it's not, then it's not. I can respect your word. But I'm just saying from the aspect of who you surround yourself around, it's like, I'm not gonna say it doesn't deem you credible, but it takes away from your credibility. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Nah, man.
And because of
I
the
definitely get
stuff
it.
that's like surrounding other people's names, that's the only thing that I'm getting at. So it's not, I don't think it's necessarily that, you know, our sector, because it's really just me and Conscious at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's really I mean, who else would you consider part of our sector? Larry,
Yo,
I guess?
like I kind of really like having like really like dive like deep in this sector, man. Like I'll be real, man. Like the only person like, you know, like I know it's like, you know, is you and like Consciouztv, right? And
Right.
actually, man, like I think it was on the Raw panel like the other day, right? I kind of thought the Consciouztv was like done with like y'all sector, right? Because when the Tasha K thing happened, like this nigga channel just whoop, you feel me? Like right? So I
Why would I be
thought,
done?
damn, like he's getting like, you feel me? Like, yo, like
Why would I be done with my Why would I be done with any of my audience? Flock.
But
Go.
see, saying that would be like he's been done with Knockout, but it's like, you know, that's really not the case. That's not going to be the case. You know what I'm saying?
This
So
is a
like,
build. It's nowhere to go. It's just, you know,
but
an
we don't.
expounding upon my platform, but not.
But y'all
really
deem us a
anywhere.
sector. We don't look at ourselves as a sector. I mean, that word has never come up between me and Conscious before this happened. You know, so I don't know.
What sector is this?
Nah, sector, right, would be like, you know, like you, Knockout, Breaking Culture of Silence, the Fupa dude, you know, let me see what your transcript of the 18 versus, you know, like, right? So like, you know,
okay, Fupa is not in any sector. Like,
you know, right. When I seen
Failed
that, yo, bro,
YouTube uploader is maybe a category all by itself.
not right. So why did you like? I guess like choose to come back. Well, not like come back, but like never left, right? But why did you like say I'm probably not gonna go down like the messy blog and gossiping route, right? Because again, bro, like
I'm
the
still
Tasha
not.
K audience came, you know.
I'm still not. I haven't done anything to anybody. Like I'm just. I have done one thing and one thing only, which is CTV. Like I didn't come into y'all sector fucking with y'all. Like I don't like this shit migrates around us. Like that's how we even found Sector TV, because he was talking about us. Like we didn't even know him to talk about him or to find our way there. His voice echoed down the chambers because Breaking the Culture had been following some people over there, like a Carrie Ann, etc., for months before the like before all this shit with Herman Sector even had began, or the shit with him and Knockout had even began. So she was already familiar with people over in our landscape, but I didn't get introduced until that. But I mean, I don't know what to say. Like I'm just chilling. It's not nowhere for me to go per se. It's just, I mean,
Well, nah, bro. Like you had a like a clear path. Like for example, right? Like again, right? You've probably like been doing YouTube for a minute now, right? So you probably, you know, like have like your niche and your core audience, right? But for niggas like me, bro, who like my like mindset is like like, how can I grow as fast as possible, right? When I seen like Tasha K numbers coming, I'm talking about like what, like 1,500 people, right? Was in like your live streams and shit like that, right? Bro,
4,000.
yeah, right, yeah, right. So like, the obvious path will be, okay, cool. Let me just now like go to like the gossiping blogs, celebrity, Real Housewife shit now. You feel me?
I do that though. Like most of my content is pop culture related content. I mean,
yeah, he been doing that.
There kind of like is no clear cut way. What happens on YouTube from time to time is something will pop off and you will get your 15 minutes. And then depending on what type of 15 minutes it is, it might be a 15 minutes that has longevity, or it might just be 15 minutes. And then, you know, the wave will wrinkle out and then something else will pop off and you get your 15 minutes again. And then depending on, you know, the potential of that 15 minutes, it may just be 15, or there may be something else to move into. So I didn't really count any of those manifestations on my platform as like pathways, because they happen to begin with because I'm already on the path. Like I just met, you know, I just met a spike along the road. And so things went up and there wasn't really any potential in those manifestations because the circumstances surrounded their personal life. So there was nothing else to do with it once it just resolved itself. Like it was just circumstantial. Like, you know, they were falling out. There was things going on within the Kibi family, etc. And Tasha K has came up here, and sometimes she visits the platform and just pops up to talk to me. You know, it's just a lot of. First of all, I'm close to a lot of content creators, like in real life. I don't even use half of my resources in the way that most people probably would if they were in my position. But I'm very clear, Flacco, about like I'm not really resting on like these moments that happen. I'm doing what I'm called to do, which is why they're happening. And it's just a matter of time before God like levels me up. But right now, like I'm getting a lot of practice run because it's a headache too. Like it's not just glitz and glamour. Like for every little bit more you gain, the more ridiculous it gets. Like people hold you under a microscope. They cling to every motherfucking word. Like then you become the point of clout. So then other motherfuckers now want to talk about you as clout. Like it's not all good. It's not all light. Like there's a bunch of dumb shit that comes with every little bit of elevation. For new levels come new devils. So, you know, and when all that Tasha K was happening, guess what? All of a sudden now, CTV was the name that pays. And
yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro.
And some of it, and the shit that some people was talking was good. Some of it was not. But that all came with hyper visibility. And because I'm not here to be famous, because I'm really not a people person like that. I'm very much so an introvert. I don't surround myself with a bunch of people. I have a very tight circle, very quality circle, but very tight circle. And I'm fulfilled with just being like an influencer and just having a space to be able to speak my truths and my perspectives and be able to welcome information into the stream. I'm not like other content creators who are on here worried about numbers and who are actually like intentionally trying to be famous, intentionally trying to like pop off, which is why the shit happens to me and not nobody else.
Social blade bandits.
Huh?
Social blade bandits, right? Social blade bandits.
like the reason why that shit will manifest around my platform is because I ain't asking for it. Like there are plenty of other people who would be like, damn, why that can't happen? Like why that can't be me? But that's why it's happening, because I don't want it. Like it's not that I don't want it, but it's just like that's just because it's not my point of attraction. It's easy to manifest it because there's there's no resistance to the manifestation.
Not
So
right.
you know, so it's able to flow
Yeah.
inwardly. But and so that's just what I'm doing. Like I'm
Also
I'm
too, right, Conscious? Right?
Hmm?
Like, and I realized what, like, right, for example, right, like when that whole, like, you know, Tasha K was happening, right? I was like studying your shit, right? I was like, yo, like, he don't seem like he's thirsty for this. Like, for example, right? If Tasha K would have been on like my on like my like channel, right? And like every time like I go live, I get like 4K. My nigga, bro, I'm dropping like 10 videos a day. I'm going live like fucking 3 times a day, 5 days a week. You was taking like a day or two off and coming back, and I said, damn, my nigga, nah, bro. Like,
Man,
Because
Conscious, have you ever told? I mean, I know we talked in private about it, but the whole audio thing. I know you put out a video about it, but the you want to? I was like that situation. I think is kind of like really relevant because that was something that you had that pretty much everybody was like after, and it's like you wanted to drop it at a certain time, and because it's like everybody was after it so much. You know, it's like because your timing, the way your timing is, it makes people want to come after it some more. I feel like, and like you're expert at that, and I think that's what Flacco is really saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, I mean, he hit it on the nail. I mean, I'm not thirsty, so that's why I don't rush, and I'm not like tripping over my tail, and I'm not starstruck, and I'm not, because first of all, I already had access to all of these people outside of YouTube. It's just that everybody else got to see those relationships. Like I text and DM, and there are exchanges and dialogue. Like I just talked to Storm and Roll the other night. Well, it was on the phone at 3 fucking a.m. Like just talking shit and trading off, you know, like YouTube tips and all type of shit. I mean, like,
yeah,
I'm just not braggadocious, and I just am not. Maybe I'm just too full of myself. Like I'm just not. I don't feel like maybe it don't spark me. So now I'm talking to y'all. This is what I'm realizing, because I've been popular my whole life. I have always been trendy, always been on the in crowd. I was voted most unique. I was voted most popular in my house. I've always done this. Like I'm not these dynamics are not like foreign to me. I'm just like, like of course you fuck with me. I mean, like I mean that's not gonna be, that's not shocking to me. So that's why I be like, I don't be getting it, because I'm just like, oh, like, you know, and that's why I said what I said earlier about, I really feel like there's a lot of people on here who they didn't get a chance to be somebody until the internet. They didn't get a chance to really like be that dude or be that girl, or to get access to certain spaces and certain types of people until the internet. Like I have professional athletes in my family. I have famous people in my family. Like we've vacationed in luxury. We've had destination weddings. Like I've traveled. Like I've seen all this. So like I've seen money. I've held $100,000 in my motherfucking hand. Like these are not things that trip me out. Like that's gonna trip people out who that's just happening to. So when I'm being co-signed by this one and being co-signed by that one, and this person is reaching out to me, and this person is trying to get to know me and cultivate a relationship to me, like that's, I don't know, like that's just my natural life dynamic. So when it plays out and manifests on the fucking internet, it's just like, I mean, it's like I ain't tripping. I mean, it's just like it's a bigger deal to other people obviously than it is to me. It's just, and I ain't worried about a popularity contest, because I know I'm that nigga, which is why I ain't gotta rush. It is gonna be on my time. Like that's how much confidence and stillness I have in me. I don't believe that anybody else has the keys to myself. I mean, the keys to my success. That shit, I'm the key. I'm the key. So I'm just gonna live my life, and I'm just going to follow through with all of my aspirations, and I'm gonna let the universe touch and agree on all the shit that I know that I'm called here to do. And it's just about sticking to what I know I'm here to do. And that's why things will continue to pop off for me. That's why weapons will formed against me and never prosper. That's why, because I'm very clear about who I am and what I'm doing here. And it's not about all the superficial bells and whistles that it is for a lot of other content creators. So all I know how to do is just be cool about it.
So basically, what I got from that is, girl, I've been that bitch. So with that being said, I'm immune to it. Yes, ma'am. Come on, tight circle.
Is your goal to like for example, right? Like,
yeah, you touch that wig one more time.
now listen though, right? So like my sector kind of like ridiculed me because I always stated, yo, I want to be a big YouTuber, right? Like, like I'm living, breathing this shit, right? Like this is like what I want to do. Like, is your goal to, I guess, like eventually be like where, like, let's say like a Tasha K is, or like a, like the millions of subs, or do you not want to be like a big YouTuber?
If I have to be 100 to be honest with you,
yeah.
I don't want to be a big YouTuber at all. Like, I turned down so many opportunities so far in my career as a influencer. I turned down T.S. Madison. I turned down the Supreme Queen's Court as a guest host. I've turned down so much radio shit. I've turned down so much TV shit because I just don't like what happens. What happens at the top is just not for me. Now, me and God been dealing with some things over the past 6 months, because clearly what I'm called to do does have a certain level of fame and visibility as a part of it. And that's the part that I'm trying to reconcile in myself, because once again, I'm at a just enough level to where I can sit in my space, sit in the world I've created for myself on my platforms, and do me. I don't want to be a Tasha K. I don't want to be a Larry Reed, because I don't like how tight and claustrophobic the space gets, literally. I can't imagine living under that microscope. I can't imagine not being able to say what the fuck I want to say. I can't imagine everything I fucking say and do like being outraged over. I can't imagine. I don't want it. Like, I don't want any of that bullshit. I don't want people like conflating every motherfucking thing. And it's just like, it's so sad to be famous these days. It's so sad to have hyper visibility these days. These fucking content creators, they coming on here giving y'all content, but what they're not telling y'all too is that they're also in therapy. Because the shit that comes with social media is burdensome. The shit that comes with just visibility is burdensome. And then your personal life gets weird, because at some point you acquire so much that you don't know the genuine from the disingenuous. And most people who acquire a lot of success, especially when that's coupled with any type of fame or hyper popularity, they then become more withdrawal. And then there's a greater sense of loneliness, because it either seems like everybody wants you for what you have, or you just don't know how to properly vet at this point the real from the fake, because they're not all holding one space. And it just becomes more complicated. It all becomes more complicated when P. Diddy and Biggie Small says the more money we come across, the more problems we see. It's just a lot. And because I have friends already there, I'm able to have like a front row seat to what shit is like for them in all reality. And I'm still not excited about certain aspects of that. So I'm okay with taking my time. I'm like, God, fine. If you're gonna make a bitch famous, fine. However, I'm taking my time there. I'm gonna I'm gonna be a turtle and a snail on that goddamn path because I can already see God trying to do it as you talking about the manifestations that are launching me. The universe is after my ass. The universe is after pushing me out there, and I'm like, I know you're coming. I know the end destiny is inevitable, but my God, I'm gonna drag my feet there
Don't
because
worry, I'll push you.
I just it's just a lot, and I'm just not excited about it. So I'm just enjoying the slow ride to victory because I know that once you get there, like it's no way to undo it. You're there, you got to deal, and so I'm just trying to savor the flavor of being right here in this middle space. I'm right in between both worlds equally. I'm in between small sector and big sector. I have relationships in both areas. I have resources in every area. And I'm just dragging my feet. That's all I can
Question
say.
for you though. Right. So like, when I see let's say like a new wig probably every day, like brand new tattoos every day, a nice background, it looks like your coins is probably up there, right? Like right. So like what I guess
You
like
don't care about his pocketbook.
yeah, right. Right, like I guess I don't see you working like a traditional like 9 to 5. So like I guess like did you like have coins like before YouTube? Like so like like so the coins that you will get, like you aren't like thirsty and starving for it. Like folks like myself who you feel me? I was starving for this shit, man.
But I don't think there's nothing wrong with being hungry for anything. I don't know how to answer that question either. I mean,
I was cool. All right. So
huh?
I had right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. If I hear right, so okay, so were you comfortable and living very well outside of your YouTube income?
Yeah, because I was fine. I don't live off of my social media income to begin with. So, I mean,
Damn.
and the thing about living well is I'm also not like a high maintenance person. Like once again, this comes to like my probably my like Buddhist type shit. I don't require a lot. The only thing I'm really big on is like my clothes and my wardrobe and my aesthetic. But honestly, I could live in a hut in the fucking jungles of Africa. Like I don't have to live unnecessarily luxurious in that way. Like I don't require that type of living. I'm really artsy as a person. That may translate as glamorous to some people because I know it. I mean, but all of this is about art for me, and I don't know. I'm just not high maintenance in that way. But I mean, yes, I'm fine. Like, I mean, I'm fine. Like,
All right.
I'm fine. That's all I can say.
Mm.
Is I'm fine, and I had the luxury of relocating last year to Alabama and living on a bunch of acres of land where I can howl at the fucking moon and bury bodies in the backyard and get away with murder. And I can be a crazy wild country bitch, just how I like to be. But I'll also be relocating to Atlanta because my mentor gave me a job opportunity as in PR for him. So I will be moving, which is an opportunity that came out of fucking YouTube, like, so
Jesus.
I'm just building. So it is worth it. Like, to your point, like what you want for yourself on these YouTube streets, Flacco, is like, you should go forward. Like there's money on the floor. There's opportunity on the floor. So you're in the right direction in terms of being hungry and knowing that there is an opportunity to be financially liberated, to be put on the way you want to put on, and to have a legacy to leave behind. And social media is definitely one of the most practical ways these days to leading to that and growing that. And it's really crazy at the who you can get the attention of just by being in the space.
Mm-hmm.
The people that will be watching you in secret, the people who will end up in your DMs, the people, like, it's really, the sky's the limit on this motherfucker. So I understand why people be pussy popping to, like, on this motherfucker. Like, motherfuckers be pulling all type of tricks out the hat because they know that the potential is endless on this bitch. But that also can, if you're not careful with your ego, amidst something like this, it can also work to your detriment. And it can also stifle your growth depending on how you move, which is why I was saying all that shit I was saying earlier on. Like, people out here trying to be the villain. That's a sure way to get nowhere on this motherfucker. Because nobody who got something is fucking with you. Nobody who got something to lose. Nobody who, because if you are a content creator, you know how much work this all takes.
Bitch.
And people who have found a way to have a breakthrough and to hit a certain threshold and to hit a certain elevation to where they're making great money and they're able to move beyond the social media space and establish businesses outside of the space and cultivate income for themselves outside of the space. Like, people ain't gonna let you fuck with them like that. So you can be the bad guy, but that shit will definitely keep very quality individuals off your motherfucking ass, and it'll keep you off their motherfucking radar. So how you move and being mindful of your relationships and not going everywhere being problematic as fuck and building a sound rapport with other content creators and network and all that shit encourages the things that you're going to need, because the other truth about social media is you are going to need cosigns for sure. So if you are terrible at building relationships, it's a sure way to fuck yourself over and to stifle your goddamn growth. You have to, because this is social media.
That's
it's
true.
The art of socializing. It's the fucking art of getting along with other people. It's the art of being able to be diplomatic. It's the fucking art of being able to fucking move and navigate. You don't know how to fucking do that, then yeah, that's a sure way to kill off the highest potential.
So listening to you so far, Conscious, and taking a lot of these jewels, I'm thinking what you're saying really is like you have to be a master of marketing yourself. And if you can't really do that at the end of the day, it's kind of like you have to rely on other material. But that kind of goes for anything. It's not just YouTube. So like Flacco, I think, like you're saying, is you've built your platform, to the way you've done it. So it's like you could do that even outside of YouTube if you put that effort and manifest it just the same way you did with YouTube. So I mean, that's like where I'm at with everything. Is like YouTube is not, especially not everything. And I've told Conscious and everybody this before, that YouTube is not going to be for forever. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, of course, for the time being, like, hell yeah, like if you found out how to, do the system and shit, then do it. But like, you could also apply all of that to other things. And that's really, like, I saw the other day you made a post saying that you wanted to get into the gaming space. And even most of those guys, like, yeah, they do the whole gaming and Twitch thing, but they have like other streams of like merchandise and all kinds of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That like,
yes, sir,
helps them to the millionaire status, or even stuff like that that's more sustainable. Like I don't know if you watch him, but even like Jeffree Star, you know what I mean? I think they said he's like the most like got the most money, either him or like Mr. Beast, one of them two. But like even like Mr. Beast, he doesn't even look at money like a thing. Like he goes and gives away $2 million. He's like, yeah, I don't care, and then he goes and makes like $4 million. So it's like, stuff like that is like, I guess it's just you have to find your place, but it's not even so much just on YouTube. It's just like in life.
But that also goes to what they said earlier. You have to be in your purpose. Because if you're doing everything that's not meant for you, then it's not going to work out for you.
Exactly.
If you want something that's meant for you, it doesn't feel like work. Like, be honest with y'all, when I be at work at my job or whatever, bitch, I be so damn tired. But however, when I be on a panel with you hoes, I have all the energy in the goddamn world. So if it's something that you love, it won't feel like work. And people say that all the time. So
another thing that we got to do, like a big difference between like a lot of white content creators and black ones, is that we're still in a place as black people where black people look at money as paper. White people look at money largely as a psychology. It's not predicated simply on this. It's about this. This is why white people be in marketing classes. They be taking those boring ass workshops and seminars. They be sitting through those boring ass courses and advertisement. White people understand that money is nuance, and it's not just about making it. It's about knowing what the fuck to do with it also once you fucking got it. And so they burden themselves with understanding the way to utilize money so that they have sustainability and a long-term experience of wealth and richness or whatever it is. Instead of like looking for the bag and then blowing the bag and then having to be burdened with manifesting the bag all over again. Like, so one of the greatest pieces of advice that my mentor has given me is putting myself through those courses too. So when I'm also not on the internet, I'm reading those boring ass books. I'm sitting through those online courses. I'm looking at marketing. I'm being taught about shares and investments and stocks and bonds and what to do with the money that you're fucking making and what to pour it into. So that
Exactly.
because the whole goal here is to work smarter, not harder. You want to be able to relax as soon as possible. You want to be able to retire as soon as possible. You want to be able to make something feel like a career rather than a job as soon as possible. You want to have options sooner than possible. You want it to be so that you can choose to show up today if you want to, without it costing you your bills, without it costing you. Mm-hmm.
You know what I would subscribe to, Flacco, and what would be really cool is if, like, say the money that you're pulling in, say if you took, 5K or something like that, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna invest this and show y'all how much you can make off of investing $1,000 to $1,500. I'm just saying, like, just like little stuff like that, and then like give gems to other people, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be other like black men or whatever. It can just be anybody that's like trying to up their, if you want to surround your thing around money or whatever. And since you're making it, it's like, and plus it helps you out and it help other people out. And that kind of gets you in the realm of like a Bandman and Kevo damn near. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, definitely, man. That's definitely a great idea, man. So like the whole plan is right. So I'm not sure if you saw, right, but like there's this like YouTuber called like Adam22, like No Jumper. Do you guys know who he is?
Yeah. The underground rap. Well, used to be underground rap.
Yeah. Right. So I made a post today, like kind of hinting towards it, right? So I said Poetic Flacco X Adam22, right? And he commented too, like with like the little like ambiguous emojis, right? Because like and he actually extended and like offer, right, for like me to like go to LA and work for No Jumper, right? So like that's kind of like my next like plan, right? Is go there, work for him, get the exposure, you feel me? Right? And just get my foot like through the door. You feel me? Right now, like once I meet him, I'll probably meet like more like, let's say, like rappers and celebrities, right? And I just know if I'm on like in his platform, like with like 4 million people, then that will like translate to me going like from, let's say, like 40, 50K subs to probably 100K subs by the summertime. You feel me, man? So so like my like next like my like next like step is, man, is to like try to solidify myself in this hip hop space. For me, man, like I'm trying to be known as an authority, as a voice where like if there's breaking news, and they're coming to me first. For me, right? So like once I can establish myself as like an authority, bro, that's when now, you feel me, like I probably do like my own little podcast, right, with the money idea, like vlogs now, man. But the next immediate step is I'm moving out to Cali at the end of April. So once I move there, man, like get my foot through the door, we we taking off, man, skyrocketing, man, because he has like 4 million subs. So it's gonna be like a tremendous look for the channel.
And that's gonna be major. Like fucking slay that shit. Like I think like one of the greatest like advices that Lil Wayne gave to Nicki Minaj was, he was like, anytime anybody features you, slay that shit. Like slay that shit. So any gig you get outside of your own content, like bring your motherfucking A game and sell that shit, because that exposure is everything. And people wanting to like follow you back to your platform is largely based upon like your performances everywhere else, like in those other spaces outside of your platform. So that's fucking major. And don't let people also like discourage you when it comes to clout. Like there's nothing fucking wrong with like chasing fucking clout. Like social media is all about like the come up, and it's only taking a bad turn because like we're not practicing community anymore. So it's every man for themselves. Therefore, utilizing each other in the ways that would have been natural if there was more of a community attitude are now like kind of demonized. But take advantage of everything. Don't be afraid to do what you have to do. Like just don't be deceitful, but definitely like chase your fucking clout. Like, and that's why I just try to expose content creators like with my platform. Like I just try to like, hey, subscribe to this one, like to try to take the burden off of content creators feeling subconscious about it, because the reality is everybody does want to grow on this motherfucker. So, and that's everybody's goal on this bitch. Of course, everybody wants to grow. Of course, everybody wants to be successful at this. Of course, everybody wants a channel that's going some fucking where. So it's no need to have shame about that shit, or to shun that, or to try to act like that's the unspoken elephant in the room. Like, use each other, be good to each other, get what you need, and just try to maintain a spirit of community as you grow.
Man, manufacture. Yo, Reckless Logic. Do you have a channel?
Yep, it's Reckless Logic.
Oh, what are you doing there? Like just pop culture shit, or like what do you do?
Yeah, pop culture stuff, or I see topics that's really intriguing to me. Ooh, reaction videos, all that.
Oh shit! Hey, let me check you out right now. Nah, hey, you were dope. Like, was it like last night? We all were talking about the Lil Baby thing.
Yeah,
that was yesterday. We're gonna be talking about Bad Boys Los Angeles tomorrow. Well, tonight, I guess.
Yo, bro, that show is insane, right?
I ain't even seen it yet. Like I'm gonna like have to watch that shit tonight, or when I get up in the morning.
I watched the first episode, man. That shit is fucking insane, bro.
You should be fucking. Are you reviewing it? Because you should be reviewing it.
Nah, man. Like, I don't even. Yo, I just like, bro. Like, I just like really enjoy it, bro. That shit is like the best thing like on fucking like TV right now, man. That shit is fucking amazing, yo.
Yeah, because of all of the fucking debauchery of it all. The fucking debauchery.
You know, like who's like a star that like I ain't know like was like, bro, this nigga is a fucking star, man. It's the Like
the money reside. Where the money reside,
him. Yeah. Oh my bro, that nigga
For
is
real.
a star, bro.
Well, I heard he's a drunken fucking mess on the show.
What?
We about to
Nah,
find
yo, he a star, man. Listen, Andrew Caldwell said and he's already like suing and shit. Now,
yeah,
I only watched episode 1, so I don't know why and he's on like Facebook talking about and he's suing the show.
Who, Darrell?
Andrew Caldwell.
Oh, Andrew Caldwell.
Yeah.
Andrew Caldwell always suing some damn body. Andrew Caldwell ain't never satisfied.
He's always into stunts, so
yeah. He just mad because he came on that show and he thought that the girls was gonna take his bullshit, and then he realized he was with some real 305 Dade County ass niggas who was gonna put a foot in his ass, and his ass got ran off due to fear because that heat in that kitchen is a little bit too hot for his motherfucking ass. So now he trying to reclaim his dignity because he done pussy popped on out the door like a pussy hoe, and he wants to sue and all this. Like, Andrew Caldwell thinks he's that girl until he's a miss the girls. Like, he can't hang. So, because them niggas ain't playing on Bad Boys. Them niggas is putting blood in each other's mouths. Like, them niggas ain't playing with each other.
They fighting too.
Yeah, they ain't playing. So, Andrew Caldwell did himself a favor and cannon blasted his ass right on to the safety of his 4x4 apartment.
Yeah, it's come on apartment.
But you should be reviewing it, man. Like, that show is going to do numbers. It's going to be so much controversial shit coming out of that show. It's so much conversation already happening around it. You should definitely get in on.
Can we watch it though on YouTube or like?
Look, trust me, I'm the bootleg queen. I tried to find that shit.
No.
I tried to find that shit. Huh?
No, not right. For YouTube, like, allow us to like stream it, like feel me, right? Like to like, review it like on live, right? You feel me? Or would they like copyright it?
I would not play any of Zeus's shit because I had some other peers who ran some Zeus content and they struck up their motherfucking channel. Like,
damn,
they pretty tight because they have a subscription-based platform, so they really don't want their content outside of the confines of that subscription because that takes money directly out of their pockets.
That's right.
So, yeah. But it's worth it. I mean, it's fucking worth it. I would get in on the wave. I just reached out to Reckless night before last and was like, nigga, we reviewing this season, period. Like, it's so much shit to say. It's so much shit to get into. We got to do it. So we're going to be dropping a review every Friday at like 9.
We will be dropping a review every Friday, but we will not be dropping the link. It makes no sense to have a review video for 5 hours.
Look, it ain't gonna be for 5 hours, even if we do drop the link. That's for damn show. But
no facts.
Yeah. But I got
listen, right? Now listen though, right? So like why that show is like just super important too, right? It's like, again, man, right? Because I'm not really like around too many, like folks from that community, right? Yo, I ain't know, like, yo, bro, like those motherfuckers are some real gangsters. Milan Christopher or what his name is, right?
Yeah, Milan. Yeah, Christopher Milan.
Right, yo, like he's like a real masculine dude. Like he's masculine, like feel me, like right, like he's real masculine, right? And like he's about his shit, which kind of like it's surprising, right? Because like it takes away like the stigma of like, yo,
the stereotype.
Yeah, right. They're all queens and feminine, right? But like, yo, dude, fucking diesel as fuck, masculine, yeah, bro. Like, I don't want no smoke with a nigga like that, bro.
Look, I'm with you on the fact that like for a long time I felt like there was like limited representation of other gay black men. Like, obviously, the more flamboyant gay men take up a lot of the space in entertainment. That's mostly because they just have more personality. They're like a lot of the like heterosexual, not heterosexual, but like masculine presenting gay black men in the community, they're boring. Like they're like straight men. Like, no offense, but you know, like, you know, and straight men don't really work for TV. Like that's why it's like Bad Girls Club, Real Housewives of Atlanta, like Housewives of, like women and gay men have the charisma that brings all of the bells and whistles to good, like to interesting social dynamics, and you can count on there being like a lot of characters when it comes to gay men and black women. So it is nice to see spaces where so I wouldn't, I mean, I know for you would consider Christopher Milan masculine presenting. He's like in between to us, really.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, I know,
especially since he be on Bigo, and I'm always over there, girl. Girl. The masculine, a bit pushing it, but however, he's he's in between the androgyny. He has the feminine.
And
I'm gonna say butch wing.
Yeah, and all gay men fight. So all gay men are gangster as fuck. Like, trust and believe, ain't no nigga walking out of his house gay, proud of who the fuck he is, who has not fought for his respect, like, and who ain't prepared to fight every time.
Even the white boys was fighting. I said, "Whoa."
Huh?
Even the white boys was fighting.
That was a mess.
I mean, like the LGBT is a fighting clan. Like that's how we grew up. Like all that shit dumb niggas doing on the show. That's what we did at house parties. We did that shit at gay clubs. Like bitches was like niggas was always getting maced. I mean, like it was ratchet. Like the gay, especially the gay black scene, is ratchet as fuck. Like
you go to a ball, baby.
Y'all think that y'all bad behaving. Y'all ain't seen shit. Like that's what Zeus need to really put a goddamn camera on. Put a camera on the gay black scene in Atlanta or the gay black scene in Detroit. Or like get up in them hole in the wall ass gay clubs and follow some of those men's lives and some of the drama going on. Like y'all better look at some of that footage from fucking Pride and shit when like gay niggas be shutting the block down. Like on the rah shit. It's gutter. It's
which is so crazy.
Huh?
I said, which is so crazy because, like, in the ballroom scene, they be winning trophies and stuff. But I'd be like, damn. And like after every ball, they be sitting there fighting and stuff. I'm like, damn, did your ass get a trophy for goddamn your skills, or you over here playing boxing? What the fuck going on?
Look, it all goes down, honey. All is fair in love and war and butch cream realness, honey. All goes down. So. But it is interesting, but it's also straight guys are part of that cast too. So it's interesting to see like that mix up.
Yeah, but the ones who are there, man, they kind of like feels like they're like overcompensating. Something right, like right, like
who are the straight guys?
Yeah, right. One dude is like 5'3", light skinned and fucking like just mad fucking skinny, right? But he's always talking that big shit, right? And like he's always trying to like qualify himself as like, yo, I'm straight, I'm straight, right? Opposed to like, you feel me? If you gotta say consistently, yo, I'm straight, right? You know, then how straight, you know, are you?
Well, to be quite honest, that was one of my things with like the show, whatever. Before I even got too deep into it, like actually watching it, I just felt like because a lot of times too, us as gay black men in particular, we grew up watching Bad Girls Club. I was like, I just hope the cast do not get up there and they be trying to do like the extra, the most, because that's what they seen on Bad Girls. Like allow it to be natural. Like I don't want you to be able to just.
The drama is natural, girl. Like we ain't need no TV. We've been acting like this. Like we've been like when I talk about me being in the gay scene, we're talking about like before. Like this is pre-internet days. Like the real authentic non-TV related black gay scene is just ratchet. Like we been in these streets doing this shit before social media, before Facebook, before MySpace, before all this shit. Like it's just it's been gut up from the jump, but that's largely because a lot of gay men are egotistical. So most gay men are walking around with the "I'm the baddest bitch" complex, "I'm the baddest bitch" attitude, and so you lump those egos into a space, you're going to get the same shit that a lot of women get in their space: fighting for territory, pettiness, shadiness, clicked up, some bitch being alpha, like you being like all that, like the negative parts of our consciousness comes out when we lead from our fucking ego. So we got a lot of work to do.
Hey yo, no one's like just really like was fucking hilarious, right? Is like he's watching like Andrew Caldwell like trying to like condescend, like, feel me, right? It's like watching him trying to act like a rich auntie, you feel me? It's like bro, it's like that shit. Yo, who would have thought that Andrew Caldwell was rich now? That shit was crazy.
Nobody. It's all in Andrew Caldwell's head.
Mm-hmm.
No, listen though, he a star though. Listen, right? So like right now, right? Like so, for example, like there's like channels on YouTube right now with like let's say like 500 subs, and they get like 5,000, 10,000 views just uploaded in his live streams, right? So like that nigga got like a market now where like there's folks who want to see like his live streams. You feel me? Like
no, like there's definitely a market for people that society likes to laugh at, and Andrew Caldwell is a part of that market of people that society likes to laugh at. They know that they're watching a train wreck. They know they're watching absurdity. They know that they're watching like something that doesn't make sense, and that's what makes it interesting. Is like it makes no fucking sense. Like this very effeminate man who does everything that's gay but claims to be straight, that has a heavy tongue, that talks with a lisp, who has an overinflated ego like it's so ridiculous. It's so like over the top that it makes it interesting. It's enough crazy elements there to just have you glued. So yeah, a lot of those.
Is he mental?
I mean, I think a lot of people have suspected that Andrew is on the spectrum. Nobody just knows like which part of the spectrum, like which end he's really on. But I think most people conclude that he's on the spectrum of some kind.
Right. So then like wouldn't like Zeus be, I guess, like
exploiting him?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but Ratchet TV is all about exploitation. Like
I was about to say,
Ratchet TV has never been like moral in their in their structure and blueprints. I mean, it's all about finding people who are willing to embarrass themselves, finding people who are willing to make a mess of their lives, and putting a camera on their ass because they make. I mean, unfortunately, this is entertainment for some people. So Love and Hip Hop is based upon people willing to embarrass themselves. Like, think about it. Why would you sign up to a show knowing that your dude side chick is going to be a part of your storyline? Like, it's like, it's like you sign up like for the fuckery of it all. But there's money and opportunity and exposure. Even bad exposure sometimes. So
is there really money though? Like, cause they get paid like what, like $2,500 like per.
It depends.
It depends.
Everybody's salary is different based upon how much camera time they take up, based upon whether they're veterans, based upon there's a lot of factors that go into pay, which is why people, like Anini, she was paid like $1.2 million for a season.
Who, Mimi?
Yeah.
Wow.
She was one of the highest paid housewives, and then I think Candy Burris was following up close behind her. So it's all, and that's why you see so much fuck shit, because, even when it comes to reality TV, the more fuckery, the greater you can negotiate your pay, because those producers need you back next season. You bring in the spice to the show, so you get to negotiate your salary all over again. Like, you had it going on last season, bitch. Like, you know, we need you to maintain continuity and whatever. So, you know, the lawyers get involved and people ask for this, ask for that. And then as they continue to level up each season, they amp the drama up. The fuckery continues on. You go back and renegotiate, you get a higher pay, and, you know, you just keep elevating. So, but you can't but you can't just be one dimensional, which is why when it all came crashing down for Miss Nene, she hasn't quite found her footing since. She's not been on Housewives. She's kind of struggled to figure out
what to do next,
life outside of the franchise. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she's living a lifestyle heavily predicated on those Real Housewives checks. She's in $1 million-something home. So you know,
and Greg passed away, right? So Greg,
yeah, like you gotta figure it out. You gotta like kind of be open-minded about your career, or at least like do right by your money so that it's working for you, even when work comes to an end.
Yo, speaking of Mimi though, right now, I personally
Blanco, this is the last question, nigga. I gotta go to bed.
Right. That's the question, man. Right, so I personally gave her some flack, you know, like did like a whole live stream, you know, right? So she so she was exposed for having like the side chick and then the main dude, right? Sorry, a side dude and the main dude. Now, the side dude gave us a timeline that kind of crept into Greg like last like month or so being alive, right? Like that timeline was really close to it. So with Mimi, I guess having a side dude while her husband appeared to be on his deathbed, do you think that she got off easy and never really got like enough backlash for it?
Well, I think that we'll make. Oh, go ahead, Reckless.
I feel like a lot of things when it comes down to Nene, they let her slide with a lot. Honestly,
I want to say that I think that we're making assumptions. I'm sure that with Greg knowing he was passing away, I mean, I can only imagine what type of conversations they were having toward kind of the last chapter of their relationship. For all we know, Greg might have told her, "Hey, you know, it's time for you to start thinking beyond me because I'm on my way out of here, and I'm not gonna judge, you know, how you need to cope with that. So, you know, if you need some male companionship, if you need whatever, like, you know, so we don't know what type of conversations happened. And it's not necessarily true also that just because the timelines close together, that she was necessarily dealing with anybody, because the reality is like sometimes people do jump immediately into a rebound situation upon a very extreme or traumatic circumstance in their life. So she might have just really just jumped out there, you know, because I also thought it was like kind of quick for Nene to have like, but then again, I know that sometimes like shit can be over for a couple long before it's over for us. Like, you know, people who we see divorced on TV, they already been living, you know, half of these couples already been living separately. They already been separated. Like, you know, they already had their relationship, the marriage had already been over before the official paperwork got signed or whatever. So, you know, I don't know what the real circumstance was. So it could be anything. And I think that Greg, I think that when Nene said what one of her what some of their last conversations was, I think if I'm not mistaken, some of the things that Greg said to her was in the spirit of like, I want you to be happy, and I want you to move on, and I want you to live and love again, and I, you know, want you to go on to be great. So he probably gave her his blessing and whatever.
And so
I didn't get that even while he was still living.
So while she did that, she put that pussy out there. I know that's right. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, yo, listen, man. Listen up, man. I appreciate y'all for having me, man. It's 3:31. Holy fuck.
It is.
Gee, well, hey, folks. I would definitely call it night, man.
Look,
I appreciate
You
y'all, man.
you might as well just bring your ass back for the review for Bad Boys since
I
you
was thinking
got a lot to say. I mean, you might as well just hop on in to that
Yeah,
discussion.
definitely, man. Wait, it's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow night at 9:30.
Definitely, man.
Okay,
I'll be
cool.
here for sure.
Well, you talk to your friend.
Yeah, of course.
I'll talk to my
about dropping
friend.
the restraining order and then just leaving breaking culture a silent alone.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just let him know however he chooses to move forward, whatever energy he gives is probably going to be matched by any party involved. So, you know.
Not facts, man. Hopefully cooler heads prevail, right?
Hopefully. Well, it was nice having you, Flacco. This is a look, I think shocking and duping a lot of the kids, you know, like you are actually like a really down to earth dude. It's
Yo,
like,
listen, man. Listen, yo. I be telling these people, man, listen, brother. I don't know why, like, my sector, like, labeled me as, like, the fucking boogeyman and shit, and, like, excommunicated me, like...
Well, you was catching flights on Spirit Airlines and shit, and going to find, you know, you was touching down in cities and shit.
Yo, hey, good night, man.
Good night.
Not you forgot. Don't worry, he reminded you.
Too much, man.
All right,
good night, man.
I'll see you tomorrow. Well, Reckless, any sounding words before we hot scotch up out of here, honey? The drama of it all.
Girl, that was just ghetto, and I live for it. Yes, ma'am. Really, the last thing I gotta say, make sure you follow my Instagram. Make sure you follow my my YouTube. Instagram Strictly Reckless. My YouTube is the name that you already see on the screen. Reckless Logic. That's it. Girl,
well, we will be in the motherfucking building tomorrow night. I want to shout out to my Cash Appers before we go. I need to shout out my PayPalers too, to be honest. Hold on, let me do this real quick before we out.
Come on, 333.
It is 3. While we ended the show on 333. You know what? Damn, I kind of want to end it right on 333, but fuck it. See how the energy, whenever the energy is good, those synchronicities.
I've been seeing them like crazy. I really have.
Hey, all over every day.
But you know, I've been seeing that a lot. Well, I think I told you just before. I've been seeing like the whole 222, 111, 333, 444, all crazy and stuff. Like I've been seeing it like crazy ever since I kind of like, I want to say separated myself from my friends or whatever, but I stopped going out as much and I started to focus more on doing panels, actually working on my videos and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Everybody cleaning up their shit. It's so good to see. I want to shout out to my mod, Classy. Thank you, Boo. Thank you, Shamika. Thank you, Shara. Thank you, Tyra. Thank you to Louisa and Sharita. Thank you guys so much. God bless y'all. I'm probably gonna do a Patreon. I need to do a Patreon live probably Sunday because I found something very interesting that I wanna talk about, honey. Oh yeah, definitely PayPal. I also want to thank Shanice. Oh my God, when you spoke of astral projection, I got chills. Is that something you offer to people? Let me know if I'm able to email you with more info. I can only imagine how busy you are. If not, I'm just here to support. I love your energy. I'm Virgo Love from your Patreon. Okay, boo. I'm the only reason I don't hit the link is because I know I'll just be talking to you like my home. Virgo, if you're here, and Ms. Thomas, email me at consciouztv@gmail.com or DM me in Patreon because Patreon you can also send direct or just comment somewhere like in Patreon and we can move from there. And thank you to your donation, boo. I do got a lot going on right now. Like I am like fucking tied up like a motherfucker. I'm holding on for dear life. I'm holding on for dear life these days, but holding on nonetheless. I also want to thank Moni. Thank you so much for your PayPal love. Moni, shout out to you. And Honey Lush Natural. Thank you, boo. This live is lit tonight. Thank you so much, babes. I just want to wish everyone well, honey. Once again, I don't give a damn about no threat to expose me because these hoes can't call me nothing I ain't already been called. So I don't give a damn about being called no goddamn crackhead, no cokehead, no hoe, no streetwalker, no prostitute, bitch. Matter of fact, I embrace it all, bitch. Just be ready when the rain comes because, baby, I can stand the rain. Question is, can you stand the motherfucking rain? On that note, I'll see you all tonight at 9:30. Loud, live, and in the motherfucking color. Peace to the Middle East. God damn it.